So hello, hi everyone, welcome back to a new video. So in this video we will be discussing the few other types of questions that will be asked in the TCS NQT examination. So in the last video we have discussed 5 questions. They were of level 1 and level 2 type of questions. Not that difficult, not that easy. We just solved few easy type of questions and medium. So what would be the agenda of today's class would be, we will be solving mixed type of questions, that is easy, medium and also hard questions. Like we will be taking up dynamic programming, graphs questions, binary search questions, much more questions in this we will be taking. But the main concern of students in TCS NQT is the input format. So students actually get stuck during handling the input. That is, the question does not explain how actually we are taking the input. So first we will discuss the various types of inputs that we need to know before writing the exam, because if we are not able to write the input, then what is the use? So if you see, in any in any lead code or something, we will just require to write a function only based code. But what happens in the TCS is, you need to write the code from the scratch. That not only functionally, you need to manually take input, print the output, everything. But if you see over here, the other coding platforms, here everything, the main code would be handled by them. You just require to write the function that is required to write. So TCS expects students to write the whole code from scratch. So first, now let's understand what are the header files that we would be using. So firstly, we will be using the bit/std++ header file. Why we are using this is, it will include all the header files. It is just like java.util.star. How star includes every util package, bit/std++ does the same. But there are many high chances that this bit/std++.h may work in the CPP compiler in TCS or not. So for that, for better side, you can also read other header files like iostream, algorithm, and many other math.h is. So let's write the main function. Now first understand how to take input for two integers. So let's suppose our statement is, there are two integers. We will be having two integers as our input and we need to print their sum. So cin is a function that is used to take the input. So c in b, we are taking input. For in c, we can also use c function, that is scanf %d comma ampersand a comma ampersand b. Even the c functions or functionalities also works in C++, but we generally don't use scanf. We use c in a b. So our aim was to print the sum of a plus b. So we are printing the sum. Let's remove this as our input, and let's say 1 and 2 are my inputs. So the sum should be 3, right? The sum is 3. So the other way would be, this is one type of way. What are we doing? Just taking two integers as input. So we can take a space separated also. Here we have specified in a new line, but here you can give the next input by separating by a space. So even this works the same, right? Yep. So can we do this for different data types? Yes, we can do that. So if there is int a and float b, okay, and you need to take the input for both, can we take both input in the same line? Yes, you can do that. Here also you can just print the sum. So let's write 2.5. Is this valid? Yes, it is valid. The sum would be 3.5. And what happens if one is integer and another one is a string? Yes. So let's first print our integer and append the string. So let's, what we can do, can we do cin, and let's take two different data types only. One is of string class and another is of integer. Can we do something like let's print a, separated by a space and again print s. Can we do something like this? Let's write TCS. Two separate inputs. Now our the output should be 1 comma TCS, right? Yes, we can do everything space separatedly. So this is the first format of taking input. I hope it is very clear. Now coming to the second thing, when we are taking input in a string, the majority things get screwed over here because string is seen as. Let's print our string also. Okay, so let's write our input as TCS and let's run. So the expected out should be TCS, right? TCS, TCS. What is wrong in this? There is nothing wrong, right? But when you do space NQT, I want TCS NQT. Now let's run. The output should be TCS NQT, right? Let's see. The output is still TCS. So the problem behind scene is when it occurs as space during a string, then it will stop the taking the input, that is it will stop reading the input. So is there any way how we can handle this spaces? So when in the question, when you will have like there is a space separated string, such as let's say I am Monish, this is my input. So if you want to take input in such a format, then you don't use string scene, but you use get line. So get line is some function get line. You will specify scene comma the string name, that is s. Now if you print your s, you will easily get TCS NQT. So these are few of the things that we need to keep in our mind during solving. Next one would be how to write test cases. So this is one of the important thing. See, let's say your question would be something like take input of two. First the question format would be, see, let's say you need to calculate the sum of two integers. This is the question. So the input format would be line number 1. Okay, line number 1 is number of test cases. Okay, line number 2 is two space separated integers. Third is sum of two integers. This is the code you need to write. So how do we do is, what he said, the first number would be number of test cases. So we'll calculate int t, that is t represent number of test cases. So we'll take the input for t. So what we'll do is, we will run a loop for t times I less than or equal to t I plus plus. We generally you don't use this for loop. For our simplification, we will just do while t minus minus, so that we will calculate for t number of test cases. So let's say my input is something like t equal to 2. Okay, t equal to 2, and for t equal to 1, the values are a equal to 1 comma b equal to 2. So sum would be 3 over here. This is for test case number 1. Test case number 1 would be this. And for t equal to 2, a equal to 2, b equal to 3. Here sum will be equal to 5. So this would be something your input format. This is how input. So for the first test case, the answer should be 3. The second test case, the answer should be 5. So very easy. You do the things for t number of test cases. Take input int a comma int b, c in a comma b, c out a plus b with an end line. Here now how to give the input format is, the first one is number of test cases is 2, and for the first time we are getting a is a equal to 1 and b is equal to 3. The second time we are getting a is equal to 2 and b is equal to 3. Here we are a is 2, right? So if you run now, once the answer would be 3, once the answer would be 5. The answer is 5, 3, and one answer is 5. This is how you need to take the t number of test cases and execute your code for t number of test cases. I hope it is very clear how we are actually doing for number of test cases. So if your number of test cases are 3, you will give 3 inputs. Here let's say 3 comma 4. Now you will be having 3 number of outcomes. For t equal to 1, the values of a and b were 1 comma 2, so you are printing 3. Here 5 you are printing, here 7 you are printing. Understood? Yep. So this is one of the important thing that you need to note while taking the input in TCS. This is how you write number of test cases. Next one. For strings we have discussed, the number of test cases we have discussed, cin we have discussed. So take input for arrays. So we generally use dynamic arrays that are built-in functions, that are built-in templates in C++. That is STL, we call standard template libraries in C++. So vector is the one which we use for string arrays. So it would be something, the syntax is, it would be vector of data type, vector of int, then vector name. This is the representation. So we can also give the size, but let's keep it simple for first thing. So it is vector of data type, right? So let's say my take input of 5 integers in a array. Let's say this is my use case. So you'll just say vector of, what is the data type? 5 integers. So we will write int. Let's say you can give anything, the name of vector. So I generally take it as v. So 5 integers, we know the size, so you can specify 5. This is 5. If you specify 5, what is the difference between specifying 5 and not specifying? So there is already an array of size 5 with an initial value of 0. If you don't specify anything, it is as if you just print for int I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus, cout v of I, cout e and dl. So if you don't specify anything, the initial values of the vectors are 0, so you will get 0. So how do we, so for this we don't specify the size only. So you can just do for int I equal to 0, I less than, we required for 5 integers, so I plus plus. So take a variable int x, define x, take its input, then v dot push back. There is a function as pushback. What does this pushback is? It just appends the value into the vector v. Now you can print for int I equal to 0. If you don't know the size of the vector, you can just do v dot size I plus plus cout. How do we access? We'll just write v of I, same as C language, like you can give the space here, print an endline. So here if you give the input, such as, let's give 5 integers as input, 1 2 3 4 5, you can simply see 1 2 3 4 5 is printed. What happens if you give extra 6? Will this work? Because your loop is just working for 5 times, but you are giving 6 values, so 6 is not appended, so 1 2 3 4 5 is only printed. This is how simply you can take input for a vector. So as we have discussed the various type of input formats, now let's discuss one of the question that we try to solve. So the first question that we are trying to solve today is, that is, you will be given an integer as an input. Okay, you will be given an integer as input. So return the count of the digits that are present in the input. So let me say, so the first thing is, let me comment this. The first thing over here is, you will be, the input format would be you'll be having t test cases. Okay, t test cases, then a value n represents the digit value, output the number of digits that are present in the value. So this is a simple question that we will be starting our day discussion with. So the question is something like, let's say this is my input. Okay, let's say t equal to 3, we will be having 3 number of test cases. For t equal to 1, let's say my n equal to 123. So this is my n value. For this, the output would be 3, because there are 1, 2, 3. The number of digits in 123 are 3. So the output is 3 over here. And let's say my n is equal to 42. Let's say for this my output would be 2, because there is only one digit in this. And if my n is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for this my output would be 5. This is a simple question that we will be starting our discussion with today. What is the problem behind this question and why am I taking this question? Because this is one of the standard question that is being asked in several other questions. So you need to understand how actually we are extracting the number of digits from a number. So if the input was something like, if we were getting an array like this, so if we were getting an array, we would just simply do v dot size return v dot size, one line of code, but we are not getting any array. So how can we tackle this? How can we tackle this question? So here the problem comes, you are given a single integer n and you need to say how many numbers are there in it, how many digits are in it. For this we will use the modulo operator. So the modulo operator is used here. So what does this modulo operator does is, if you do n modulo 10, let's say my n is equal to 123 only. Okay, my n is 123. If my n is 123, then how can you what does n modulo 10 gives? N modulo gives you the gives the last number, right? N modulo n gives you the last number. So 123 mod 10 gives you 3. Am I right? 123 mod 10, because when you divide 123 by 10, the remainder is 3. So modulo operator gives you the remainder. So 123 mod 10 gives you 3 as remainder. So when you divide a number by 10, you will extract the last number. That we have understood it very clearly. So when you extract the value, just do a counter plus plus and divide the value by 10. This is the approach, simple approach. See, let's dry run. So let's dry run. Okay, how do you dry run is, let's say n equal to 123. So the first iteration would be n modulo 10. What does n modulo 10 give you? It will give you 3. So count was initially 0. Now count would be 1, because count initially, let's define this as 0. So count is 1 now. If count is 1, now we have extracted the last digit, incremented our count. Now just divide the value by 10. N modulo equal to, we actually don't require modulo, because let me just say, we can directly do by n by 10 also, because the next question which we will be solving here, there I will showcase you the why actually we are using the modulo operator. So we can just write, if I am able to divide my number by 10, then there is definitely a value inside it. So when you do 123 by 10, what does 123 by 10 gives you? It will give you 12, right? So it is giving us 12. Now 12 by 10, what does 12 by 10 give you? 12 by 10 gives you 2, right? 12 by 10 gives you 1, because 10 ones 10 and 2 is remainder. Leave about remainder. Now what does 1 divided by 10 gives you? 1 divided by 10 gives you 0.1, but in integer it is 0. So how many times were we able to divide our number? Here once we have divided, here twice we have divided, here thrice we have divided. So number of digits in that n were 3. This is a simple approach that we can easily take care of. So let's write the code, you will easily understand. See, first thing was we will take number of test cases. This is done. I said you will write while t minus minus, and the only thing that we are getting as input is n. So this is also right. Now we will write a function that gets the number of digits. So we will just write int answer would be get number of digits of, we'll pass this n, and we'll print our answer for every test case. So let's write the function and understand how it is getting. So int get number of digits of int n. Okay, this is the function. Now the main thing is, let's define one answer because we need to return it. Int answer equal to 0. We'll just do while my n is greater than 0. Until my n is greater than 0, we are able to divide it. So let's do, we can do that while my n is greater than 0. First do a counter plus plus, that is the answer plus plus, and divide the value by 10. And at last you can just return your answer. This is a simple code that we can see. For number of test cases, let's say 3. The first input is 123, the second input is 42, and why we are getting 42, and let's say 1. For this first number of test case, the answer would be 3. Here the answer would be 2. Here the answer should be 1. Let's see, are we getting the same answer? 3 to 1 should be the answer. So we are definitely getting 3 to 1. Now let's understand how, with a test case 2. With test case number 2, for that n was 42, right? How are we getting this? So here you can simply do my n is equal to 42. So we are sending it to get number of digits function. Here now n is equal to 42, right? Now stage number 1, we are going inside the get number of digit value, that answer is equal to 0. We have defined answer is equal to 0. Why did it answer equal to 0, right? Answer equal to 0. Now if we have declared answer equal to 0, now we are going into the while loop. Is my n, what is my n? N is 42. Is 42 greater than 0? Yes, 42 is greater than 0. First thing you do is answer plus equal to 1, that is answer is incremented by 1. Now my answer is 1, and I am doing n by equal to 10, that is dividing n by 10. If you divide 42 by 10, the quotient is 4, so we will be left over with 4. Now we will check again, is my 4 greater than 0? Yes, 4 is greater than 0. Again do answer plus plus. If you do answer plus plus, it will be 2. And now again divide 4 by 10. If you do 4 by 10, you will be getting 0. Now you will check, is my 0 greater than 0? No, 0 is not greater than 0. Then return the answer. What is the answer? Answer is 2. Did you understand how we are getting the number of digits? Yeah. So the number of variations that you might occur here is, count the number of digits that are given in a value. Print the sum of digits. So if it is 1, 2, 3, can we print the sum of 1, 2, 3? How can we print the 1, 2, 3? It is very simple. Here you can do int answer equal to 0. Let's define our thing as get. You can get sum of digits. You can definitely do that, and let's rename our function. Get this. Sorry, it was get sum of digits, right? Get sum of digits. Print it here, and that's all. This will comment, however. So we need to print 1 plus 2 plus 3, right? So what you will do? Int reminder. Let's not here. You will just remove this. So what would be 1 plus 2 plus 3? Let's print it. Let's keep it as 0 only. So int reminder. How you will get each and every character? You will just do n modulo 10. right? N modulo 10 will give you the remainder. So answer plus equal to remainder, you just append that remainder n by equal to 10 and at last return the answer. So one single line of change will give you the sum of digits. For this, 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6, 4 plus 2 is 6, 1 plus anything is 1 plus 0 is 1 only. So we are getting 661. So you might be asked for the number of digits that are present in a given number, or print the sum of the numbers, or product, divide these numbers, any variation. We have understood how to get or how to make variations in these types of questions. I hope it is very clear. Next we will move forward to the next question. So after solving the first question, that was based on the digits, we will extracting the sum of digits, everything. So let's move forward to the second question of today. That is, we have been given an array as input. Okay, array as input. So we need to print the product of the array except itself. The question is product of array except itself. What does this mean? So if you see the example, it is as, let's say, array equal to 1 2 3 4. So the output is something like 24 12 8 6. How are we getting this? So the description over here is, one's corresponding is 24. Why it is 24 is the multiplication of 2 into 3 into 4. What is this? 12 into 2 gives us 24. So the product of array except itself is, we need to replace the value of that input with the rest of the product. That is, for 2, 1 into 3 into 4, that is 12 into 1 gives us 12. Now for 8, leave 3. If you leave 3, 1 into 2 into 4 will give you 8. For 4, you leave 4 and 3 into 2 gives you 6. This is the input format. So for 1 2 3 4, you are getting 12 to 24 12 8 6. This is a question. So we need to solve this question. For this, let's take the input first. For taking the input, we just require, let's remove all this, and we also need not need this. I'm not writing the whole description again, because now I think you got the understanding why are we writing entity, how are we taking that, everything. So for this, we want a array as input, right? Let's also remove this. For this, we want an array as input. So it is very simple. Just write vector of int v of n, that is n sized array. Now let's take the input. For int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus, and we'll just write c in v of I. So the taking of input is done. For this, the code is done. We just need to replace the values. Now let's understand the logic behind that. So how can we do this is, first calculate the total product. If you have observed or not, so it was 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 product would be, total product is 1 into 2 into 3 into 4, that gives us 24. So how 24 came here is, if you divide the total product with the given number, you will end up here. So 24 by 1 gives us 24. So 24 is over here. Now 24 by 2 gives you 12. So 24 by 2, 12. 12 is placed over here. 24 by 3 you do, 8 you will get. 24 by 6 you do, 4 you will do, 6 will get. So this is a simple approach that we follow. So while taking the input only, you can just do that int product equal to 1. Don't initialize it with 0, because 0 into something gives you 0 only. Product equal to 1. You can just do product multiply equal to, so for this, what we can do is int x c in x v of I equal to x, and product multiply equal to x. So I am doing the same thing in the same loop. Now let's print our total product once. Product and L. Let's see if we are getting 24 or not. First let's do until here. So let's take only one test case for now, and our array was 1 2 3 4. That's all. This is the input, so we should get 24. We are getting 2. Wow, let's see what are we doing wrong. So in product equal to 1, int x in x, why are we getting 2? Okay, we did not specify the size, so let's specify the size. Test case number 1, the size of array is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the sum. So we are getting 24. So we can just do for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. Now it would be simply v of I would be rather than replacing it, we can just print, right? We can write v of I divided by product will give me the answer, and let's give a space after the iteration. Let's print a new line. This is a simple code that we can follow. If you run this, the output would be something like 24, 12 and 8, 6. We are getting 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, let's see. Firstly, we can just print it. What are my I less than n, I plus plus, and see out v of I. I just want to see if my input is correct or not, because these are the type of things even you will encounter in your exam. So let's see if my if my input it is perfectly valid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I have just written the wrong statement. We should do product by v of I, but I am doing v of I by product. It was my bad. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, we need to get something like 24, 12, 8, 6. So we are definitely getting 24, 12, 8, 6. So this is why I write code live. I see many instructors, what they do, they just bring the screenshot, they just dry run their case. That is not the real learning. When you write code and debug by yourself by adding logs, then you will understand whether what you are doing. So it would be very easy for me to just keep one screenshot, read, dictate. It is not something like English class. We are doing practical coding. So the practicalness comes only when you write code by yourself. So it is not prepared. I don't come prepared and teach everything. So I write code. When you encounter these situations in your exam, it would be helpful. Now I don't know, right? I can write mistakes. V of I by product. I was doing V of I by product. How would I thought that input format was on. But when I noticed that I should do product by V of I, then I encountered that. So this is, I saw, okay, input is correct. I am doing everything correct, but my answer is wrong. So my logic would be wrong. So I just encountered my logic. So I was doing V of I by product, but it should be product by V of I. So this is how you encounter small things. So when you encounter these type of things, don't get panicked in your exam. Just debug things yourself. It would be very easy. So this is one of the very easy questions that you encounter in your exam. Now let's move forward to the next question. The next question is very good question. So we will be learning a new data structure, that is heap data structure. Okay, heap data structure. So the question is here, find kth largest element. Find kth largest element in an array. This is the question. Find the kth largest element in the array. What does this represent? So firstly, the input format would be something like t number of test cases, size of the array n, then you will have an array as input, then you will have k as input, print kth largest. This is the flow of the input for us given. This is the output. Okay, let's understand with one test case. So for example, test case number 1, let's say array 1 would be 1, 4, 3, 7, 9, 10. Let's say this is my array. Let's write its indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The size of array is 6. So my, let's say k value is 2. What does this k represent is, I want the kth largest, that is k equal to will represent I want the second largest. What is the second largest in this array? That is 9. You need to return 9. What is the fourth largest? What is the fourth largest element? That is 10 is first, second, third, and fourth is 4. Fourth largest is 4. This is the question. This is the question that we are solving. So the approach one for this is very simple. Blindly you can follow, sort the array. When the constraints are very low, on an average, sorting takes us O of n log n time complexity. It uses quick sort. Quick sort and average and worst case, it gives you n log n. So for n log n, quick sort gives you n square. Quick sort in average cases, it gives you O of n log n. But when you use built-in sorting in any language, that is C++, Java, Python, anything, the time complexity lies around this. With the problem setter don't want you use this inbuilt sorting, then he can do two things: prohibit sort keyword, or second would be make test case that is n input very large, so that you will get a error like time limit exceeded or partial test cases failing. You would be having 7 or 8 test cases or 10, 12 based on this shift and exam. Let's say you have 7 test cases, only 4 would be passing because the other 3 would be time limit exceeded. So this is the thing that we need to follow. If you sort the array, it was 1, 4, 3, 7, 9, 10. If you sort it how? Ascending. If you sort it ascending, it would be 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10. It would be something ascending. If you would have done it descending, in descending order, this would be. If you want the kth largest, k equal to 1, do return. For descending sort, I am saying. If you have done descending sort, you would have written just return v of k minus 1. For k equal to 2, we wanted second largest, right? Second largest is, we are returning k minus 1, that is v of 2 minus 1, that is v of 1. What is v of 1? V of 1 is 9. We are returning that. If you want first largest, you will just do k equal to 1. K equal to 1, k minus 1 is 1 minus 1, v of 0 is this. This is simple logic. If you have done ascending sort, some people don't know the syntax. How do you do descending sort? They don't know R begin R end. You don't know. If you have sorted it in ascending order, you would have done. You want the second largest, right? Let's write the indices. Why do you want to mugify the things? If you want the kth largest and you have sorted in ascending order, k equal to 2. K equal to 2, this is my last element, right? You will just do n minus k. So n was 6. N is 6 because 6 elements. 6 minus 2 gives you 4. V of 4 is 9. Anyway, you will get answer. You sort the answer, you will just say. Let's write the code for this and discuss the better approach for this question. So let's write the code for this. It would be very simple. We'll be requiring an n, and let's take the input for n, and let's define a vector of int v of n, and for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus c in v of I. Okay, the input for the array is done. Now what we had to do is sort the array. Let's do in ascending order. It was v, right? v dot begin. We'll specify the iterators. This will sort in ascending. It was ascending, right? Ascending order sorting is done. Now what we can do is we want int k also as input. Int k, scene k is also done. Now you want kth largest, so just print v of n minus k. This will give you the kth largest. Now here we also want k value, right? Let's say it is this test case is not that good. Let's write our test case only. So for test cases number, only one test case we are taking. The size of the array is 6 and the elements are 1 3 4 7. No, it is already in sorting, right? What was the unsorted array? It was 1 4 3 7 9 10. 1 4 3 7 9 10. We have given an unsorted array. Let's say k equal to 2, k equal to 2, and we want the kth largest. So it will first sort and return 9. Very simple. No, let's understand the better approach. We will not do sorting because we might not know whether sorting is allowed or not. Why do we want to get in that like O of n log n time? We can definitely do something better. So let's understand why we use heap data structure. What is a heap data structure? It is also known as priority queue. So the name itself says that priority queue stores the element. It is a data structure that stores element based on priority. So there are two types of heaps, priority queues, that is max heap and min heap. So max heap is something like, it is a special data structure that keeps the maximum element over the whole structure on its top. So let's say we have many elements 1 10 9 7 3 4. If this is my thing, always max heap what does this do is, the majority, that is the maximum element, will be accessible in order of one operation. That is, it would be easily if we do max heap dot top. What is this top function? This top function will always return as the maximum value of the array. I don't think so I need to even explain what is min heap. Min heap will have the minimum element. When we do min heap dot top, we will get the minimum element over the search space. So I hope it is very easy. So let's take the same example. It was 1 4 3 7 9 10, right? Let's say how we'll do. See, let's say this is my min heap. Okay, let's write min heap and let's name it as PQ. Okay, min heap as PQ. Now we are encountering a 1 is inserted. So what is the minimum value with 1 and the others? There are no other elements, so 1 is only the minimum element. Let's keep it. Let's change our test case something because this is not suiting and I am not able to understand. I can't give better clarity with that test case. So let's say 4 is my first element. 4 came inside. It will see, is I am small or anyone else in this min heap small. So only one element is there. So this is only the top. It will go in the top. So next 3 comes. Now when 3 comes, we'll say, no, 4 you are not top. You come inside. I am the smallest element. I will go up. Okay, makes sense. 1 comes in. Now 1 will say, 3 you are not the smallest value. I am the smallest value. Just go inside. I will be up. Okay. Now when 7 comes, 7 will say, okay, 1 is at the top. I am less than 1. So other elements would be also less than 1 only. That is greater than 1 only. So let 1 be at top. Now when 9 occurs, 9 will say, okay, I am greater than 9. So the other elements in the PQ would be also greater than 1. Now 10 comes. When 10 comes, okay, 1 is only the minimum. We are having the minimum element in our min heap. Now for k equal to 2, right? For k equal to 2, what do we need? We want the kth largest. See, we want the kth largest element, right? I explained you how actually a min heap and max heap works. So min heap, how actually working of min heap is done. So now let's understand how can we solve the problem kth largest element. How we can fetch the kth largest element with the help of min heap. Now let's take the same test case. It was what was it? Let's copy it. It was 1 4 3 7 9 10. 1 4 3 7, 9, 10. Now we have got a great clarity of how do we get the minimum heap and maximum heap functionality. The same procedure we follow, but when your pq dot size is greater than the k, you just pop that element, the answer would be available on the top by end. So I think the approach is very clear, but when I actually dry run the test case, you will easily understand. So okay, we are taking a min heap and k equal to 2, right? Let's see, if my k is greater than 0, sorry, k is greater than the min heap size is greater than k, then we will do a pop operation. So let's say 1 came in. Now 1 came in, it will say I am the smallest element, so I will go up. Okay. Now 4 came in. 4 will say, okay, this is a min heap. This is a min heap. 1 is only at the top. I can stay here. No problem. Now, what it will say? It will check. Is my min heap? What is the min heap size? 2. Is my 2 greater than 2? No. When we encounter the next element, so we are going 3. When we'll say 3 came, we'll first do a pop operation because the size of the min heap is greater. It is greater than the k. When we do a pop operation, the element on the top gets gone. When the element from the top goes, then now the new top would be 3 because among 3 and 4, 3 is the min. So 3 will go up. Now 7 comes in. Now when 7 comes in, it will say the size of min heap become greater. So the element on the top gets vanished and the smallest element now is 4. 4 went up. Now when 9 comes in, it will say 4, 7, 9. It is the size of min heap is greater than 2. So pop the element, popped. Now among 7 and 9, 7 is small, so 7 will go up. Now when 10 comes, it will say the size of min heap is greater than 2. It is greater than 2. So pop the element on the top. Among 9 and 10, 9 is small, 9 will go up. Now my array search space is done. We have exhausted. Now what is there on the top of the min heap? We are having 9. So 9 was only our second largest element in the search space. I hope it is very clear. How did we do this? So what are we doing here? Previously when we were doing, it was taking us n log n because we were sorting. But it will take k log n, where the size of array might be very long, but the size of k would be very small. K log n is very less than n log n. So by this we can drastically decrease the time complexity. I hope how did we approach this question is very clear and understood. So let's write for the code. So I hope the approach is very clear. Now let's we want a min heap, right? So how do we declare a min heap? Is vector we want a min heap, priority underscore q, data type is int, comma vector int, comma greater int. This is the syntax. How do you define a priority queue? That is min heap. So we will traverse in my array. Okay, for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. First pq dot push of v of I will push if your size pq dot size is greater than k, then pq dot pop. At last you will have the kth largest element on the top. We also want the k value, right? Int k seen k. I guess the input format and everything is correct. Let's run our code. Are we getting 9 or not? We are getting 9. Simple code. This is how you can just get the kth largest element by following the min heap approach. We will be solving 2 more questions and wrapping this session. And please do comment if you really like this question. I am coding live. everything is transparent and nothing. I don't want I am not someone who just dictates the code, get screenshots. No, we do practically, we will understand, because at the end you will write your exam, you will learn how I am writing code, you will learn by this, not by dictating. Okay, this is my approach of teaching. If it is good, you can definitely comment and ask for few other videos. I will definitely make over it. Now let's move forward to the next question.
So what is the agenda of this today's session? So agenda is very clear. As in the thumbnail, you guys already seen, we are going to discuss about the taking the input. So these are the various cases. So these are the various cases, scenarios that we are going to discuss. Apart from this also, we are going to discuss some special cases. Like if the array size is given, then in that case, how can we take input? This is very simple. I hope everyone knows. And how can we use dynamic array instead of, like, if the array size is not fixed and we don't know about the array size exactly, then how can I use dynamic array? And in most of the problem, in the TCS problem, array size is not given. In that particular situation, what will you do? Space separated input, how can we take? Comma separated input, how can we take? All those scenarios will be discussion. Okay, and also in the last, just make sure till watch this session till the end, because in the last last minute of this session, we will be discussing about the special cases. If the scanner is not working, then how can we do? And what are the various other ways how to take input? We will be discussing in the last. And also, apart from this, we will be solving one more coding problem as well. Okay, coding problem, actual coding problem that has been asked in the previous year examinations. Okay, fine, everyone. Someone is saying LinkedIn profile. Yeah, in the first, just see this, Adarsh Gupta, you can search over the LinkedIn, you will get it definitely. And the URL I have attached here, you can type or paste whatever you want. Okay, got it, everyone? Fine. So let's start. See, initially these are very simple. Like if the array size is given, then everyone can able to do, right? Just see this. I have categorized all the scenarios so that you will be getting the better understanding. Just see this. If the size of array is given, then what will be the Java code? See, I have attached Java code just to, reduce the time, because if I will go and write the code, then it will take longer than explaining these things, right? So instead of writing, I have attached. While coding the problems, like while solving the problems, we will directly solve the problem over the online compiler. Okay. Yes, correct. So that's actually we have here we are considering all the programming languages, not only the Java. Okay, Java, C++ for all the users, like Java, C++. If you are using Python, then also you will be finding this session useful, very useful, because I have included all those. Fine. Okay, fine, everyone. Oh, okay, just see this. If the array size is given, then what will be the Java code for this? This is very simple. The first thing, we will import the java.util package dot star, means it will include all the packages of the util package. Okay, of the all the classes like scanner class, array list, everything. So here we have defined a scanner class, right? Then after that, we are taking a simple n as an input from the user. Why? Because the array size is given. Na? So that's why in the next line, we are just defining, we are creating an array of the size n. Because we already know array is fixed size. Array is fixed size, right now? So we need n value. What is the size of the array that we need? So that's why first we are taking from the user n, then we are including in the array size. This is very simple, I know. This is first. Okay, this is the first scenario. If the array size is given, just simply we will use for loop, then one by one we will be taking from the input, like from the user as an input at every index. Okay, suppose we have created an array of the size 4, so 0 1 2 3, right? So right now I is here, then whatever the value will come here, we will paste it here, we will write it here, write it here. So like this we are taking the input from the user. That's very simple, and we already know how to print. Just use the for loop and just print it. This is simple for loop. Instead of using for loop, you can use enhanced for loop as well. Okay, so all these things we already covered in our courses as well. Don't think like, see, all the scenarios, all the concept, all the methods, since in this session we are going to discuss, but all the things we are like discussing all the things on the YouTube, it's not possible, but already we have discussed in our courses. If let me share these our courses, just see this. If you go, the link will be in the description, you can go and check it out. Just see, the when you go inside the content for the TCS NQT course, so you will see this, the TCS roadmap, then how to log in, and whatever the instruction that you like to access your course, whatever the question that has been asked in the previous year examination, we have already covered. You can go and watch if you are enrolling in this particular session, like in this particular course, and whatever the question has been added to 2024 recording videos and all the things. Okay, and just say this, live classes we are going to conduct daily basis, daily live classes going on. Okay, and practice it, mock test series, English communication, AI to everything we are giving you. Okay, just you can enroll in this course, definitely you will find it useful. Okay, so in all the languages we are providing the lectures, coding problems, not only the Python, not only the Java, also in C++, Java, Python. Okay, and already we are conducting daily live classes. Fine, so this will be the best thing. And also one more thing, one more surprise, that is DSA white book. We have launched the DSA white book. This is most important. This is most important for the TCS. Okay, DSA white book. Okay, white book. This is most important, and it includes a lot of problems, around 200 important problems. 200, including the previous year questions, including the previous year question patterns. We can't expect the exact problem, right? So based on the pattern, we can solve any number of problem, any kind of problem, right now? So 200 important questions we have included. I think more than 600 plus pages. Okay, and we are covering in all the languages. I'm telling you again, all the languages. Okay, fine everyone. Don't think if you are just using Java, then this session will be useful for only Java users. No, Java, C++, and Python, every. Fine. Okay, so this was about the courses. You definitely you will find it useful. Okay, so this was the array size. If given, then how the our Java code will look like this. Fine, let's move to the next. This is the Java code. Now if you see, this is the C++ code. The same thing, the same thing. We are taking the input and then we are creating an array of the size, and then we are taking the input array elements from the user. Got it? Right? Then we are just simply printing it. Fine everyone? And similarly, you can find the same thing in Python. Okay, if the size is of the array is given, then what will be the Python code? Python code is very simple, right? Then n size, then creating an array, then all those things, the same thing we are repeating, right? Taking input, right? And then in the last we are printing the array elements. So just let me know in the chat section if everything is fine till here. Any doubt? Because this is very simple, I know. So everything is fine. Just let me know in the chat section. I am reading your chat. Oh, someone is saying Python. Yes, Python is included. Okay. All the languages we are covering. I think everything is fine, right? No doubt. Let's move to the next scenario. Yes. Before letting you know, this is the white book will look like. This is the DSA white book that we have launched yesterday. Part 1 and part 2, I think launched. We already launched. So what are the topics covered? Just see this. Almost every and each and every topics we have included in this particular book. Okay, like taking input, arrays, strings, sliding window, linked list, bit manipulation, backtracking, binary search, binary tree problem, story based, previous year question, stack queue, DQ problem. Apart from this also, TCS started asking about the graph problem as well. Graph problem. I'm not saying the hard level of graph problem, but they are asking easy to medium level of problem. Okay, let's move to the next. So if the size of array is given, but we wanted to include the dynamic array, then how can we do it? Just say this. Dynamic array means suppose we don't know about the size. Suppose dynamic array means it will increase the size while we are adding the elements into the array. So in Java, we use array list. We use array list. Okay, so the same thing we are going to do. Scanner class we have imported, created, then we are taking the n as an input, then we have created an array list. This is the syntax you have to keep in mind. You have to remember it. This is the syntax. Array list, here you have to define what type of data you are going to store. If it is integer, then definitely you have to write integer. If it is a string, then you need to write string. If it is character, then you need to write character. Like this. I hope everyone knows this is pretty simple, right? Then after that, simply use for loop to extract, to take the input from the user. So how can I add the element into the array list? There is a method dot add method. So we will use this. So this is the reference variable of the list. With the help of this, we are using this method list dot add, and this, we are using the sc.nextInt to take the input from the user. Got it? So we will be taking all the elements, whatever the user number of inputs, whatever the user wanted to add. Got it? Then after that, we are simply, print the elements using the simple loop. I hope everything is fine here. And how can I print? How can I print? You have to use dot get method, and also you have to give the index I to print, to get the element from the array list. Got it? So I have written list dot get I. This is fine. This is fine, right? And simply here you can also print with the help of enhanced for loop. Just see this. I hope everyone knows about the enhanced for loop. We already covered in the courses. Just see this. First, you have to write the data type, then any variable name, whatever you want, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, your name as well. Then where you want to traverse. We want to traverse on list. So that's why here I have provided the name of the list. And simply we are printing that particular variable. Got it? Fine. This is the Java code. Similarly, for the C++ code, just say this. The same thing. In the Java, we have used array list, but in the C++ code, we will be using vector. This is only one difference. Okay, the logic is same. Instead of using array list, we are using vector. Okay, so here we have created vector, right? First, we are taking the input, and also after creating the vector, we are taking the input in this vector with the help of from the user, and we are adding into this list. List means here vector. Okay, and this is the method push back. In Java, we have used dot add method, but in the vector in C++, we are using push back. Okay, and to print, just simply write list of I. What is list? Here you can give any name. Okay, XYZ, whatever. And with the help of index, you can print. Okay. And this is simply printing with the help of enhanced for loop. This is the simple for loop you can print. And if you want to use the enhanced for loop, you can print. Okay. If, and sometimes I heard from the user, from the students, that this enhanced for loop doesn't work in the TCS compiler, then what will you do? Then definitely you have to use this indexed based for loop, right? I hope everything is fine. So now let's discuss the Python code. The same thing, right? Taking input, creating list, like creating the list to include all the elements, then traversing on that, then we are printing, right? And with the help of enhanced for loop also we are printing. The same thing. With the help of index, with the help of enhanced for loop, we are printing in the Python. Right, everyone? Any doubt? Any doubt? I hope no, right? Let's move to the next session, next slide. Okay, now the main thing is started. If the size of array is not given, if the array size is not given, then how can we take the input from the user? Just see this. There are multiple situations. If the TCS compiler, if the TCS examination is saying you have to take input with the help of like space separated values, you have to take the from the user. Space separated values, right? And array size is already, like array size is not given. This is the first condition, array size is not given. And also we have to take the input from the user as space separated values. Okay, then how can we take? Just see this. The same thing. Since we need to take the input from the user, so we need to create a scanner class, right? Then we are taking as a string input. Just see this, sc dot next line. Here we have written sc dot next line, right? If you're writing sc dot next, then in this case space will not be included in Java. Okay, space will not be included. Suppose the user has entered I am Adarsh, like this string user has entered, and you have taken with the help of this sc dot next. So if you are going to print it, it will print only I. Whenever it will get the space, it will not consider the further characters, further values. Okay, so that's why we are using sc dot next line as well, so that it will include the spaces. Fine, everyone? So like this we are going to take the input. Just see this, like this. This is a string in double quotes, and 1, then space, then 2, then space, then 3, then space, like this. Okay, then after that what we are doing, see, this is a string now. How can I access this 3 if I want to access that particular number, that is 3, and I want to perform some operation on that 3? How can I get 3 first? So to access that particular element 3 or 4 or 5, anyone, with the help of index, we need to create what? We need to first split this given string based upon the space. Here we are getting every time space now, so that's why here we have split it. Here we have splitted the given string with the help of space. So here, just see this, whatever, like output will look like this. Output will look like this for this star, for this nums array. This is nums array we have created now. This is nums array. So now our nums array will look like this: 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, like this. So we splitted, right? We splitted this string, and this nums array will look like this, containing the string as 2, string as 3, string as 4, string as 5, string as 6, not the integer. This is not integer, this is a string one. This is a string in 2, this is a string in 3, but I want as integer to perform addition, to perform multiplication, whatever the operation that we wanted to perform, right? So with the help of this line, we have split it. Now our nums array is looking like this. Now we have created array list because we doesn't know, like we don't know about the size, right? How many numbers are present in this nums? I don't know now. User can enter multiple numbers. I don't know. That's why we are using array list. Then simply we are going to add, we are first going to extract this string, this number, this num, right, as 1 as a string. Then we are going to convert into the integer. Then we are going to add into the list. Suppose this is our list that we have created. Suppose this is list we have created, right? So after creating, we are going to traverse onto this nums array. This is a string based array, right? So list.add integer.parseInt_num. So here we have defined num, that is a variable, right? This is enhanced for loop, right? That is a variable, it will contain right now as a 1. So this is, what is this? This is 1 as a string format, but I need integer. So we will use integer.parseInt. We have passed this 1. So it will convert into the single one, that is integer. So here 1 will come. Similarly for 2, similarly for 3, similarly for 4, 5 and 6. Got it, everyone? And in the next line, we have just printed that element with some space, like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6. Got it, everyone? Just do let me know in the chat section if everything is fine. I hope everything is fine. This is the main important thing, because in the TCS examination, they generally don't given the size of the array. This is Java code, right? Similarly, for if the size of array is not given and we are taking the input as separated, comma separated, just now we have seen space separated, right? Now user has entered 1, then space, then 2, then space, then 3, then space, like this, na? But now the question is saying you have to take the input from the user as a comma separated. So right now the user will enter like this, as a string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. Okay, like this, 6, like this. Now how can I access each and every number? The same thing. We have taken the input from the user. Then we have created a nums array. Let's create here nums array. The same thing we are doing. Okay, nums array which have I split it with the based on comma, right? Because the user has entered with the help of comma. So that's why we have separated these values with the help of comma. So means 1 will come here as a string, just keep in mind, as a string. 3 will come here as a string, then 4, then 5, then 6, every. Okay. But how can I access these 3? With the help of index I can, but this is a string that I need as a integer. So the same thing we are doing. We are traversing over this nums array and we are converting this into the integer. Okay. After creating the list, suppose we have created list. This is list, and then 1 will come here, 2 will come here. After converting the integer in the integer, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, like this. Then simply we are printing. That's it. I hope everyone got it, right? This is the important thing, let me tell you, because the many students are getting a struggle to take the input with the help of like comma separated and space separated. So the same thing in C++, I have also attached comma separated, not comma, space separated values. If with the help of this get line, we are taking the input from the user in C++, then we are creating vector instead of array list, because we created array list in the Java. In C++ we are creating vector, right? Then we are using this string stream SSSTR, right? Then after that we are traversing on this while get line this, then we are pushing into the list. The same thing, the same logic we are doing, right? And after converting into the integer s to I means it will convert string to I means what? Integer. Got it? And simply then we are printing the elements. Got it, everyone? I hope it's fine. It's very easy, right? Similarly, the same thing, array size is not given and we are taking comma separated values, then how our C++ code will look like this? Our C++ code will look like this. The same thing, instead of like the user will enter like this 1 comma 2 comma 3 like this comma, and this is a string, not a array. So here we have created vector, the same approach, then string, then we are traversing while loop with the help of while loop, and we are, just see this here, we are splitting with the help of comma, not a space. In the previous slide we have used here space, right now, but here comma, and then we are adding into the list, that is with the help of pushback. But here also we are converting the given string into the integer. The same logic we are performing, and in the last we are just simply printing, right? Our output will look like this: 1, then 2, 1, then some space, then 2, then some space, and 3 space, 4 space, 5 space, and 6. Got it, everyone? Any doubt till here? Someone is saying, what topics should we follow for coding parts? See, TCS generally focus on array, string, but nowadays they are started asking about the questions based on the tree graph also. Okay, if I am saying array, so array is not a small topic. Let me tell you, array is very big topic. It will include 2 pointers, it will include sliding window approach, and everything, right? Heap, stack, and queue, these are also important. Okay, you can't skip. Fine, let's move to the next, the Python code. The same thing, the same scenario. If the size of array is not given, then taking space separated values, just see this, user will enter like this. So here we are splitting the nums. We are storing these nums by splitting space, then creating list and adding into the list after converting into the integer. Simple. And then we are printing. Got it? Then here, if the size of array is not given, but we are taking comma separated values, now the user will enter like this: 1 comma 2 comma, like this. Now the same thing we are doing. First we will split the given string based on the comma, then we are creating list, and then we are adding into the list with the help of append method, and after converting into the integer, because after splitting this will look like this: 1 as a string, 2 as a string, 3 as a string, right now, but I need integer, so that's why here we are doing typecasting, right? We are converting into the integer, then we are adding into the list. I hope everyone got it. And this is how we are printing in the Python. So we are covering all the languages, no need to worry, right? Till here it's fine, everyone? Till here it's fine? Got it, everyone? Okay, someone is saying why we are printing the elements here. Just to show you, we are printing the array elements. If you are not willing to print, just ignore that part. Okay, no need to worry about it. Just for your understanding, like if you write the same code on the online compiler, then it will execute and it will print. To visualize the output, I have added the printing logic. That is very simple, right? Got it? Fine, everyone? Okay. Now the next scenario. See this, this is also important. Sometimes TCS says if the size of array is not given, it's fine. And we are taking comma separated values, that is also fine, that we have discussed. But the question is saying This is saying you have to take input with the brackets. User is going to take with the brackets like this. So AJ string 1, then comma, then 2, then comma, then 3, then comma, like this. 5, then 6, like this AJ string. But also with the bracket. So how we need to access this 1, we need to access this 2, 3, because we need to perform some operation to solve the problem, right now. So how can we do? The same thing we are going to do, but we need to ignore the bracket, right? And if we are going to like see this, if you have ignored this part, then it will look like this: 1 as a string, comma 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Now it will look like the same scenario that we have discussed just now. So we need to add just one condition, just one condition. If we are finding the bracket, starting bracket and closing bracket, whatever the bracket type is, if it is like this, then you can ignore this part. If it is like this, then you can ignore this part with the help of if condition. Got it, everyone? Let's try to understand this. Scanner class, then taking string as an input, next line like this as an input. Now here we have added a check. If string dot start with this bracket and ends with this bracket, then what we need to do? We need to just ignore, we need to just exclude this part, right? So means from here to here, this substring I need, only, na? So that's why here we are using string dot substring starting from 1. See this is 0 index, this is 1 index. 0 index is for the for the opening bracket, and this is 1. So it's starting from 1, right? Str dot length minus 1. So just see this: 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like this, na? Whatever the value we have given it here, na, it will not include in our substring. That's why I have written str dot length minus 1. Getting my point? Because we need to ignore this part as well, this closing bracket. So we need to exclude that part. That's why we are doing minus 1. Getting my point? So if it is suppose others, ADARSH, okay, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to suppose from here to here. So what should I write it here? Can anyone tell? I need, instead of not taking whole, just suppose I need only this part. What should I write? Can anyone tell? Just let me know in the chat section. Can anyone tell? Someone is saying Python. I have attached the code in the Python. No need to worry. This is Java, na? In the next slide, I have attached for the C++ code, for the Java, for the Python as well. Just keep patience. Okay. Fine, everyone. Just keep patience. Can anyone tell? Just let me know in the chat section. What should be the output? Like I need only this part. D, A, R, S. Only this. What should I write it here? Str dot substring starting from 1, right? Now, because I need D, but ending with S. What should I write it here? 4 or 5? Can anyone tell? 4 or 5? Yes, 5. Someone is telling 5. Correct. So basically, I need till 4. So that's why we need to, write 5, because 5 will not include it. That's why. Got it? Then after that, we have splitted the given. After ignoring the opening and closing bracket, we are just splitting the given array, not given array, given string based on the comma. Then we are creating array list. That is very simple, right? The same approach we are following right now. Then after we are adding into the list. After converting into the integer, the same format, right now. And here we are printing to visualize the answer, how our output will look like this. Now output will look like this: 1 2 3 4 5, because we are adding the space as well. Got it, everyone? Yes, someone is answering. Yeah, correct. Everyone is someone is saying 0 comma 4. That is wrong. That's what I'm trying to explain you. If you are writing 4 here, so fourth index value will not be included. That's why. Okay. Got it, everyone? Any doubt till here? I hope so. No. Right? Let's move to the next. This is C++ code. Just see this. Array size is not given, right? Array size is not given, fine. And we are taking comma separated and also with brackets. Then how can we take? The same thing. User will enter like this, right now. With the help of getLine, we will take input in C++. Then here we have attached the extra condition, if condition, like if they starting with this bracket and ending with this bracket, then we are doing this substring part. We are ignoring. Getting my point? I hope everyone knows about this substring, substr we use in C++. I hope everyone knows about the substring concept in C++. Right? Got it, everyone? Fine. And similarly, we are going to create a vector instead of list, array list, because we create array list in Java, here in C++ vector. Then the same thing, string stream ss str we have passed. Then we are traversing and we are splitting based on the comma, right? And we are pushing into the list after converting the string into the integer. The same thing I am explaining right now. In the previous slides we already explained, right? This is the new condition that we have added. Simple, right? And in the last we are just simply printing. Got it, everyone? Okay, this is the Python code for Python user. You can take a screenshot, you can copy paste, whatever you want. Okay, taking input, I don't think so I need to explain, because this is very simple. The same approach, the same logic we are following, like string as input starting with this bracket, right? Now comma separated values here starting with brackets, and here we have added that extra condition to ignore these brackets. Got it, everyone? In the Python the same thing. Then we are splitting the given string based on the comma. Then we have created list. Then we are adding into the list, appending with the help of append method after converting into the integer. Right, everyone? Then simply we are printing in the output. You can print and you can see. Got it, everyone? I hope everything is fine. Similarly, just see this. This is the main important thing. So for Java user, if scanner is not working, then what will you do in this particular case? In this particular scenario, what will you do? If scanner is not working, then we will use buffer reader. Okay, just keep in mind this particular syntax. You have to keep in mind. The first thing, you have to import this. Import java.io.asterisk. This is the important thing you need to import, right? This is important if you are going to use buffer reader. Okay, first you have to write buffer reader, then br. You can give any name like xyz, whatever. This is reference variable, then new keyword, then buffer reader. Here also you have to give new input stream reader system.in. You have to give. This is the important thing that you need to keep in mind, right? You have to remember it. This is the syntax. I can't do anything, right? And one more thing, you have to here throws the exception, throws input output exception. This is also important. You need to throw the exception, otherwise it will give error. Okay, so one more, just see this. First thing this, then second this, third is this, right? Then we are taking as a string input. How can I take? With the help of read line. Just see this, in Java we have used dot next line, but in buffer reader we are going to use read line. Okay, this is reference variable br dot read line. Got it? Here you can print it. Just see this, suppose I have entered others. Okay, others. So in the next line it will print others as it is. Just for your visualization I am printing. Just see this, I have given input others, then it is printing others as an output. Why we are discussing this thing? The reason is scanner is not working, that's why we are using buffer reader. Getting my point? Okay, someone is saying you have taken a string as an input now. What about the case when we are like, when we have to give integer, when we have to give the double as input, then in that scenario how can I take? This is for taking the string as input. What about the integer? What about the double? So see, this is the same thing, like br dot read line we have to use, but I need integer, so here we need to add this extra thing, integer dot parse int. Okay, we need to use it here, integer dot parse int. You have to remember, you have to practice it, otherwise you will get it, otherwise you will not get it right. So this is for the integer input. Got it? And suppose we have given 23 and the next line we are printing as a 23. Got it? And what about double? So just see this, the same thing, br dot read line to taking the input, but I need in double data type, so that's why here we need to write double dot parse double. This is the syntax that you need to remember. Got it? After taking in the num2, so suppose this is double value I have taken, then again we are printing just to visualize it whether I have taken correct input from the user or not. Till here it's fine, everyone. So we are discussing a lot of scenarios. Okay. This is the case when the scanner is not working for the Java user. Got it, everyone? This is the special cases. Just see this. This is the special case for Java user also. Suppose when you are going to enter a number that is integer, then after that string, then in that scenario you have to use your mind. With the help of this line you have to use, just keep in mind, the first thing is scanner class, then we are taking as an input and that is integer, right? Integer number. Suppose we have taken n is equal to 5. In arrays problem we generally do na, first we take the size n is equal to 5, and suppose in the next line immediately I want to take a string as an input. This is integer, this is int. Now string s I need to take. So if you go directly, if you are going to take input as a string with the help of this line, string s is equal to sc dot next line, that you will get error. So to take the string as an input, immediate from the integer, you need to add this particular line, sc dot next line. Just keep in mind, this is the case when you are going to enter integer, then immediately you are going to integer as a string. You have to take input as a string from the user. In that scenario, you have to add this particular line. Any fallback Python like indentation error or something? Sometimes I have got the feedback from the user in the last. Sometimes we got the issue regarding the indentation, TCS compiler issue sometimes. Okay, not all the time, but sometimes we generally got. Okay, this is the special case for the C++ user. The same case, like when you are going to enter as an integer int n something, suppose 5, then immediately as a string, whatever, like string s, whatever, right? Something. So just see this, when you are enter number, then string, then you have to add this particular line for C++ user. This is the scenario, right? Getting my point? Here taking an as input, then adding this line, then taking string as input, then here we are printing. Got it, everyone? This is the line to take the string as input. Okay, everyone? I hope. Now, this is all about all the scenarios that we discussed, like how to take the input. Fine? Fine, everyone? Till here, any doubt? Why are we telling like this? What? Any doubt, anyone? Because right now we are going to discuss one problem. Let's see. Let me tell you, this is very important problem. Multiple times has been asked this particular problem. Most important problem. Okay, most important problem. Just see this. In the automated warehouse of TCS Global, packages are identified by a string of color codes. Okay, each code represents a specific priority level. Okay, so means each code means, see this, there are various color codes. Okay, in the TCS Global, packages are identified by a string of color codes. And what are the color codes? Color codes are either 0 or 1 or 2. So if it is 0, means this is high priority, represented by red color. And if it is 1, then it is medium priority, represented by white color. And if it is 2, then it is low priority and represented by blue color. Right? Now, the system receives a single string containing these codes. Listen carefully. Single string containing these codes only, separated by commas, like this: 0, comma 2, comma 1, comma 2, comma 0, comma 1, like this, okay? And your task is to reorder these packages. So we need to reorder these packages so that all high priority, listen carefully, all the high priority, that is 0 items, comes first, followed by medium priority items, that is 1, and finally low priority. First high priority, then medium priority, then low priority. High priority means 0, medium priority means 1, low priority means 2. In this order we need to reorder. Got it, everyone? Till here it's fine, everyone? This is most important problem. Multiple times has been asked, not only in the TCS, not only in the TCS, in many exams. Okay, right? Just let's look at the example, then we will get better understanding. In the note section, it is saying you must perform the sort in place with order of 1 extra space. Order of 1 extra space means what? We need not to, like, that is not allowed to use extra space. Okay, and the time complexity is order of n. This is the scenario, like this is the case. This is the time and space complexity, a constraint that we need to follow while solving the problem. Got it? So using built-in sorting function is strictly prohibited for this exercise. For this question, you can't use built-in function, any sorting function, right? So here is a twist. You can't use. Okay, let's see how our input format will look like this. A single line containing a string s. So s will be like this, s, right? And the string consists of integer 0, 1, 2 separated by commas. So like this: 1, then comma 2, then comma 0, then 1, then 0, like this. Nah? Okay. In the output format, a single line containing the sorted integers. Just keep in mind, single line containing the sorted integers separated by comma. You see this: sorted integers separated by comma. So output will look like this: 1, then you add comma, na? Separated by comma, 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, not 1, 2, 3, I have written wrong. Okay, in output it will look like this: 0, high priority, all zeros, 0, comma 0, and all, then medium priority package, that is 1, 1, then low priority package, that is 2, only 1, 2. So this will be the output as an integers separated by comma. Question is clear to everyone? I am reading your chats. Question is clear to everyone? Just let me know one thing. How can we solve this? There are multiple ways to solve this. There are multiple ways to solve this. Just see this. This is input now as a string. Just keep in mind this is as a string, but this is not as a string. So just see this. First high priority, then medium priority, then low priority. If you see carefully, just we are sorting the given input. Just we are sorting only. If you sort it in ascending order, obviously in ascending order, then 0 will come first, then 1, then 2. All the zeros, then all the ones, then all the twos. Right, everyone? Okay, if you see the next input, 1, 2, 0. So first 0, that is high priority package, then 1, then 2, like this. And with the help of sorting, you can do, right now. So the first method, can anyone tell what is the first method to solve this problem? Just now I told na, by sorting. But in the question is saying explicitly, question is saying using inbuilt sorting function, is strictly prohibited. So we can't use. Although we can get our desired result, but we can't use. Got it, everyone? So we can't use sorting. So this approach will not helpful. Although we will get the output, right? Let's discuss the second method. Can anyone tell what should be the second way to solve this instead of sorting? I am reading your chat. Just let me know in the chat section. Someone is saying, can we use built-in function while using Python? See, it depends on the TCS compiler instruction in the coding instruction part as well, in the coding question as well. Because sometimes, just see this, in this particular session, built-in function is not allowed. Although I have in Java as well, right? Right now? Someone is saying, yes, someone like two-pointer approach. Yeah, similar. But I am saying before going to the optimal that you are telling the two-pointer approach, that is the most optimal solution, right? Not two-pointer. This is referred as three-pointer to solve this problem. I will tell you why. Because here there are three numbers only: 0, 1, 2. Apart from this, we are not getting any other numbers, right? Can anyone tell any other way to solve it? Just see this. Suppose this is array. Suppose let's count all the zeros first with the help of this variable count zeros, right? Let's count all the ones. Let's count all the twos. So only three variables we have created to counting all the zeros, all the ones, and all the twos present in the input, right? If you see, how many numbers of zeros are present? 1, 2 times. So the number of zeros present in the given input is 2 times. Count 1. So here 1 is present also 2 times. Can be differ. 2 times. And here 2 is present also 2 times. Fine. Right? So the first thing, we will count all the zeros, all the ones, then all the twos. Right? Then we will simply create an array, whatever the size based upon this, right? And we will add all the count of zeros, then all the count of ones, then all the count of 2's, like this. In this way, we solve this problem. Like all the zeros will appear adjacently, then all the ones, then all the 2's will appear together. Got it, everyone? This is the second approach. This is the second approach. Someone is saying merge sort. Sorting is not applicable, bro. You can solve with the help of sort, but the question is explicitly saying we can't use inbuilt functions, so we can't use any kind of sorting technique. Yes, the main thing, the main core idea, that is the most important concept also. That is, let me add one page. Yes. Dutch national algorithm. Dutch national algorithm. Right? This is the most important algorithm that provides you optimal solution to solve this particular problem. If you have only three kinds of values, 0, 1, 2, not only for 0, 1, 2, it can be also from other variables, other values also. So Dutch national algorithm, what it says, just let's take as one input, then we will try to understand it. 2, 0, 2, 1, 1, then 0. Let's suppose this is our array. Okay, and taking the input, I already told now how to take as a string. I will show you on the online compiler as well, no need to worry. Suppose right now I have this. Okay, this is nums array, right? Dutch national flag algorithm, basically here I need to include flag as well. This national flag algorithm. Okay, flag. So this particular algorithm says we need to define three pointer approach, basically three pointer approach. Okay, so let's create three pointer for our understanding, for our convenience. I, J, and K. Okay, and we are assuming I will take care of 0, J will take care of 1, K will take care of 2. Got it? Only three variables we have created, and we already know in the array only three integers will be there. Either it can be 0, either it can be 1, or it can be 2 only. Apart from this, there will be no numbers. Apart from this, neither 3, 4, 5, no. Only these three. Three kinds of number will be present in the given nums. That's why it is referring as flag, because flag, in our national flag, I think there are three numbers. No? You can relate with that also. So I have assumed I will understand, or I will take care of 0, J will take care of 1, and K will take care of 2. Okay. So I will here, and J will here, and K will here. Now the one question will arise in your mind, why I have defined K at the end. The reason is because K will take care of 2. Na? Just think about your mind in output. What will be the output for this input? First, all the zeros will come, then all the ones will come, then all the twos will come. So basically, just now I told K will be take caring of, like K will take care of 2. So definitely 2 will present at the end. Getting my point? Definitely K will present at the end. 2 will present at the end. That's why we are initializing the K as this particular last index. Got it, everyone? So means I have initialized I at 0 index, J as where at 0 index, and K at last index, that is n minus 1. That is n minus 1. Na? Getting my point, everyone? Why I have defined K at the end? I hope everyone clear, right? Someone is saying, does national flag I'll go? Yes, sir. Okay. Someone is asking, sir, we are not taking extra space then? No. Here we are not taking any extra space. Getting my point? Right? Someone is saying split the array by comma and sorted it. Sorted in the list. We can't use sort method, inbuilt method. Someone is saying, bro, daily live stream. See, if you find it this particular session useful, just give it like, subscribe to this channel, and also if you need further session more like this, you can comment in the comment section. After the live, I will check whatever the comment you will put it. Okay. If you need second part or next part, just comment it down. Then definitely I will be trying to bring this kind of lecture. Okay. So actually, I'm reading your chats. If someone has any kind of doubt. Okay, so anyone is like, yes, someone is asking giving C sharp compiler. TCS giving C sharp compiler in the exam. I think no, C sharp is not supported. Only uh, Java, C++, and Python. Okay. Okay. Someone has doubt. Broken Dalkan. Yeah, the name is good. Sir, in the last sorting question, uh, question has mentioned that you cannot use extra space, but you use the array to store the elements after count. That's why I am going to discuss this particular algorithm. Right? This is also a good method, but here we are using like extra space to add. But without creating this array, also you can do it in input array. You can directly modify as well. Okay, this is also a good approach. This is also order of n solution. This is also a good approach, right? But multiple times, just see this multiple times. This is not one pass solution. This is not one pass solution. Multiple times we had to traverse. First we need to traverse on count zeros, then count ones, then count two. Definitely, no. Multiple times from here to here, then from here to here, then from here. So this is not one pass solution. Although we are like time complexity is order of n, that is fine, right? The Dutch national flag algorithm comes into the picture because here we are not going to use any extra space, and in the order of n time complexity we will be solving order of n time complexity. Okay, the time complexity will be order of n. Got it? Got it? No? Any doubt, anyone? Okay, someone is saying the extra space I mean by the second approach. Yes, in the second approach you can use extra space, and also without extra space you can do. Suppose you have entered whatever the given array as input, you can directly modify in that. After counting the zeros, all the zeros and all the ones and all the twos, you can directly go input array and modify it, right? If you're not willing to use extra space, then. Got it, everyone? Okay, let's move ahead. Till let's find the ijk variable initialization part is done. Now, if you see carefully, nums of j is 2. Nums of j value is 2. Okay, but I know j will taking care of 1, not 2, but here we are getting 2. So 2 will be taken care by k, because just see this, k will take care of 2 and j will take care of 1, but here we are getting nums of j is 2. So what we need to do? Ideally 2 should be taken care by k, right now. So what will we do in this particular session? If nums of j is 2, then we will do swapping. with this number with this, because k value should be 2 na, getting my point, and j value should be 1. So that's why here we are swapping. So in this way 2 will be like reach at the correct position. So swap nums of j with nums of k. Got it everyone? Right? So now our array will look like this. Now our array will look like this. 0 will come here, then 0, then 2, then 1, then 1, and then 2. Got it? Till it's fine now. So 2, see, k is here, now 2 is present here. So now k got the desired value, that is 2. Now k value got the 2. So now we will decrease the k. Now we will decrease the k. Now k should be here. Got it? Why I have decreases k? Can anyone tell why I have decreases k in this scenario? Because k got 2. Right now at the kth position, k is getting 2. That is fine. That we are happy because k is responsible for 2. That's why. So that's why I decreases k. Okay. And what about I and j? I and j at the same place. I and j at the same place. I is here, j is here. Till it's fine. Okay. Now we will check again. What is the nums j value? Nums j is right now 0. Right now nums j is 0. Okay. So just now we have assumed 0 will be taken care by I. But here nums of j is 0. So j value is 0 na, but it should be ideally I. So what we need to do? We need to swap. We need to swap na. Swap. The same concept we are using swap. Nums of j value with I. Why? Because 0 is responsible for I. So nums of I. Got it? And just let's do it. Let's do it. Our array will look like this. So with I, our array will remain same. Na? I value is 0, j value is also 0. So means 0 will stay there. Then 0, 2, 1, 1, then 2. Right now? But what we need to do extra things. So after swapping, I and j variables are pointing at the same index. So although both I got the same desired value, so in this case, I will do I plus plus and j plus plus. We will move ahead. Why both? Because both started at the same position. Got it, everyone? Got it, everyone? Till it's fine. Someone is asking which language is better. I think Java is better for me, and most of the students prefer Java. But for Python users, a lot of Python user is also there. But if you ask me, then I prefer Java because Java is my love. Okay, fine. Okay, till it's fine. Now. Let's think about the next thing. I will be here because I plus plus j plus plus we did, right? Now k is here. Okay. Now again we will do the same thing. What is nums of j value? Nums of j is 0 again. So nums of 0. Then we will do the same thing again because nums of 0 is this. Then we are doing these 3 steps. Swapping this thing in the same thing. I'm not going to write. Swapping nums of j and I, then I plus plus, then j plus plus. Got it? Right now, if you are doing swapping, I value and j value both are same. So our array will look like the same. No change, right? Right now. So let me create again for our better understanding. 0, 0, 2, then 1, then 1, then 2. Right now. So now I plus plus Right now I will come here, j plus plus, j is come here, and k is already here. Now let's check nums of j again. Nums of j right now is 2. Just see this, nums of j is 2. What we need to do in this case? Nums of j is 2, and I know j is responsible for 1. J is responsible for 1, and 2 is responsible for no no yes, 2 is responsible for, just see this, k, right now, and j is responsible for 1. So in this case what we need to do? The same thing. Here see this, swapping j and k minus minus. Okay, swapping j and k minus minus. Got it? So let's do this, swapping j and k, this value and this value, and then we will decrease the k. So our array will look like this. 0, 0, then 1 will come here, then 1, then 2 will come here, then 2. Now I is here, j is here already, and k minus minus because j is 2 na, so k will come here. Got it? The same thing we are doing. We are doing fully dry run to understand. If you are not doing dry run, then definitely you will not be able to write the code. That's why I'm explaining each and every line doing dry run. Okay, till it's fine. Okay, then after nums of j is 1. Nums of j is 1. Nums of j is 1. So nums of j is 1. Then just let me, okay. If nums of j is 1, then in that case, in this case, what we need to do? And just now I told I will be 0. I will take care of 0, j will take care of 1, k will take care of 2. So right now j is getting 1, and now j is happy because j is taking care 1, right? So in this case only we need to do j plus plus. That's it. No swapping because j is happy by getting 1. Getting my point? Everyone got it? Got it? And if I do j plus plus, our array will look like this. 0, 0, 1, then 1, then 2, 2. Now j plus plus means j will come here at the k position, right now, and I is here. And now nums of j is 1. Oh, okay, nums of j is 1 again. So if I am getting nums of j is 1 again, so we need to do j plus plus 1 again. So j plus plus 1, j plus plus, so j will come here. But now after doing j plus plus, j crossed k, right? So means we need to stop it here. So what will be the while condition? J should be less than or equal to k. If j is getting crossed by k, then we need to stop. So why I explain all these steps? Just to get this particular case, just to get the particular condition. Most of the people remember it. Most of the people memorize it. This is not the correct way. Right, everyone? Okay, I hope everyone got it. Let's complete it. Let's try to write the code on the online compiler. Okay, and try to execute it. Okay, let's do it. Yes, okay. The first thing, we are going to take scanner as input. Scanner as is equal to new scanner system dot in. Okay, we have created scanner class. Then we need to take input from the user, and in the input section it was mentioned that we need to take as a string. So string str is equal to sc dot next line, right? So you can take as input as a array, but the question is explicitly saying you need to use you need to take this input as a string, right? Okay, so after taking input, Then after that, we need to split. Why? Just say this slide. Input format will look like this, containing string s, then string s consists of this separated by commas. So we need to split with the help of commas. So the same thing we are going to write. Okay, so string array, let's suppose strarr, you can give any name. String string array is equal to, we are going to explicit and not explicit, split. So str dot split based on comma, right? Till it's fine. After splitting, then we are going to, let's create a array. So int arr, or you can create nums array, because we need integer value to perform operations, right? New int, here I need to give size. So let's define n also. Int n is equal to strarr dot length. Okay, so here I will add n. Got it, everyone? So we have created. Now we will add all those string values into this nums array by after converting into the integer, pure integer. So let's create, definitely we need to use for loop. So for int I is equal to 0, I less than n, then I plus plus, nums of I is equal to integer dot parse int, right? Now parse int, then here we need to that particular I value, how? strarr of I. Getting my point? And suppose by mistake user has entered comma, then space also, then in that case you can add dot trim method as well. Okay, I have told one more thing. Okay, in that case, if after comma space has been there, then also you can use dot trim method. In Java I am writing the code. Okay, till it's fine, right? Everyone, we have created successfully array. After this, the logic is simple. Just now I explained the Dutch national flag algorithm. This algorithm says to define 3-pointer, int I is equal to 0, then int j is equal to 0, then int k is equal to not 0, yes, k will be at the last index, right? N minus 1, right? Then after that, the same logic, while j is less than or equal to k, till then we need to do the something, what just now explained by doing the dry run, right? So what we will do, the same thing, if we will check all the three conditions, nums of j is, if nums of j is 1, then what we need to do, can anyone tell? Hope you remember. If nums of j is 1, just say this, if nums of j is 1, only we need to do j plus plus, right? So we will write j plus plus. Got it? Else if nums of j is 2, then what we need to do, just see this slide. If nums of j is 2, this condition we need to follow, right? Now this part, right? So swapping j and k minus minus. So swap nums of j comma nums of k, right? Those values, those two values we will swap, and we will decrease k till it's fine. Na? Till it's fine. Okay, everyone, fine. Then after that, third condition, if either we can get 0 or 1 or 2. 1 and 2 condition we already included, and in the else part it will automatically come for the 0. And if I am getting 0, then what we need to do, just see this, if I am getting 0, then we need to do this, nums of j, nums of I. Okay, j and I we need to swap, and I plus plus j plus plus. Let's do it. Swap nums of j, comma, nums of I, then I plus plus and j plus plus. Got it? Got it, everyone? This is the logic. That's fine. Any doubt till here? Just let me know in the chat section. I am reading. Location type, which language is better? Okay, already covered. Next question. Okay, someone is saying next question. Someone is saying, why you using extra space? Where? Okay. Okay, so you are saying this part. So without creating this, how can you get? So instead of this, you can also do it. Yes. Directly, you can get that particular, just for your better understanding, I have created it. Okay. Suppose the user has entered like this input. Then in that case, we are not creating any array, right now? But because the user has entered in the string format, na, so for this, we are doing all these things, right now? Okay, if you are not considering this input section, then we are not using any extra space. If you are ignoring the input section part, then means we are not using extra space. Got it? Because the logic start from here. Got it? And then you can simply print it here. For let's print this int I is equal to 0, I less than n, then I plus plus. Then simply print system dot out dot println, not println, print, and then your nums I. Right, everyone? Fine. And you can decorate your output as well with the help of comma, with the help of space, whatever you want. This was the main thing, taking input part and solving this. The time complexity order of n. Got it, everyone? This is all about this session. Space are creating different tabs for code, right? Means, okay, we have did any mistake? No. Just say this, we have added now. If nums of j is 1, then j plus plus. If nums of j is 2, then we are doing this jk swapping and k minus minus. And otherwise, if we are getting 0, this is for 0, na? This is for nums of j is 0. That's why. Okay. So nums of j and I will swap, then I plus plus j plus plus. That's it. Then simply here we are printing, you can print and you can decorate whatever you want with the help of space, with the help of comma, with the help of bracket. Got it, everyone? So this is all about this today's session. I hope you enjoyed it. If you need next part, just do comment. Okay. Let me tell you again, this is the TCS NQT course. This is definitely going to be worth it for you. This is the content section. Just now I explained earlier, all this, see this, the most important thing, we are conducting daily live classes. All the previous year questions we are solving in all the languages, Java, Python, C++, in all the languages. Apart from this, we providing all the slides, whatever we have taught. Okay. And live classes recording you will also get later, and also the previous recording also you will get, practice set, mock test series, and everything, not only the coding. You will get the aptitude section, all the TCS package, whatever the core TCS examination asks, everything we have included in this. And also see this bonus point, live class recording old batches. If you are going to buy this, then definitely you will get the old batches recording as well. Different faculty as was there. Okay, you can go through it. Definitely you should try this. Okay, if you want a job, then definitely you have to take this. This is my suggestion. Got it, everyone? This is all about this today's session. We will meet in the next session. If you need second part or next part, just comment it and like the video. Okay, till then, bye bye, take care, bye everyone.
So, hello, hi everyone, welcome back to a new video. So, in this video, the agenda for today's video is we will be solving the story based problems that are most repeated and the pattern of story based question. How do we approach story based questions in any competitive exam, maybe TCS or something, but it would be TCS centric exam because majority of these service based companies asked these story based questions. So, for us, as we know the pattern, we will get two coding questions, right? We'll be having two coding questions. So in that two coding questions, we need to solve two coding questions to get prime package, and also at least one and a half for the digital package. So today we will be discussing the story based questions. Okay, story based questions for story based questions for NQT, right? So let's move forward to the next question. And previously I have already made two videos on the repetitive data structure questions based on array strings. We also discussed a few data structures like heap, maps. We discussed many other things we have discussed, and I will be planning to taking a session on bit manipulation and everything. So let's, with no further ado, let's dive into the story based questions. So let's see what is the question number one saying to us. Let's concentrate on question number one. So let's read the problem statement. The problem statement, the title is called as the smart elevator. So, okay, a company has installed a smart elevator in a 10 floor building, floors numbered from 0 to 9. The elevator starts at floor 0. You are given a sequence of floor request rules. There are set of rules, okay? So before that, let's understand, before going into the rules, so let's understand there is a company, okay? Let's say this is a company and it has few floors in it. Floors. They are numbered from 0 to 9. There are 10 floors in a company and they have installed a, let's say this is an elevator. So this up to here the problem statement is clear. Now he is building the story. Like what are the rules in it? The rules are if the requested floor is the floor which we wanted to go. So let's say I'm in third floor and if I wanted to go at ninth floor, my requested floor will be of ninth floor and I am at currently at third floor. Done. So the rule is if the requested floor is higher than the current floor, the elevator moves up. We already know that. And vice versa is also true that if the requested floor, if I am at third floor and I want to go to the 0th floor, that is ground floor, then the elevator definitely goes down. These two conditions are very general and we know about them. So moving one floor, this is interesting. Moving one floor takes 2 seconds. So let me understand. I'm currently at third floor. Okay, here is 210. I'm currently at here, and if my request is going to the fifth floor, I want to go from third floor to the fifth floor. So crossing each floor takes us 2 2 seconds of time. That is, if I wanted to, if the time taken here is time 0, for fourth floor the time will be 2 seconds, and for the fifth floor going it will be taking 4 seconds because plus 2 plus 2. That is what he is saying. So going from one floor to another floor will take 2 seconds, and stopping at a floor takes 1 second. That is, let me say, see, you are going from 3 to 4. 4 we are not stopping. It is not something like you will be also stopping at 4. See, let me explain it very clearly here. If I am at third floor and if I want to go to seventh floor, generally what happens is somebody will also be deboarding at fifth floor. That is not there in our case. So if I am there in current floor, then I will directly go to the requested floor. There are no intermediate halts. So when we stop at the requested floor, it will additionally take 1 second of time. So stopping is taking one time. So for this, the time would be something 3 to 4 takes 2 seconds and 4 to 5 also take 2 seconds. So 4 seconds, and additionally we are stopping at fifth floor, so it will take 1 second. So 4 plus 1, total 5 seconds of time we are taking to reach from third floor to the fifth floor. Done. So that is what the question statement. If the request is same as current floor, see, I am at third floor and I want to go to third floor, you will think 0 time. We are not in. No, this is wrong. Because if you press, it will stop for 1 second. So that 1 second time is also calculated over here. So the if you are at same floor and the requested floor is also same, then the time taken is 1. This is one of the important edge case. People generally miss this edge case in this question. So the motive behind taking this question is taking this edge case, that people generally think if I am at the same floor and I want to go to the same floor, then there is no time taking thing. But he has said clearly that if the request is same as current floor, only 1 second, that is stop time. So what is our task? Our task is to calculate the total time to serve all requests in order. Very easy. So let's understand how we can solve. So this is a building, floors 0 to 9. We'll always start from the floor 0. We'll directly not go to the third floor, right? We'll always start from floor 0. So initially our total time is also equal to 0, and we are at current floor. Our current floor is also 0. So let's say I want to go to the fourth floor. It would be something taking first floor, second floor, third floor, and fourth floor. We are going four floors up. So it will take 2 seconds. So here we are taking 8 seconds, and additionally we are stopping for 1 second. So plus 1, 9. So it is not something like you will just get one request, you will get multiple requests. So we need to calculate the total time for multiple requests and return the total time, or return or print the total time. So the problem statement is very clear. We have understood what actually the question is asking us to do. So let's quickly write the code and understand what are we actually doing. So the one thing we are getting as input is the number of requests. So n represents the number of requests. So every we will take a loop and take the number of request input for every time. So I plus plus here current we are currently at current floor equal to 0. We are currently at 0th floor, and our total time currently is equal to 0 because we have not served any request. Done. So for every time we will get a request, so we will take that input as the request. Done. Now the total time, how we are calculating? The total time is nothing but the current floor to the requested floor difference will give the difference between the current floor and requested floor. So if I am a third floor and if I want to go to the seventh floor, so 3 minus 7, that is minus 4. So we can handle that minus and positive by using the absolute function. So 7 minus 3 gives us 4. So reaching from third floor to seventh floor, first the difference is 4. So reaching each floor, crossing each floor takes us 2 time. So 2 into 4 gives us 8. So we can definitely do something like total time plus is equal to absolute of the requested floor minus the current floor multiplied by 2. I hope it is very clear, because multiplied by 2 is why we are doing is from one floor to one floor it is taking 2 seconds of time. So after that we will halt at the required floor. So if I am from third floor to seventh floor, I went to third floor to fourth floor, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. When I finally reach at 7, the elevator will halt for 1 minute of time. 1 second of time. So we can do a total time plus plus. And now, is this done? No, because we need to update our current floor. So we are currently at the requested floor. This is the simple code that we are required to write, and let print the total time and take something as input. Take something as input. So if we see what is the input, so let's say 8 things are coming, 8 requests, and we are currently at 0th floor, 9, 9, 1, 5, 5, 2, 8. So let's say this is my input, and let's run and observe our output. So for current floor request, what I'm doing, current floor equal to request. So it would be current floor equal to request, right? So let's see, our answer is getting something as 68. Let us observe, are we getting 68 or not? So let me copy this, and let's go to the iPad and try run this case. Are we getting 68 or not? Is our logic correct? According to our code, we are getting 68, because maybe our logic might be wrong or code something might be wrong. Let's analyze and tally our output. If we get 68, then it is definitely correct. According to our code, it got set. So we are currently at we are currently at 0th floor, and the total, let's say it as answer is 0. So from current floor, that is 0, we are going to 0. So the same floor, the difference is 0. 0 into 2 gives us 0. But do we increment something? Yes, because even if you want to go to the same floor, the lift will halt for 1 second. So we'll increase the answer by 1. Now my current floor is 0 only. Now from 0 to 9 we want to go. 0 to 9. What is the difference? That is 9. Difference is 9. 9 into 2 gives you 18. So 18 seconds is the time that you will reach from 0th floor to the 9th floor. That is 18 seconds, and additionally 1 second it will hold. So plus 1, that is 19. So it will be plus 19 will give you 20. So 20 is your current answer, and your current floor, you are currently at 9th floor. Done. Now you want to go from 9th floor to 9th floor. Difference is 0. It will only be incremented by 1. So this would be 21. Your answer is 21, and you are at currently at 9th floor only. Now from 9th floor to 1st floor, the difference is 8. 8 into 2 gives you 16, and additionally 1. So 17. 21 plus 17 gives you 38. You are with 38, and you are now in 1st floor, because 9 to 1 is calculated. From 1 to 5 you want to go. Difference is 4. 4 into 2 gives you 8. 8 plus 1, that is 9. So increment by 9. This is 47 now. So, and your current floor, you are at currently at 5th floor. Now 5 to 5. 5 to 5, the difference is 0. Difference is 0, and it will halt for 1 second. So difference is 0, so you will just add 1, so it would be 48, and you are currently at 5th floor only. Now you want to go from 5th to 2nd floor. 5th to 2nd floor, the difference is 3. 3 into 2 gives you 6. 6 plus 1 is 7. So add 7, it would be 55. 55, and you are at 2nd floor now, because 5 to 2 is done. Now you want to go from 2 to 8. 2 to 8, the difference is 6. 6 into 2 gives you 12. 12 plus 1 is 13. So add 13. 13 is 68. So according to our dry run, that logic, answer is 68. Did we get 68 in our code? So 68 is the answer. So this is how we can simply solve this question by writing a simple code of piece of code and this. So if we can see some edge case that I talked to you, if I want to go to the same floor, then here the answer should be 5, right? 5 request is, it should be giving us 5. Let's see if it is working. So answer is 5. So this is how simply we can solve, and I am very sure that you have easily understood the code, because I have also dry run and make you understand how actually things are working. So now let's move forward to the next question. So yeah, let's move forward to the next question, and this second question is something very interesting question, and expects us to implement so many things. So you might think the question is very small and it would be done very easily, but it is not the case. What is the question saying? Let's understand the question very clearly. So the problem name is the digital locker system. A school locker has a 4-digit pin. Okay. So let me demonstrate it. It would be something like, uh, I hope my screen is visible. Yep. So there is a 4-digit so pin. So this is 1 2 3 4, 4-digit pin. For a school, if you want to, there is a locker, and if you want to access it or something, you need to provide that pin. So to open the pin, so like there is a algorithm or something. If you enter it in that way only, the pin gets opened, the pin gets approved, and the locker gets opened, or else it no. So the functionality is, so there is a student who tries to open the locker, and if he gives the input in this format, then the locker gets opened, or else it is locked. So our thing is to just check either the what we say, the boy is a boy or girl, the student is able to open the locker or not. So let's see what is the functionality that the user is expecting us to solve. So a student enters a number. Okay, if the number contains exactly 2 even digits, so he is entering 4 digits, and if the what we say, the pin has exactly 2, not more than 2 or not less than 2, exactly 2 even digits, then okay, the first case got passed. Then the sum of digits is divisible by 3. So if he do 1, 2, 3, 4, what is sum of digit? 4 plus 3 is 7, 7 plus 2 is 9, 9 plus 2, 1 is 10. So is 1, 2, 3, 4 a valid pin? Because it is having two even digits. 2 and 4 are two even digits. But is the sum 1 plus 2 plus 3, that is 10, divisible by 3? No, it is not divisible by 3. So it is invalid pin and it is locked. The student is not able to open. So 1, 2, 3, 4, it cannot be the same. If you give something like it should have exactly two even digits and the sum of that should be divisible by 3 and no digit repeats. That is, you can't do something like 2, 2, 2, 2. That is 8. It has more, it is violating everything. All characters are greater than 1 and also it is not divisible by 3 and it doesn't have two even digits also. So the input should be in some format that it should satisfy all these conditions, then the pin will be unlocked or else it would not be. So we need to think of that test case and should write the code. So firstly, what the question is saying, I hope it is clear. The first condition was it will give you 4 digits. So the first condition you can check, if the input only provides 3 digits, then unlock. It will not unlock. If he gives 5 digits, it will not unlock. If he give 10 digits, it will not unlock. So this is the first case, and second case would be exactly 2 even digits. It should have exactly 2 even digits. Third case is sum of digits should be divisible by 3. Fourth case is no digit should repeat. If the student is that sharp enough, do you think he will write TCS NQT? No, right? So if the student is that much intelligent, he could have done something else. So the TCS people are expecting the students to solve this much. They want you to implement this many functionalities in one coding problem. So let's write the code, and when we dry run things, right, we'll understand. It is not that complicated. It is very simple problem only, but they are expecting us to solve many things. So the one and only thing that we'll get as input is the digit, that is the number that is entered by the student. So it would be something like 1, 2, 3, 4. If it is 1, 2, 3, 4, then we will check if 1, 2, 3, 4 is valid or not. So this is about it. Now let's check. First thing is, if the get number of digits of n, if it is not equal to 4, then just print invalid input n line. That is the exactly 4 only we are required to write. So if it is not equal to 4, we will just print invalid input and return. So we will stop the program there only. Then if another condition, we'll write this function. This is not an inbuilt function, we need to write that. If get, the second condition was get even digits. If get even digits is of n not equal to 2, then also we will provide, we'll say that it is an invalid input and return. This is one case. There are multiple things that need to be handled in that function, that we will also take set and everything. And if what we say, I guess we are good to right. If get sum of digits, it will get my sum of digits of n divided by 3. Let's divide it here. Okay, it will give me the total sum, and if we divide that by 3, and if it is not equal to 0, then we here also will say it is invalid input. and return 0 even over here because it is an invalid input. Are we missing any case? Repeating case, right? The repetitive case, I think we can handle it. I think we can handle it in the upper case. So I think we can also include and get even digits and let's say and get number of digits is of n not equal to 4, then also will do. So I'm writing the rough code over here, or else any other case it will say valid input. Let's see, there might be some functional changes that we need to do. Let's write the code and understand if there are any functional changes. So firstly we want the number of digits, right? It will return something. Int get number of digits of int n. In the previous video I have already said that how do we get the number of digits. So it is very simple. Int get number of digits, we can do here. Yep. The repetitive task we can write another function, instead of doing set and everything here. We can first return just the number of digits. So int digits equal to 0 while n is greater than by 0, digits plus plus. I am not going to again repeat this here. This is already done in the last class. N by equal to 10 and last will return the digits. This will give me the number of digits. Okay. Int get sum of digits would be int n. Int sum equal to 0 and while my n is greater than 0, sum plus is equal to n modulo 10 n by equal to 10, and here we'll get this sum, right? So get even digits is also something, right? Int get even digits is one function that we need to write. Let's say int even digits equal to 0 for, so why I'm writing for while n greater than 0, int reminder equal to n modulo 10. If my reminder modulo 2 is equal to 0, then if my last digit is equal to a number and it is divisible by 2, then I'll do even digits plus plus. Definitely this is correct, even digits plus plus, and we'll do n by equal to 10 obviously, and return even digits. So these are few functions that we required, and is any bool get, let's for 1 second let me comment everything. I don't think we need to write these many cases. We can do in a simple go. Bool get what we can name same digits, right? Bool check, maybe bool check of int n. It will int get number of digits of this n, and here we'll do set of int st. Why I'm taking a set is I will insert all these values into the set and I will compare my size of set with the number of digits. Yeah, so if the size is equal, then there is no repetitive things. So int original digits is equal to get. This will original digits will store my total number of digits that we have entered, and I will push these n values into that, and I will compare my set size and the original digit size. If both are equal, then there are no duplicates. If both are not equal, then we'll return a false. So what we can do is while n greater than 0, what we can do is int reminder equal to n modulo 10. The same function is used. I in the last class I said this function is very useful. We'll use so many times this function. That is what we are doing. So we can do st dot insert of reminder, and n by equal to 2 we can do n by equal to 10. Now we'll check if my st dot size, if my set size is equal to the original digits, then return a true, else return a false. I think I have implemented the whole functionality over here. So the overall functionality of the code, that is checking whether any character is repeating or not, getting the even digits, in getting sum of digits, and also getting number of digits, the whole functionality is written. Now we just need to just check if any condition is violating. So we can just do, first let's check for the what we say, repeating things. If check of n is equal to false, or if any case fails, the input is invalid. So if check of n is false, then input is invalid. Or get number of digits, in get number of digits of n is not equal to 4, then it is also a false. And or get sum of digits of n modulo 3, because we need to check the divisibility, not equal to 0. If it is not equal to 0, then also it is a wrong input, right? So even this case will handle. Or last case is get even digits, and get even digits of n. If it is also not equal to 2, strictly not equal to 2, then we'll print, here we'll print invalid input. Else here we can print valid input. Let's check for something 1 2 3 4. For this it should be invalid because sum of digits is not equal see, it is perfectly fine. So 1 2 3 4, let me go to the iPad screen. 1 2 3 4, first it will check for check function of n. So 1 2 3 4 will be passed. Here we are checking, is any repetitive is there? No, it will not return a false, it is true. So this condition is where we are. So this condition is not violated, this is correct. So next we'll check for, next we have written get number of digits, it will return a 4. So it will return a 4, right? Get number of digits, number of digits, this will return a 4. It is equal to 4 only, this is fine. Then we'll calculate the sum. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 gives us 10. 10 modulo 3, 10 modulo 3 will give us 1, which is not equal to 0. Here it is failing. So either of one false, then we'll either of one condition is true, then we will return a false, right? Because it is violating our condition. So we are giving a invalid input. Now let's go forward to a valid input. So what is valid input? Let's say 6 1 4 7. The sum is, no repeating character is there. There are exactly two even digits, and sum 11 12 plus 6. This should give a valid. Let's see. This is perfectly giving valid. Now if I do F5, it should give invalid. It is invalid. If I remove two things, only give two things, 614, it should give invalid. So our functionality is working extremely properly. So this was one of the very good question, and I would rate this a very good question because we are handling many things in this problem. So let's move forward to the next question, that is third number of question. So now let's move forward to the third question, the warehouse box arrangement. This is a greedy question. Before saying the question, we'll be already solving greedy type of questions also. So greedy is one of the algorithm, okay? It is an approach where we generally sort our space. What is greedy is, the name specifies, we always want to maximize things, maximizing profit, everything. This comes under greedy things. So okay, this question we will be solving using the greedy approach, greedy algorithm. So what is the question saying? The warehouse box arrangement. A warehouse receives n boxes, each having a weight. Okay. manager wants to form pairs such that each pair must have equal total weight. Each box can be used only once. If impossible, print -1. So we will be given an input such as if we can form inputs, if we can form the pairs, then we need to return the number of pairs formed, or else we will just return a -1. So the input format is something like we will get the size of the array and n separated array elements. So these are the constants. Let's not go into the constants and understand what is the root cause of the question. So there are two test cases over here. Test case number 1, test case number 2. 1, 2. So here the size n is equal to 8 and the values are 1, 3, 2, 4, 2, 4, 1, 3. So what the manager wants you is, he wants to, if there are 8 elements, there will be 4 pairs, right? There will be 4 pairs, so that you can accumulate two things, two elements in a single box, and the box can only be used once, and the box sum should be same. So the approach is very simple. Sort it. These type of things, every greedy question you will do it by sorting. If you sort, it would be something like 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4. Now you just compare if first and last sum, if we are able to accommodate it, then you will just do a answer plus plus. Then I is here, j is here. Again sum is same. Your sum will be just the minimum plus maximum. The min plus maximum will give you the sum, the initial sum. So 5. The box, every box should have 5 size. So here 1 plus 4 is giving you 5. 1 plus 4 is also giving you 5. 2 plus 3 is giving you 5. 2 plus 3 is giving 5. The array is valid. So the number of pairs that you can form is 4. What if there was an extra 4 here, over here? This is one condition where you can directly return false without sorting the array, because when your n modulo 2 is not equal to 0. Why is this? Because if there are 9 elements, how can you make pairs among this? So if there are 9 elements, w1 w2 w3 w4 w5 w6 w7 w8 and w9, if there are 9 elements, okay, let's say w1 and w2 got paired, w3 and w4 got paired, w5 w6 paired, w7 w8 paired. Who will w9 pair up? He is not the single, right? So if your element size is it is not divisible by 2, if it is not a even number, then you can definitely not do that. So let's understand for this case. So it was 6 triple 1 double 2 3, 6 triple 1 double 2 3, right? Here you will sort. It is already sorted. If it is already sorted, then the sum would be 4, right? Sum is 4. So you will make these two as pair, 1 comma 3 as one pair. Then you will make 1 comma 2. Is 1 comma 2 the size is same? No, the sum is not same. So here you will return false. Even here you will say 1 comma t. Here this 1 comma 2 is 3 sized, this 1 comma 2 is 3 size, but this 1 comma 3 is 4 size. But each and every box should carry the same weight, right? So this functionality only we need to do. It is very simple problem. We can just do it by sorting. So let me just we want the n size obviously, and we don't everything, we don't need all this, so we can remove this. So we want a vector as input, right? Vector of int v of n for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus, just take the input of v of I. Now we'll sort it, right? Sort v dot begin comma v dot end. Before sorting we can also check if before also here only we can check if my n mod 2, what is n mod 2? If it is not equal to 0, then cout -1 here only and return as 0. We need not to proceed further. Then we are sorting it. Now int target would be v of 0 plus v of n minus 1. Definitely, right? The first element, the first plus last would be our target. Now, you will take two pointers, int I equal to 0, int j equal to n minus 1. Anti pairs is equal to 0 for, not for, while I is less than j. Classical two pointer approach. Now you will just check if my v of I plus v of j is not equal to target, then straight away return a minus 1, C out minus 1, and L, and return a 0. Else do pairs plus plus. If it is there, then do a pairs plus plus. Move your I pointer up, j pointer minus. At last you can do C out pairs. This is your answer. How simple the code was. Now let's take our input. What was it? It was 8 sized array. It was 8 sized array, and 1 3 2 4 1 3 2 4 2 4 1 3. This was our array. So for this, that pair should be 4, right? We are getting 4. And I said at last I have added 9. For this it should return a minus 1 because the size is only not modulo 2 is. Why are we getting? Okay, we need to change the input size also. It should be 9. It is not taking 9 as part of our input. It will give minus 1 now. And if we do a 10 over here, now the size modulo 2 is giving us 0, but it will not form any this, right? It would be minus 1. So I hope this question is very clear, and I don't think so I need to even explain by dry running it, because it was a classical greedy question where the input is sorted and your target would be the first minus last, because you will always maximize, because when maximized output is only not getting acclimatized, then how can you put another things? So we are doing the sorting, then calculating the target. If any target, if any pair, that is v of I plus v of j, is not equal to the target, if they are not getting summed up to target, then we are returning minus 1. Let's also take that this case 6 1 1 1 2 2 3. For this it should give a minus 1, because the target is 4, but any other things will not get, because 1 plus 3 is 4, 1 plus 2 gives you 3. So this will return a minus 1. I hope this question is very clear. Now let's move forward to the next question. So let's move forward to the fourth question now. The fourth question is something like the power grid failure. So what is this question actually saying? A town has n houses in a row. Each house has a power consumption value. If 3 consecutive houses have strictly increasing consumption, the grid overloads. Your task: count how many times overload happens. Input format is given. So this is one of the easiest question. Let's understand what actually the user is saying us to. So this is the input given for us. So there is 9 sized array, and the input is 2 4 6 3 5 7 1 2 3. So if 3 consecutive houses, let's say this is as my house 1, consecutive triplet 1, this would be my triplet number 2, triplet number 3, triplet number 4, so on. So we'll just do 2 4 6 3 5 7 1 2 3. Now let's say this is as my triplet number 1, and this as my triplet number 2, and this as my triplet number 3. This as my triplet number 4. This as my triplet number 5, triplet number 6, triplet number 7. We need to count which triplet, how many times is the power grid output, that is power grid consumption, is getting failure. That if you see among 2 4 6 3 5 7 1 2 3, if you see it was 2, it was 4, again it went to 6, 2 4 6, 3 consecutive hike. We want to check the hike. If is there any hike between 4 6 3? If you plot, 4 is something here, it is 6 and 3, it is not a hike. Now you check 6 3 5, 6 is here, 3 came here, and 5, it is also not a hike. So we want to see which elements, which triplets are causing that. One is for sure 2 4 6, 3 consecutive elements. You just pick a 3 triplet and check if it is causing a power consumption hike or not. 246, one of it is 246, and 357 is also one of them, and 123 is also one of them. So it is one of the very easy question. You can just do a, what we say, if condition, we can solve this. So we want a vector as input for I and t, I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. You can do C in V of n. Now you can just traverse in the array. I less than n minus 2 only I will go, because we can't do, it will be over the boundary, right? We will just check if V of I is less than V of I plus 1, and is V of I plus 1 is also less than V of I plus 2, then you can just do answer plus plus. Here you can define an answer equal to 0, and at last you can just return the answer. For that, our test case, we had 3, right? 3 3 hikes, so it was 9 sized array. 2 4 6 3 5 7 1 2 3. The answer for this should be 3. A very easy code. We are getting -1. Why are we getting -1? I am not okay. This condition should be removed. I hope now it is very clear, and we will get 3 for this answer. So very easy thing. And if there is any 10 and 10, now you will get 4, because this is also one block. 2 3 10 is also a block where the hike is there. Very easy problem. Let's move forward to the next question. There is nothing more and interesting to describe about this question. It was very clear. Let's move forward to the next question. So let's move forward to the last question of today's discussion. So it is one of the good question, and we will be learning a new thing in this. So the problem number 5 is the message decoder. You will receive a coded message as a string. Each digit represents how many times do we need to print the next character should be printed. If no digit before character, print it once. So if you just see example, it is as 3a 2b 1c, right? So 3a, a should be repeated thrice, b should be repeated twice, and c should be repeated once. This is the simple sorry, this should be repeated once. So this is the input format. So we can definitely do something very easy for this. For this, we are getting a string as input, right? Let's take a string as input. Extra base brace SK. So string s, same s. Now we'll traverse into the string. For I into I equal to 0, I less than s dot length, and I plus plus. Now first we'll calculate how many times is the string getting. First we need to know whether it is a digit or not. There is a inbuilt method in C++. Is digit. Is digit is the inbuilt method. Is digit of s of I. It will check if the given number is a digit or not. Like 1 2 3. If it is a digit, then int count is how many times it is repeating. It would be something like s of I minus 0. If you remove that, let me explain what are we doing. So we are currently at here. So s of I is character 3. It will have some ASCII value. We are subtracting it with 0. It will give me the 3 as the input. That is, it is 48 and it would be 51. 51 minus 48 will give me 3. This is ASCII conversion. You need to know about this. So now I will just print it. Cout string of count comma s of I plus 1, the corresponding thing, and I will do a I plus plus. Else cout, if it is not a digit, just print it. Cout s of I. That's all. This would be a simple code. It was like 3a 2b 1c. It should be a b b c. a b b c. This is simple code that we have solved. So the main thing I took this question is to explain each digit function and also how to calculate the frequency. So ASCII conversions, you need to know that how to convert. There is two lowercase function, uppercase function, each digit, is lower, is upper, everything. So many functions are there. Here the string of this will do, it will print the number of occurrences of the next character. This the function will do that. So this is about today's class. I hope it was very clear, and let me know if we want to solve many other questions of this kind. So you can definitely comment for part 2, and we'll be taking that questions, and we will be solving about them. Thanks. I hope you clear and get any maybe prime or digital role. Thank you. So, hello everyone, welcome back to a new video. So, the agenda for today's video is we will be discussing the NQT type of questions where the registrations for NQT has already been started and the exams are from March 10th. So, we hardly have 15 to 16 days of time to cover the whole syllabus. So, now NQT has started for 2026, 25 and 2024 batches. So the TCS people are majorly focusing on digital and prime profiles. So solving the coding questions is very important to grab the offer of digital and prime. So we will be having two coding questions in our examination. The examination would be of 190 minutes and the coding will be asked in the advanced section. So we will be having two coding questions, and the level of coding questions is very easy in TCS NQT. The people majorly gets confused in taking the input and all. We will cover that. I hope there was a session already for taking input, how various types of inputs are been taken. You can definitely take a look on that. Now today we will be discussing the type of questions that are mostly asked in these type of service based questions, and we will be able to understand how we can tackle these questions. So now let's start with the first question with no due. So the first question is first non-repeating character. The first question is first non-repeating character. First non-repeating character. What is this first non-repeating character? Let's read the problem description. So given a string, find the first character does not repeat. If none exist, print -1. So we will be given a string, okay? We will be given a string. So it would be some s equal to, here we will be having some string. So for example, let's take string s equal to a, b, c, d. So this is my string. Now what is the first non-repeating character? What is non-repeating character? Every character is unique here, but we want the first one. What is the first non-repeating character over here? It is a. So for this, answer would be a. Okay. Now let's take s2 is equal to, let's take a, b, c, d, c. For this, what my answer would be? A is repeating twice, so A is not my answer. B is also repeating twice, so B is also not my answer. C is also repeating twice, so C is also not my answer. So the first non-repeating character that we have encountered here is D. Okay. Here only one non-repeating character was there, so we are written. So let's take another example also. So it would be A, B. So let's write C, D, C, F. Let's say this is my string. So here non-repeating characters are D and F. They are not repeating, but we want the first one. So D is non-repeating first character, so we will written D. So what about this? What about this? S4 is equal to A, B, C, B, C. What here? So A is getting repeated, B is also repeated, C is also repeated. Here no non-repeating character, so here we will written -1. So I hope the problem statement over this question is very clear. So how can we do this? So let's understand. We can definitely use hash maps here. Hash maps is a data structure of two things, that is two data types. One would be key and its corresponding value. Here our data structure would be something of map of character comma integer. Why? Character is the key because we are dealing with characters, and integer will store its frequency. So this would be our data structure. So let's insert this. So if we put the values into the hash map, how it looks? So it was a b, c, d, c, f. This is my map, okay? Now let's write. So first we are at a. Now A, its frequency is 1. Then we went to B. Now B's frequency is also 1. Then we encountered A. A will modify with 2 because we have encountered A twice. Then we came to B. So B is also done. Then we came to C. We will introduce C and with a frequency of 1. Then we came to D. D with 1. Then we come to C. C is incremented. Then we come to F. F here. Okay. This is my map. Okay. This is its key and it is the value. So it is clear, very clear how my map is stored. So now I will iterate over my map. So I will come at A. Is my A's frequency 1? No. So A is not my answer. Now I will come at B. Is my B's frequency 1? No. So I will not take this answer. Now I will come at C. Is my C's frequency 1? No. I will come at D. Now the answer comes. D's frequency is 1. So print D. This is our simple approach. Now let's also understand for another test case. It was A, B, B, C, C. Let's take for this. My map would be something like, this is my map, right? A2, B2, C2. I came here. No. I came here. No. I came here. No. Print -1. This is my simple approach. Now what TCS expert students is writing code from the scratch. They will not give you the header function, anything, main function, nothing. You should write the whole function from the scratch. Unlike the other late code or something, you will just write the function only, right? But here you need to write the whole thing. So now let's simply write the whole function from the scratch. So we will include our header files bit/stdc++ .h. The people who are coding in C++ use this header file because this includes every header file, namespace std, and write the main function into main function return 0. First thing is we need to take an string as input. String s. So it would be string, right? String s seen s. Taking input is done. Now we need to put the values of string into the map. So define a map. Map of character comma integer mp. Right. Now put the values for int I equal to 0, I less than s dot length I plus plus. Right. How do we put mp of s of I? S of I is a character. In the place of character, if we encounter that, just increment its count. Putting of characters in map is done. Here. Now we will just iterate over my map. It would be something for auto it in mp. What does this auto it in mp mean? So let's understand. So this is my mp, right? This is my mp. So I am doing auto it in mp. So this it is of two things. This is it. It is character comma its frequency. So it is key comma value. It is of type character comma integer. So it is having two things. One is it dot first. It dot first is key, and it dot second is value. How do we access? Did you understand? It dot first gives us key and it dot second gives us value. So we can definitely do something like, see what I'll check. If my it dot second, what is this it dot second? It dot second is its corresponding frequency. If my it dot second is equal to 1, then it is non-repeating, right? Then I will just print it dot first. What is it dot first? Its corresponding key, that is the character, and we can return from here. If we did not encounter anything there, we'll just print -1. How simple code it was. So if we take an input, it was, let's take for A, B, C, D. For A, B, C, D, our answer was A, right? Let's check. Submission is queued and perfectly we are getting A, B, C, D. And if I introduce something, let's repeat A, then my answer should be B. Now my answer should be B right here. it is working properly. Now let's take A, B, B, C, C. Nothing is single, so it should be -1. -1. So my whole logic it's working very fine. So this was the first question. I hope you have got great understanding about this. Now let's remove the whole piece of code and let's move forward to the next question. No, the second question is very interesting question. So the second question is equilibrium index of an array. We are given an array. Find an index such that the sum of elements on its left is equal to the sum of elements on its right. Return -1 if no such index exists. So let's take something very good example. What he is saying that we are given an array. Okay, we will be given an array. Will be given an array. So he wants some index where the sum on here, if we are here, the left sum should be equal to the right sum. So let's say the left sum is 20 here, then the right sum also should be 20 here. We will not carry this index. So it might be anywhere. So if it is my array, see here, let's take some elements 10, 20 and 5, 3, 2. Okay, this is my array. Now if I am at this index, let's write a index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I am at the first index, what is the left sum? The left sum is this, right? The left sum is 10. And what is the right sum? Right sum is 5 plus 3 plus 2. The right sum is 10. Is my 10 is equal to 10? So 1 is that index where the left sum is equal to the right sum. Got it? Is anywhere else we are getting that? Here we can't, there, here is not. We can take another example. Let's take another example. So, okay, let's take 20 over here and 10, 5, 5 and 20. Let's check. So this is that index where the left sum is equal to the right sum. The left sum is also 20 and the right sum is also 20. I hope you have got the understanding. So how to solve this question? So let's take the first test case only. 10, 20, 5, 3, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are my indices. So first what I will do is I will calculate the total sum of the array. What would be my total sum? Total sum would be 10 plus 20 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2. It would be 30, 35, 38 and 40. My total sum is 40. Right. Now I will iterate over my, let's take this. Now I will just iterate over my array. So I will just write for I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. Now we can do right sum. Right sum. What would be my right sum? Right sum would be total sum minus left sum minus the nums of I. Or if let's say it is my nums, the array name is nums, then it would be nums of I. So the right sum would be, total sum is 40. What is left sum? We'll take left sum as 0 because we are currently at 0. Left sum is 0 and my nums of I is this, right? Nums of I. We are at 0th index. So we'll do minus 10. So my right sum would be 30. Is that correct? Yes. The right sum is 30. Then we'll check if my left sum is equal to right sum. If it is, then return the index. And if it is not, left sum plus equal to nums of I. This is a simple code how we'll just do that. If anything does not come, we'll just return -1. This is how simple it is. Let's write the code and understand how it is working. So first thing, we want an size of the array int n, c in n. Then we want an array, so we'll declare a vector of int n. Then we'll take the input for int I equal to 0, I less than n and I plus plus, c in v of I. This is how we take the input. Now it is very simple. First thing is we want the total sum. Let's write into total sum equal to 0 for auto it in v total sum plus equal to it. This will give my total sum. Okay, now int left sum would be 0 for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. Int right sum would be just the total sum minus left sum minus the v of I. Anywhere if my right sum is equal to the left sum, then we'll just print that index and return over from here. Or else it is not the case, then I'll just do left sum plus equal to v of I. If we came out of the loop and we did not return 0, then there is no such thing equilibrium index, so we'll return this. So what was our input? The input was something like 10 20 10 20 10 20 10 20 5 3 2. So 10 20 5 3 2, the equilibrium index was 1, right? We will return 1. Let's see if our code is working correctly or not. Here it is giving -1. Let's see why it is giving -1. For I int equal to 0, int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus, int right sum equal to total sum. Okay, we are taking input, then we are traversing. Let's print the total sum once. Let's understand why actually we are getting wrong things. Not I2, it would be total sum. We are getting 30, but we need to get 10 25 3 2. We need to get 40, right? But why it is giving 10 25 3 2? Wait, for where, why, 1 second, let's, for int I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus, total sum plus is equal to v of I, c out v of I, sorry, c out total sum. We need to get 40 as our total sum, right? We are calculating total sum as wrong. Why are we getting 30? It should be 10 25 3 2. Oh, we have not given the size, right? That's why it is getting wrong. So we need to specify the size of the input. So it is 5. The input format was wrong. That's why it is giving wrong. So what was happening previously is, see, this is the small things that we get wrong. So previously I gave something like this. So what it specifies is, the size is 10, but we are only giving this as input. So it is calculating 20 plus 5, 25, 25 plus 3 is 28, 28 plus 2 is 30. That's why. So, but what our compiler is expecting, it is expecting the size also as input. So we will just give 5 as my size and we will define the 5 elements. Now if you see, we are printing total sum as 40 and also our equilibrium index is 1, that is 20, because the here the sum is 10 and here is also the sum is 10. So 1 is that index where the left sum is and the right sum is equal to same. This is how we solve the question. So if I just dry run this, let me just dry run for your better understanding if you have understood this code or not. So let's understand how actually did we solve this. 1 second. So yes, 1 second. I hope it is visible. Yes, it is visible. So firstly we are defining n. So n is 5 and the elements v were 10 20 5 3 2. Okay, now we have calculated the total sum. Total sum was 40 for us. Total sum was 40. This is done, this is done, this is done. Now we have printed also. Okay, now we have initialized left sum with 0. and we are right writing. So now the I is equal to 0. The right sum is 40 minus left sum is 0, and v of I is v of 0 is 10. So right sum is 30. Is my 30 and 0 same? No. So we are, what we are doing, this does not, that no, this did not get execute. So we came here, left sum plus equal to v of I. So we are incrementing our left sum by 10. So this would be 10. Now we'll again redefine. Right sum would be total sum, that is 40 minus left sum is 10, and v of I is 20. Now the right sum is 40 minus 10 is 30, 30 minus 20 is 10. Okay, right sum is 10. Now we will check, is my right sum is 10 and left sum is also 10. So both are equal. So print the index. We are at first index. So print 1, I is 1. So we are printing this. This is how we easily solve this question. So let's move forward to the next question. So yeah, we have successfully solved two questions, and let's move forward to the third question. The problem statement is first and last occurrence of an element. So we have been given a sorted array and a target value. Find the first and last index of the target using binary search techniques. If not found, return -1 and -1. So what is this question stating is, we will be given an array, and one thing is very important is this is a sorted array. In question they may not say that use binary search or something. So they are saying that we want the first and last occurrence of a specific target value, in the given array. How can we solve that? Let's see an example. Okay, so 1 2 2 2 4 5 7 7 9. Let's say this is my array, and let's write or even write its indices. Okay, let's take this is as my array 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This is my array. This is completely sorted. Let's say my target is 2. If my target is 2, I want its first occurrence. Where is its first occurrence? This is my first occurrence. And what is its last occurrence? This. So I need to return 1 comma 3 as my answer. This is example number 1. Okay, and example number 2 would be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Let's say this is my array, and target is 2 again. This is the first occurrence, and it is also the last occurrence. So here the answer would be 1 comma 1. So when would be my answer? -1 and -1 is, let's say my target is 10. Is 10 over here? No, 10 is not in the array. So the answer would be -1 comma -1. This is the problem statement. So there are two approaches which we can follow. One is linear search. We can linearly search in this array, get its first index and the last index, which will give us the answer. But we don't do, because it takes O of n time complexity. We can definitely do something better, which is O of n cross, that is, we will not take this O of n, but we'll take O of log n. When log n kind of things come, we always think of binary search. Right, let's implement this logic using binary search. So yeah, we were solving the first and last occurrence. Firstly we are taking the input for the size of the array, then taking the input for the array. Then one thing, we want the target element, like which one do we need to actually find the first and last occurrence. So let's write their function. In first would be get first function. We'll pass our array with the target value. This will get our first, and second will also will be requiring two methods. So we'll apply the binary search. So lastly we will print them. See out we'll just write first. It was first, right? First, then second, second, and return 0 is common. So let's implement those functions. It would be int get first of vector int v comma int target. So what the first indices would be, let me explain with an example. So let's go to our iPad screen first. See how we will be solving this is, so let's assume one what happened, what is happening, why it is not, 1 second, let me fix that. Yep. So it was, my input was 1 2 2 2 4 6 7. Let's assume this is my input. Okay, this is my input. Let's write its indices. For this my answer would be something like 1 comma 3, because this is the first occurrence and this is the last occurrence, right? For target 2, we are talking about target number 2. So it is at first index it is repeating first, and at the third index it is the first occurrence, it is the last occurrence. So how we can do, for first occurrence and second occurrence we will use the binary search because it is a sorted space. So how we will use the binary search is, initially we will do low equal to 0 and high equal to n minus 1. So low would be 0 and high is 6 minus 1. So sorry, the size is 7. No, 7 minus 1 would be 6, right? It is 7 sized array, so n minus 1 would be 6. So we will calculate the mid would be low plus high by 2, so 6 by 2 would be 3. So we are at here, the mid is at here, right? So we want the first occurrence. What I will check, if first condition would be, if my array of mid is equal to target. In normal binary search, if it is equal to target, we have got our element, but here duplicates are there, so we want the first occurrence. So if I already encountered here, there, then it might, I want the first occurrence. So first occurrence would not never lie here, right, on the right side, it would be on the left side. So I will just reduce my search space by doing high equal to mid minus 1, right? Am I right? High equal to mid minus 1. Why? Because my low was here, my high was here. I will not get the first occurrence at the right side, so I will just replace my high by mid minus 1. So if I do that, so high would be here. Now high is at 2. Now I will calculate again. It would be 0 plus 2 by 2 and I am at 1. So mid is here, right? Now I will check again, if it is array of mid is equal to target, yes, again I will go left. If I went left, you see high as equal to low, it is the breaking condition of binary search, right? This is how we simply write the code for getting the first thing. So if I write the code and I will dry run this case, so you will be easily understanding that. So let me just do a small change over here. Now let's write, I first required size, right? It would be int n would be v dot size, right? Int low pointer would be at 0 and high pointer would be n minus 1 index. So my classic binary search would be, while low is less than or equal to high, I will calculate mid. Int mid will be low plus high minus low by 2. This would be my mid, right? I will just check if my v of mid is equal to target. Okay, I got my target, but I want the first occurrence, so I will just do high equal to mid minus 1, because there might be a possibility that even after that index you might get something better in the left side. The second condition would be else if v of mid is less than target. So this condition would be something like, see, if your v of mid something, it is, if it is less than target, then your target is lying on the right side. So what you will do, if your target is on the right side, you will simply do low equal to mid plus 1, and the last case would be high equal to mid minus 1. This is the simple things you do in binary sets, right? Else high equal to mid minus 1, right? This is how simple it is. At last you can simply do, you can also calculate into answer equal to minus 1 and store your answer in answer equal to mid and high equal to mid minus. You got one of the best answer, but you can even look for it, and at last you will return the answer. Similarly, what would be for the get second? Same code, you will just copy paste the same code. See, get second would be this, everything remains same. If v of mid is equal to target, I want the last occurrence, so I will not go left, I will go right. I will just replace this statement by low equal to mid plus 1. That's all. We have written the both codes. Now if I run by giving an input, let's say my input was, let's remove this. My input was something like, where is my input? It was 7 sized array, right? 7 sized array. 1, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, 7. 4, 6, 7. And my target was 2. Are we taking the input for target? Yep. So for this, the first would be first index and second would be third index. First is first index, second is third index. This is how simply we can solve this question. If I just dry run it for get first, you will easily understand how get second is implemented. Okay, let's see how it is implemented. Let's go to the iPad screen once, and if I explain this, you will be easily understanding how get second is also implemented. Okay, so this is the get first function, right? Our input was 1, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, 7. Let's also write the indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and target is equal to 2, right? Now we have calculated n. N is 7. Okay, low is equal to 0 and high is equal to 6. This is also done, and we are also marking answer is equal to minus 1. This step is also done. So is my low less than or equal to high? Yes, low is less than or equal to high. I will calculate the mid. Mid would be 0 plus 6 by 2, nothing but 3. So I will just check, is my v of mid, what is v of 3? V of 3 is 2. Now first condition, is my 2 is equal to 2? Yes, correct. So I will store answer is mid. So update your answer by 3 and high equal to mid minus 1. High would be mid minus 1. What is mid? Mid is 3. 3 minus 1 is 2. Iteration is done. It will not go into else if, it will not go into else. Now I will again check. Is 0 less than 2? Yes, 0 is less than 2. Calculate mid. Mid would be 0 plus 2 by 2. Mid is 1. If your mid is 1, what is v of 1? V of 1 is also 2. Again I will go into this. Is 2 is equal to 2? Yes. So answer equal to mid. So update your answer by 1 and high equal to mid minus 1. High is mid is 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. Now I am at low is equal to 0 and high is also equal to 0. And now mid would be 0 plus 0 by 2, and 0 plus 0 by 2 is again 0. Now we'll compare. If v of, what is v of 0? What is v of 0? V of 0 is 1. Is 1 equal to equal? No, this will not go. If 1 is less than target, yes. So I will do low equal to mid plus 1. Low equal to mid plus 1. Mid is 0. 0 plus 1 will be 1. Now low is greater than high. We will get out of the loop and return the value in the mid. What is mid? Return the value in the answer. What is answer? Answer is 1. So this is how 1 is printed at the first. So similarly you can dry run for get second also. It is very easy. So this is how this function is implemented. Now let's move forward to the next question. So the next question, we have solved this one, second one is also done, third one is also done. The fourth question is majority element. Very important question, asked many times. What is a majority element? Given an array of size n, find the element that appears more than n by 2 times. If no such element exists, return minus 1. Very easy question. So what they are saying is, we will be getting an array as input. We will be getting an array as input, and there there will be exactly one there would be exactly one element which would be repeating more than n by 2 times in an array. We need to print that element. So that is the question. For that, similarly, we want the size of the array as input and also the array as our input. Also, now, for example, if I make you understand, if my v is something like 1 2 3 2 3 1 1 4 1, so 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So yes, yep. Now we will just this is our input, n is 9, and this size of the array is 9, and this is my input of array. So I need to return that element which is repeating more than n by 2 times. So it would be something like 1 is repeating 4 times, 2 is repeating twice, 3 is repeating twice, and 4 is repeating once. So this is how it is repeating. 4 plus 2 is 6, 6 plus 2 is 8, 8 plus 2 is 9. So this is a frequency. If my any frequency is greater than n by 2, return that element. So for this we can easily use map data structure. So map of integer comma integer, we'll put the elements and store it something like 1 is repeating 4 times, 2 is repeating twice, 3 is repeating twice, and 4 is repeating twice. We will iterate in the map and check whose frequency is greater than n by 2 and return that element. Very simple question. Let's code it out. So here we want a map, right? Map of integer comma integer mp. For auto it in v, I will put my elements mp of it plus plus. For auto it in map, if my it dot second is greater than or equal to n by 2, then cout it dot first, return 0. If you don't get anything, then print -1 over here. This is a simple code. See, the size of the array was 9. The size of the array was 9. 9 by 2 gives you 4. So it is greater than or equal to 4. So you will return 1. 1 would be answer for this. Let's take the input. Input was, the size was 9 and the elements were 1. The elements were 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 1, 4, 1. That's all. So if we run, the answer should be 1. This is how simply you can solve this question. So let's move forward to the next question. I am not taking much time and not dry running this. It is a very simple question. You might easily understand. Let's move forward to the next question. So let's jump into the next question. The next question is two sum, that is sorted input. So let me explain you the question. The question is very straightforward. We will be given an array. We will be given an array which will be sorted. So we need to find two indices so that their sum up to the given target. If there is no element or any index which is getting summed up to the target, then we will return -1. This is a very easy question. So let me just give you a test case. Like let's say it is a sorted space, right? It's 1 4 5 7 and 9. Let me say this is as our array 1, right? So the problem statement here is saying that, and my target is equal to 12. We need to find two integers in an array whose sum is equal to the given target. Here we can use the brute force approach of O of n square, where we will be using nested loops for I equal to 0 to n. Again j, we will compare 1 with every element, again 4 with every element, 5 with every element, 7 with every. This is a brute force approach. But the thing over here is the input is sorted. When the input is sorted, we can use two-pointer approach. Two-pointer approach. How can we use two-pointer approach? The input was something 1, 4, 5, 7 and 9, right? It was 1, 4, 5, 7 and 9. And our target was 12. The thing is very simple. Put a I pointer over here and J pointer over here. We'll calculate the sum first. That is I plus J. That is corresponding element. It is 10. I will compare. Is my 10 equal to target? Case number 1. If my 10 is equal to target, the sum is equal to target, then return I and J. Right? If my 10, that is sum, less than target. If my sum is less than target, then I will increase I because my sum is less. I want greater sum. So move I front, right? So here we'll do I plus plus. The case would be if my 10 is greater than target, if my sum would be something 14, then if I do I plus plus, 4 plus something would be greater than 14. So in this case we'll do J minus minus. In the whole iteration, if we did not get anything, then we'll return a minus 1. So this is how simply we'll solve this question. I will write the code for this and we'll try run. You will understand it very clearly. So this was the previous code. We all don't want this. We just want a array as input. So here we can take two pointers, int I equal to 0 and j equal to let's say int I equal to 0 and j equal to, it was n minus 1, right? I'll do while I is less than j. When I is less than j, I will do few things. Int not mid, why I'm writing binary search. It would be if my v of I plus v of j is equal to what we say, if my v of I plus v of j is equal to my target. So firstly we also need one target, int a target and c in target. If my sum is equal to target, then C out I j. We'll print them and return a 0. Else if my v of I plus v of j is less than target, then I will do a I plus plus. Else I will do a j minus minus. If we don't get anything, we will return a minus 1 over here. This is a simple code that we will be doing over here. So let me just connect to my internet. So let's run. And sorry, the input format is wrong actually. The input is wrong. Just close this. So firstly we want this size, right? The input for us was, it was something 5 sized array, and 1 4 5 7 9, and our target was 12. So for this the answer was index number 2 and index number 3. So we are easily getting index number 2 and index number 3. This is how simply we will be solving this. If I dry run this, you would be easily understanding. It is not a very critical or very hard problem. It is one of the very easiest problem. So let's understand what was happening over here. So let me just see. A quick break between our session. So I want to showcase our premium course that we offer for TCS NQT specific. Here we will be following a structured pattern where daily your classes would be happening, where if I just show you the timetable that we follow, see, every day we would be solving the various number of PYQ questions and also taking mock interviews. And if you just go into the content section, you would be seeing something like DSA white book. What is this white book is? It is having around 200 problems which are solutions in C, C++, Java and Python. So C and C++, Java and Python, 3 language support is there. You will be solving various number of PYQ questions, and you can see the TCS coding questions that were asked in 2025 on campus. Also if you can navigate, and you will see asked question, 2024 asked question, practices, mock test, English communication, AI tool workshop, old batches recording. You will be having live classes, everything. So in this premium courses we would be uh, leaving no concern and teaching you the best content. So it is for 1500 rupees. You can definitely invest this and never regret. So let's move forward to the next question. So we were actually dry running this test case, right? So we are defining n, and then we are defining the array of n size, then taking the input. After that we were initializing I equal to 0 and j equal to n minus 1. So our input was something like, if I see our input, it was 14579. So it was 14579. So I was 0 and n is 5 here, and so j would be 4. So we were doing while I was less than j, and we were taking target also as input, right? Target was 12. So target was 12. So we will just compare first v of I plus v of j. Sum is 10. So is my sum equal to target? No. So we will not go into this. We will go into else if part. Sum, that is sum. 10 is 10 less than 12? Yes, 10 is less than 12. So we are doing I plus plus. I plus plus means I equal to 1. Now we will check. If I equal to 1, 4 plus 9. So 4 plus 9 is 13. So my sum is 13. If my sum is 13, and it is greater than my target, so it will not go into this, it will go here. So j minus minus will be j equal to 3. So I equal to 1 and j equal to 3. So 4 plus 7 is 11. So sum is 11 now. Sum equal to 11 now. Is my sum equal to target? No, it is not. Is my sum is less than target? Yes, sum is less than target. So I will do I plus plus. So now I is 2 and j is 3. For I equal to 2, my value is 5 and my j value is 7. 5 plus 7 is giving us 12. Is 12 equal to target? Yes, 12 is equal to target. We are printing I comma j, that is 2 comma 3 are printed. This is how simply we can write this logic. Now moving forward to the last question of today's. So it is transpose of a matrix. Given n cross m matrix, computes its transpose. Rows becomes columns and columns become rows. I think everyone know what is the transpose of a matrix. If we see matrix is generally representation of rows and columns. So it is a rectangular arrangement. If we see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, this is a 3 by 3 matrix. So there are 3 rows and 3 columns. Similarly 1 2 3, this is 3 rows and 1 column, 3 by 1 matrix. This is a 1 2 3, this is 1 by 3 matrix, that is 1 row 3 columns. This is a rectangular arrangement of elements, is known as a matrix. So what is a transpose of a matrix? Transpose of a matrix is represented by a dash or something, a power t. So the rows are interchanged to columns and columns are interchanged to rows. So the question is very simple here. We need to just print, right? If we see 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8 9, if you see this is as our input, what would be its transpose is, it is simply 1 2 3. The rows will be changed to columns. This would be 4 5 6 7 8 9. This would be my transpose. For this it is very simple. When you iterate over ij, it would be printed original matrix. You just print its reverse, that is j comma I. It will print the transpose of a matrix. Just quickly let's write the code for this. So by this we will also understand how to take the input for second, that is 2D matrix. For this we want r comma c, int r comma c, that is row number of rows and column, r comma c. So we will define a 2-dimensional vector, that is vector of vector int v of n, that is r, comma vector of int c comma 0. Initially we will define everything by 0. This is the initial value, that is 0. This is how we write a 2D matrix, that is 2D array in a C++. So taking input is very easy. That is for I int equal to 0, I less than rows, I plus plus. For int j equal to 0, j less than columns, j plus plus, and I will take that is v of I comma j. This is how we take input. Now let me print my matrix. First I will just print and show how it is getting printed. I plus plus for int j equal to 0, j less than columns j plus plus, and we'll print, right, we'll just print the v of I comma j followed by a space, and after every row we will print a new line. So let's first see how our array would be. See, let's take 3 by 3 matrix. For 3 by 3 we defined as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. This is the input format, right? The same should be printed in the output. Let's see how it is printing. We are getting some compilation error, so it would be 2 angular brackets, not 1. Let's run it again. So we are getting the exactly same. Now let's print the transpose also. See out the transpose of the matrix is for int j equal to 0, j less than columns j plus plus, for int I equal to 0, I less than rows I plus plus. See out v of I comma j. See out end line. This will give me the transpose of the matrix. Let's see how it is getting printed. So the transpose of the matrix is 1 4 7. This matrix is that is first column changed to first row, second column changed to second row, third column changed to third row. This is how simply we can print the transpose of the matrix. So I hope these 6 questions were very helpful for you. We have understood how to take inputs, learned what are 2-dimensional arrays, single dimensional arrays, 2-pointer approach, what else, 2-pointer approach, binary search, and also lower bound, upper bound functions. Everything we have also read, right? And one thing to say is the one problem which we have solved, the first occurrence and last occurrence, there is this shortcut for that in C++. So there is an inbuilt function called lower bound. Okay, lower bound HTL. You can definitely see what does this do. See, let me demonstrate. Vector of int v equal to let me take 1 2 2 2 3 4 5. Let me say this is as my array. Okay, and my target is 2. We for this we have written 2 functions, right? Get first and get second. It would be done in single HTL function. There is an inbuilt function. How do we see? How do we do it? Let's see. So we'll just write int first occurrence would be simply lower underscore bound. It is a HTL function of C++. It will return a pointer. How to get rid of this pointer? I will say lower bound of, will give the iterator, that is iterators, that is v dot begin comma v dot end, and the target value. What is the target value? Let's say it's target only. And to get rid of this iterators, you will just subtract it by the initial pointer. For the index is 1, right? We already took the same example. The 1 will be here, and for second, to get the last thing, you will write lower bound, not, it is upper bound of same thing, v dot begin comma v dot end. The same thing would be repeated over here, and we are missing a trace over here. So if you just print here, see out first, second, it will give the same answers, that is the index number 1 and index number 3. There is some compilation error. It would be v dot begin, not terms dot begin, sorry, v dot begin. Let's run. We are getting the same thing, first index and the fourth index. Why we are getting fourth index? 0 1 2 3. It will, what is upper bound is, it is just greater than the value. For this we will always do a -1, because let me explain what is upper bound. The value which is just greater than, the smallest greater than value of the target value, we will say it as upper bound. If you see, if I define another 2 over here, let me put a comma. Now if I don't do second -1 and print it, it will give 5, because it will give the just greater than value than the 2, than the target value. Here it is giving 5. So this is the simple logic of upper bound and lower bound functions. The same functions with the STL which we are using is, it is implementing the same, the function get first and get second. What the function does is the same function upper bound and lower bound does. So this is about first and second occurrences. The people who knew the STL would solve it in 2 lines rather than writing 2 big functions. So this is about today's class. And if you want more content on TCS videos, and if you like the way of teaching or the quality of questions or something, any feedback, anything, you can post it in your comments. And I hope I will take the constructive feedback, and I will meet you in the next session. Until then, bye bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to Online Study for You. My name is Priyanshi and this lecture is all about coding preparation for TCS NQT. So we all know that TCS NQT exam is going to happen very soon and the lecture is for the same. Here in this lecture today we are going to see 2 things. First is how to take inputs of in TCS NQT on various scenarios, and second would be some practice questions that we can expect to come in. So let's talk about the very first thing, that is how to take input. So there are multiple scenarios where we need to take input, and taking input is one of the biggest issue that students used to face in TCS NQT exam. So first is taking the inputs of array, right? The second is taking the inputs of number, and especially the numbers that are like multiple numbers in a single row, and then taking the inputs of string. So the very first scenario that we are going to see over here is size of array that is given. Okay, so if you are given with a size of array, let's say you are given with something n is equals to 5, it means you will be given with the size and you have to take the input one by one, right? So if I assume that my array consists of 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 elements, so it means it will be something given to you. First will be 5, which you will be taking inside some variable n, and then for 5 times you have to run some kind of a loop where you will be taking all the numbers one by one, right? So if this is the case, then how we can write the code, let's see that. So first you need to take the input of n, right? So here you have n is equals to int input, right? So if you want to take the integer type of input, you write int and then input. Now you want to create an array, right? Array is what? Array is just a list. So here I created one variable arr, which is nothing but an empty list. Now once that is done, I have to use my for loop to run it for n times, right? And for n times we will be going to take the input of a number. First in like first loop, my number 10 will be taken, then in second loop number 20 will be taken, in third loop number 30 will be taken, and so on, right? And in each loop we are going to take the input of every element and we are going to append it inside our array. So in this loop will be written as for I in range n, right? You can also write it like range 0 comma n, so it depends on you with whatever suits you the best, right? If you're writing n only, that also means that you are taking from 0 to n, and I hope you all know that n, if I'm writing n, so it will work up till n minus 1, right? So if I'm using 1, like if anyone wants to use range starting from 1, so they have to write it like n plus 1. Okay, so now for I in range n, now in each loop what we are going to do, 2 things we are going to do. First is taking the input of that particular element and then adding that element inside my array list. So you see we have created one num variable, and inside it I'm going to take the int input again. Okay, so for first loop, let's say 10 is the first number, so 10 is going to be stored inside this num. Now once that is done, we have to append it inside our array variable. So array is my list, so array dot append, and we are going to insert that thing in. Okay, so 10, what is going to happen if this is my array list? So 10 is going to be appended, right? Now in second loop, when the second number will be encountered, let's say 20, so 20 will be stored inside num variable and num will be added inside my list. So 20 will be added, and so on. You will get all the elements appended in your list, right? Now once you have list, you can work on it as the way the question asks for, right? So here, if you want to directly print it, you can directly print it as array and the array variable, right? So this is how you can take the input if size of the array is given. Now let's talk about if space separated array is given. Okay, so this is one of the very basic array given array input that we have learned till now, right? Now this is something which is important because this type of case scenario is the maximum probability that they will give you something like this, right? So if they will give you something like 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, and this is what, this is just a single row. You are given all the numbers together with a space between it, right? So you can like kind of understand that, okay, some kind of a string is given to you, a stream of numbers, right? And you need to store it in a way like you want it in to be a list, right? So how you will be doing it? So for that we use these few methods. So the first method that we use is list. Why list? Because I want to convert this whole thing into a list format, right? So this is why I need to put list first. Now what I want to do is I want all of the values that we will be fetching to map inside this list. So inside list function, we have to mention the map function. Now after it, what kind of data type it would be? So I want all of them to be taken as int data type, right? So if 10 is fetched, 10 will be stored as a int value, right? So that is why I have to mention int. And now I'll simply write an input line. So input dot. Now there is one more thing which we call a split function. Now what does this split function does? Split function, if you are just keeping it empty, right, if you are calling split function as it is, by default whatever the input that you are passing, it is going to break everything wherever the space is present, right? So if you see, you have this array which is having space separated array, right? Now if you want to break all these elements from the space, right, so what you have to do, you have to call this split function. Okay, now if you want to understand that how this works, so it is basically first line that is going to happen is this one, where you will be taking the input and it is automatically going to split it. And because you haven't mentioned anything inside split, so by default wherever the space is present, it is going to break from that particular place, right? Now once you have once you have break the whole thing, right, now what is going to happen, every number, like everything is going to be taken into a int format, right? So 10, 20, 30, 40 individually they are going to be converted into int format. Now what is going to happen, whatever you are having, that is going to be mapped in your list, right? So what is going to happen in your list, which is ar list, right, you will be having 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, right? So this is how you will be getting your final output from this particular line. Okay, so arr is equals to list map int input dot split. Okay, so this is how you take the space separated input of an array. Now let's talk about comma separated array input. So if you have something like 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, right? So if you have something like this, now in this case what you have to do is you have to do the same thing, right? You will write list because you want it to be in a list format. Then you want to map them, so you'll write map. Then you want all of them to be in integer data type, so you have to write that. Then you will be taking the input, so you will be taking that input. Now what is going to happen when you are splitting it, right? Because right now what you have is comma separated. In the previous one you were having space separated, right? So now for comma separated, you have to mention inside your split function, you have to mention that, okay, the split should happen wherever the commas are present, right? So once you will write something like this, what is going to happen, the input that you have passed, which is something like this, it is going to be split where the commas are present, right? So if comma is over here, so it is going to split from this place, then this, then this, and then this. So this is how it is going to split itself. Now once it is split, again it will be all converted into integer format, then it will be mapped in your list, right? So in the end, when you will be creating your array, again you will be having similar kind of thing, that is 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. Now there is one thing which I want to mention, that the comma that you were given with in an input, and the comma that you are seeing over here are two different things. Okay, the comma that you got in your input was a string format, right? And the one that you are having in your arr list, that is something defined in list to separate the two values. Okay, so this is it. This is how you can take the input when you are having comma separated array given, right? So list map int input dot split, and in split you have to mention that particular character where you want to split. Okay, now there is just one more thing I want to add, although the case is not going to happen anyway. But if they have given you some any other character, for example, let's say they have given you colons, right? They have given you something like this. So if you want to separate these values, now you know that how you can split them. You have to just put inside a split, you have to mention this particular character, and the input that is given to you will be splitted into the into again like from these portions, right? So this is how you can do all these portions. Now let's talk about the fourth scenario. In fourth scenario, now we are going to take the input of a integer, the numbers, but if there are multiple numbers which I need to store. Okay, so we are going to talk about space separated values input. Okay, so if input is given as something 2 and 3, and maybe it represents the number of rows and columns, generally you will be getting to see these type of inputs when you are having on like grid questions or something like that. So that is very common, right? So if you have something like 2 space 3, right, this underscore represents space for me. So if something like this is given, and what you have to do is, what is your goal, that you need to take two variables and you need to store them separately. Means, let's say 2 represents row, so in your r variable 2 should be stored, and in your c variable 3 should be stored. If this is the scenario, how can we do that? So first of all, you where in the previous one, like we were taking r, right, as a variable. So here, if you want two variables to be taken, right, so you have to write two variables. So you will be writing r comma c, or maybe row comma col. Okay, it could be anything. Now you have to put a equals to sign. Now what is going to happen, in the previous questions, in the previous examples, we were having like we want to create a list, right? But now we don't want to create a list, right? So that is why we are starting directly from map function, because we don't want it in a list format. So we'll directly start from map function. Now inside a map, you have to mention the data type you want to store it. So if 2 you want to store in int data type, so you have to mention int in here, right? Now after that, again same thing, because this is a space separated input, so I have to take split function, and split function I can put it empty only, right? Because by default it is going to take that thing, right? So that is not a problem. If you even put the space as a character inside it, that is also correct. Okay, that is also not a problem. So now what is going to happen, input is going to be taken, so 2 space 3 will be taken as an input. You will be going to split it from the space, so it will be splitted like this. Now 2 and 3 individually are going to convert into an int format, and then you are going to map them on what? You are going to map them on r comma c. So 2 is going to mapped with r, and c is going to mapped with 3. Okay, so once you'll do the whole line, and once you'll try to print the two numbers, that is r and c, you will be getting output as 2 and 3. Okay, so this is how you can take the space separated values input. Now let's talk about comma separated values input. So if you have something like 2 comma 3, again, so what you have to do is, you have to split it through commas, right? So wherever you have this comma thing, you have to separate through that. So you have to mention this comma character in your split function, so it will be splitted from that portion. Okay, so this is how this particular question can be also done, and again 2 and 3 will be like mapped accordingly. Okay, so I hope all these scenarios are clear to you, and this is it. We are going to the next section then, that is some TCS coding practice questions. Now before that, before doing going to the TCS practice questions, I just want to tell you one thing, that if you are actually serious about TCS NQT, and if you are looking for actually a good material, so all our teachers including me are taking classes, like live classes we are taking regularly, and thus we have created one course for you. Let me show it to you. Here we have. So this course is particularly created for TCS NQT students who are actually serious about this particular exam. So what we do provide in here is, so the very first thing and the very important thing is this DSA white book, which can definitely help you in the, especially these last few 10-15 days, where you have to just practice everything, right? So this DSA white book contains of 200 plus questions, where you get every topic, right? And everything that you want will be in this particular book. You have the questions, you have the coding answers in all the languages, right? So it is going to help you very much when you are practicing things, right? And then we have other other things as well. We have TCS 2025 asked questions, we have 2024 asked questions, then you have recorded videos for quant reasoning and verbal coding, everything, like everything that you want for TCS NQT exam, you have it in here, right? You have mock test series, practice test, and everything that you need. Okay, so if you are actually serious about TCS NQT, this is something which I'll refer to you, that you should consider it. Now let's get back to the thing. Okay, now let's talk about few of the coding practice questions that I have uh, in here to explain you, because these are few of the questions that can actually help you polish some of the very important concepts and the topics that you should have a good grip on, especially in these last few days, right? So let's start with the very first question. So here we are going to take like the questions. I have 2-3 questions, and every question will be in a same format, like you will be getting in your TCS NQT exam, right? So it will be whole same thing, the same kind of questions, the same formatting, even the codes that I have kept in this particular slides, right? They are also something that you can exactly write in. Okay, so let's see, let's read the question. So the question is that replace elements by its rank in the array. So okay, you have to do what? You have to replace your elements by its rank in your array. So this is an array based question. Now let's go through the problem statement. So problem statement says that you are given an array of n integers. Okay, so you will be given an array of n integers, means you have to take the input of n, which is the size of an array. Your task is to replace each element of the array with its rank in the array. Okay, so what you have to do is, you will be given an array and you have to replace each of the elements with its actual rank in that particular array. Now what is rank? The rank of an element is defined as its position. Okay, so they have also explained you that what exactly the rank means, right? So rank is the actual position in the array when the array is sorted in ascending order, right? So if you are given with some array, you have to basically do what? You have to sort that array, and whatever should be the actual rank of that particular element, that should be replaced with the actual array. Okay, so if two elements are equal, now this is another case, like I always say that edge cases, thinking about edge cases is very important, because in TCS NQT you might be writing the whole code correctly, but there would be 2 or 3 test cases that are not going to pass, and that is because you don't understand the edge cases. So read the question very carefully, think about, first of all, think about the basic thing, the brute force technique, or the technique that how you can how you're going to solve this particular question. And once you're done with it, then you should actually think of edge cases, that where it can fail, right? So these are few of the things that you have to actually notice on. So if two elements are equal, then they should be assigned the same rank. Okay, so I guess we have understood the question pretty well. Now let's see what is the input format. So the first line contains an integer n denoting the size of the array. So in the first line, you have to take the input of n, that is the size of the array. And the second line contains n space separated integers. Okay, so here you have to take the input of array that are space separated integers representing the array elements. Cool. Now output format is print n space separated. You also have to print this array only which is space separated, right, representing the rank of each element in the original array order. Cool. Now constraints are given as that the size of the array could be anywhere from 1 to 10 raised to the power 5, and the array elements, right, array of I means array elements that will be present in your array could be anything from negative 10 raised to the power 9 to 10 raised to the power 9. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about and let's see how the sample inputs are given. So you have first sample input where you are having 6, which represents the size of an array, and the second is the actual array, which is given to you like 20, 15, 26 to 98, 6. Okay, now this will be some kind of a sample output. And what is the explanation? So what you have to do is, once you have the array, like this is your array, once you try to sort it, right, so it would be something like 2, 6, 15, 20, 26 and 98, and accordingly now rank is what? Rank is just the position, and when we talk about the position, it generally starts from 1, right? So in normally, right, so we can say that the first element will be having rank 1, the second element in your sorted array, right, will be having rank 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then 6. So if I'm sorting, if I'm going to sort this given array, this is what it would be, and this would be the actual rank. Now if I try to replace the ranks with the array elements, so the first array element you can see is 20, right? So 20 should be replaced with its actual rank of 20 should be what? 4. So 20 will be replaced with what? 4. Okay, then the next element is 15. 15 should be replaced with the rank 3, so it will be 3. Then 26 is having rank 5, so it should be replaced with 5. Then you have 2 is having rank 1. Then you have 98 is having rank 6, and then last value is 6 only, which is having the rank of 2. So this kind of an array like 4, 3, 5, 1, 6, 2 should be the final output. Okay, now I guess everyone has understood that what the question says. Now this is sample input 2, where you have something like this, and if you see the sample input 2 shows the like the edge case where you have two values that are of same value, right? So if you try to sort this particular array, it would be something like 1, 5, 8, 8, 9, 15, 25, right? And what the question told us that whenever you have same numbers, you have to actually give them the same rank, right? So you don't need to like rank them like 3 and 4 differently. They both will be ranked as 3. So 1 is ranked with 1, 5 is ranked with 2, then 8 is ranked with 3, 9 4, and 15 5, and 25 6, right? Pretty clear. Now 1 is having rank 1, so that is it. 5 is having rank 2, so that is it. Then 8 is having rank 3, so we have that. Now 15 is having rank 5, right? So we have 5 over here. Then again we have 8. Now 8 is ranked with what? 3. So again we do what? We put 3 over there. Then 25 is ranked with 6 and 9 is ranked with 4. Okay, so this is the second sample input. Okay, now once we have understood this particular question, now we need to actually jump on the coding part, that how we can write the code. Now there is one thing which I have told you, I guess a lot many times, that whenever you have something like you have to create some kind of a pairing, like especially in ranking and positioning, or you want to create a frequency table, the best option is you use dictionary as your data structure, right? Or also we can say is hash map, right? So if you see here, we are creating one dictionary that is going to have a rank map, means rank is going to be mapped accordingly, right? So let's not jump directly over that particular part. Let's start from the beginning. So you see, this is my main body of the Python, and this is the functional body that I have, right? So this depends purely on you. If you don't want to use functional things, right, so what you can do is you can directly take the inputs, and after that you don't need to define the function. You can directly write your code, right? You can directly initialize your dictionary, then you can start with rank is equals to 1, and then you can for loop inside it. So it's directly purely up to you that how you want to write your code. Okay, now let's have a look on this code. So first you need to take the input of n, that is the size of an array. So n is equals to int input dot strip. Now why we have used this function strip? So there could be a possibility, see this is again something that is optional, okay, because generally you will not require it. But why do we use this strip function is to remove any extra spaces or any extra things before your actual code. Like for example, you are giving an array, giving a size of 7, right? So if they by mistake have given you like 7 and they have entered a space or maybe some kind of garbage stuff around 7, this strip can remove that, okay, and it will purely give you the pure number, that is 7. Okay, so that is why we use the strip function, but it's up to you if you want to use. Generally you will not require it. Okay, so you can also write it something like n is equals to int input. Okay, so this is it. This is your first input of n. Now once you have taken that, now you have to take space separated input of an array. So you have to write something like this: array is equals to list map int input dot split. Now once this is done, what we are doing is here we are using a function call. So that is why I created one variable called result, right? And in my result, what I did is I called the function replace with rank, and we are passing one parameter that is an actual array. Okay, so this is it. I hope this much is clear. Now let's talk about the functional body, that how we are working on it. Okay, so now what we need to do is, see, this is something like after seeing till this much of the part, we have understood that creating this rank map is very important, right? Because if we have this rank map, it's very easy. It's like nothing to do extra after that, right? We just need to call it and just run the values and we can print them, right? So rank map is very important, and because we are using here two values, something is mapped with something. So in this case, we have to use a dictionary. So what we are using here is we created one variable rank map, which is a dictionary format, right? So let me just quickly write over here rank map, and rank map is what? A dictionary. Okay, now I have started my rank as 1, right? So this is the first initialization that I have already done. Now we have to simply loop inside my sorted array, right? So what we are doing is here that for num in what? In sorted array. Sorted is what? Sorted is a function that is going to convert your normal array into a sorted format, right? So what is going to happen? You're going to traverse inside your sorted array. Now let's take one example over here. Let's take the example of this question, that is 20, 15, 26. Let me quickly write it over here. 20, 15, 26. Then we have 2, 98 and 6. 2, 98 and 6, right? So this is our array that we are working on, let's say, because for dry run I just need one example. Okay, so if this is an array, what we are doing is we are traversing inside this array, but in a sorted one, right? So basically, in which we are sorting, in which array we are traversing in a sorted array. So it will be 2, 6, then 15, 20, 26 and 98. So this is my sorted array, and in this only we are going to traverse. So in first loop, my num is going to run, right? And in num, we have the first value as 2, right? Now once that is done, I have to check one thing, that is my num inside rank map or not. If it is not, then we have to add in there, right? This is what we have to do. So if num not in rank map, okay, so num not in rank map, that is true. Num is not present in your rank map, so the condition is true. And now because the condition is true, we have to do these two things. Now what are these? First, we have to add this rank inside my rank map, and with that rank map, I have to map a value that is rank. Okay, so first I'll create one 2 over here. Okay, my bad. 2 will be in a number format only, not string. Okay, let me just remove that. Okay, so 2 will be in a number format, and it will be created over here by rank map of num. Now with this rank map of num, what we are mapping with? We are mapping with rank. Now what is the value of rank? That is 1. So 2 is going to be mapped with 1. Now once we have mapped it, we have to update our rank value as well. So that is why what we are doing is we are adding 1 inside my rank. So rank plus equals to 1. Now once this is done, we'll move to the second loop. Now in second loop, my num will move to the next number, that is 6, right? Now again, is my 6 not in rank map? Again, this is true, it is not inside my rank map. So again, what I have to do, I have to add 6 in here and map it with a rank. So rank previously was what? Rank was updated with 2, right? It was previously initially 1, then we have added 1 in it, so rank became 2. So now 2 is going to be added over here. Now once this is done, we are going to increase our rank. So rank will become what? Rank will become 3. Okay. Now in third loop, my num will go to the next number, that is 15. So 15 is again not present inside my rank. Again, what I have to do is I have to add it inside my map and I'll map it with the value that is of rank. So 3 will be mapped with it. Now fourth loop is having num is equals to, and rank I have to update as 4. Now num is equals to what? 20. Now is my 20 present inside rank? No, it is not. So I have to add in over here with a value of rank 4. Now once that is done, I have to update my rank. So rank will become 5. Now in fifth loop, again, my num value will become 26. 26 is again not present, so it will be added in here with the rank, that is 5, right? Rank with 5, and rank value will be updated. Now once that is done, I have to go to the next number. Next number is 98. So once that is done, you have to add this 98 over here because it is again not present in your rank map, and we will map it with the last value, that was 6, and rank will be updated with 7. Now once that is done, we'll try to run the 7th loop, but it is not going to work because we don't have any element after 98, right? So it means all the things inside my for loop is done. So what we are going to do, we are going to come on this return line, and how we are returning it, we are returning a rank map of num for num in array. Now see the technique that how we are returning it. Okay, although what you can do is you can also return your rank map, so the whole dictionary that you created will be returned, and after that when you come out of the whole functional body and in your main body, what you can do is you can traverse inside your rank map and you can actually put it accordingly. Okay, now here what we have to do is rank map of num for num in array. Now what does this line means? This line is simply that you are traversing inside your array. So for num in array, okay, so you are traversing inside your array, and this time it is not sorted array. You are not traversing in your sorted array, you are traversing in your original array. Okay, so for num in array, what you have to do is you have to rank map of num. So you will be returning rank map of num. So return, kind of you can understand it like that, return rank map. I'm just writing it as rm of num. Okay, so how it is going to work, you're going to traverse inside your array. So in your first loop, your num will become what? Your num will be 20, right? Because in your original array it is 20. So num is equals to 20. Now num is 20. What is going to be returned for that? That is rm of num, means rank map of 20. Now what is the value of 20 assigned to like what value is assigned to 20? That is 4. So basically for this particular portion, what you are doing is you are returning to 4 as an value. And if you see outside this whole outside this whole thing, you're actually having an like list, right? So whatever you are returning, whatever you are adding, it will be in a list format. So 4 will be added in your list. Okay, now once that is done, second loop will work, and in your second loop your num will become what? It will become 15, right? Now again you will try to search the value for 15, so it's 3. So in your returned list, after 4, 3 will be added, right? Now in third value, again num is equals to what? 26, right? The value for 26 is 5, so you will be returning 4 comma 3 comma 5. Now we have fourth loop. In fourth loop, your num value is 2, right? So you will be returning the value of 2, that is 1. So 4 comma 3 comma 5 comma 1. Now in fifth loop, your num value is 98. So you will be returning what? You will be returning something like 4, 3, 5, 1 and 6, right? And now here is the sixth loop, which is the last loop, where your num value will be 6 and you will be returning your final list as 4 3 5 1 6, and the value of 6 is what? 2. So 2. Okay, so this is the list that is going to be returned in the end. Okay, now once that is done, what we are doing here is we are printing star result. Now what does this mean? What this star means? Because they have asked you to print the list as a space separated array, right? You have to give an output in a space separated array. So there are two ways. One is you can again use for loop, and you can just take your variable, like take your integer one by one, you can add it in a string format, and then you can return, you can print that string, right, with that space added, right? Or else what you can do is you can use this star. The star means what? Star in Python here means unzip. Unzip means unzip the list, right? So the list that you are having here, that is 4 5 like the list that you were having here, that is 4 3 5 1 6 2, that is going to be returned, right? That is going to be returned. Now once this is done, using this star, what is going to happen? Whatever you have in here, right, whatever the values that you have in here is going to be unzipped. Unzipped means all the commas are going to be removed, right? And whatever you have in here, that is going to be printed with a space separated input, right? So I hope this is clear. And using the star, just by using the star only, you can actually create the value over here. Okay, now once that is done, let's move on to the next question. So the next question is remove characters from first string present in the second string. So what you have to do in this question is you have to remove the characters that are present in your first string and that are present in your second string, but you have to remove from the first string. Okay, so let's quickly see this thing. Okay, so let's read the problem statement. The problem statement is you are given with two strings, str1 and str2. Okay, your task is to remove all the characters from string str1 that are present in str2. So what you have to do is, in input you will be given with two string inputs, right, that is str1 and str2. And now what you have to do is you have to remove all characters from str1 that are present in str2. Okay, now once that is done, you have to return the modified string after removing the common characters. If no common characters from str1 and str2 in str1 are present in str2, you have to return str1 as it is. Okay, so I hope it is pretty much clear, right? So you will be having some string 1 and you will be having some string 2. Now what you have to do is you have to return the one, like basically you have to do str1 minus str2. Okay, so whatever are common values, whatever the string 2 contains, if they are present in str1, you have to remove those values, and then what you have to do, you have to return the remaining one. Okay, so basically here we are going to take the two inputs, that is of str1 and str2. Now once that is done, so first line contains str1 and second line contains string str2. Now you have to print the modified string after removing all characters from str1 that are present in str2. Okay, now these are some of the constants. That length of str1 will be going to range from 1 to 10 raised to the power 4. Length of str2 is going to range from 1 to 10 raised to the power 4. And all the strings will only contain lowercase English alphabets. Okay, so this is very important, that they already told you that every alphabet that is going to be returned is in a lowercase format. So if they haven't give you, there could be one edge case possible, that you have to convert everything in your lowercase first and then you have to write it. But because they have already told you that it is all in lowercase, so it's good to go. Okay, now let's talk about sample input 1. So let's say you have string 1 as a b c d e f and string 2 as c e f z. Okay, so now what you have to do is you have to remove all the elements that are present in string 2 and all the elements of string 2 that are present in string 1. Okay, so first is c. Is my c present in string 1? Yes, it is present, so you have to remove that c. Now second word in second string is e, right? Is my e present? Yes, e is present, so you have to remove e. Then F, is F present? Yes, F is also present, so we have to remove F. Then Z, Z is present? No, Z is not present. So in the end, now string 2 is completed. Now in the end, what is left? That is A, B, D. So this is your final output. Okay, so you can read the explanation also. The common characters in both strings are C, comma, E, comma, F, and after removing them from A, B, C, D, E, F, the remaining string is A, B, D. Okay, so I hope that is clear. Now this is my second input, where if you can see, first string is XYZ PW and second string is LMNO, and if you see, there is nothing common in like in both of these, right? So what is going to happen? The same string, that is string 1, is going to be printed. So if there is no common characters between the two strings, hence the first string remains unchanged. Okay, now this is the third input, where if you have all, let's say you have all A's in this particular string 1, and in second string you have a single A, right? So what is going to happen? You have A and you have to remove A's, all of them, one by one from the first string. So the output of this particular scenario will be what? It will be empty, because empty string, because all the characters are removed. Okay, I hope that is clear, and let's just quickly see how we can write the code for this. So first we need to take the inputs, right? And now the strip functions, I will suggest, especially when you're taking the input of a string, right, I suggest that you should actually consider using strip, because strip function allows you to remove any extra spaces before or trailing ones, right? So whatever is extra in your string 1, if given, everything is going to be removed and you will be having your actual string, right? So str1 is equals to input.strip and str2 is equals to input.strip. Now once that is done, in your print function, what you are calling is remove chars, and there you are passing 2 parameters. Okay, now this function is going to be called. Now how this function is working, let's see that as well. So let's change the color. Yeah, okay, so this function, first of all, we have to do what? We have to create a set. And why we are going to create set? Create the set can be used for fast lookup, right? And that is why we are going to create set over here. And this is why we have, like, I have put a comment over here. So if you are reading the question, the code, or if you are taking the screenshot and if you will be seeing it later, you know that why we are using set over here, right? So we are creating a set for fast lookup. So once we create one set, that is remove set is equals to set of string 2, right? So we are going to convert the string 2 in a set format. Okay, so let's create this variable remove set, and this will be in a set format, and this will be storing what? It will be storing all the characters of string 2 inside the set format. So let's take the example of first one only, that is CEF set. So you will be having C, then you will be having E, then F, and then Z. Okay, so this is your set that has been created. Now you created one result list, which is empty list right now. Now you have to traverse in your string 1. Okay, so my string 1 is what? String 1 is A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, and let's write string 2 as well. String 2 was what? C, E, F, C. Okay, so these are the two strings. Now once this is done, we have to traverse inside my string 1. So in first loop, my character ch, that is an iterator variable, is going to become A, right? Now if A, because ch, right, if ch not in remove set. Okay, so if A is not in my remove set, that is true, A is not present in my remove set. So what we have to do is we have to append that particular character in my result list, right? So let's create one result list over here. So A is going to be appended over here. Now once that is done, we are going to move to the second loop, where ch will become B, right? Now if B not in set, so is my B not in set? True. So what we have to do is append it inside the list. So B is also appended. Then we'll move to the third loop, where ch will become C. Is my C not in set? False, right? C is present in my set, so nothing is going to happen. Now fourth loop, ch is equals to D. Is my D not in set? True, D is not in set. So I have to append it inside the list. Now fifth loop, CH is equals to E. Is my E not in set? No, false. It is present inside my set. So nothing is going to happen. Now sixth loop, CH is equals to F. Right? Now is F not in remove set? No, it is present. So the condition is again false. So nothing is going to be happening. So this is the whole list that I got, and the whole like all the loops that can happen are already done. So we'll come out of it and we'll go to this return statement. Now if you remember, what was the output line that we need to do? We need to print in a string format, right? So right now the values that we have stored over here is in a list format, right? So we have to convert it into a string format. Now how we can do it? Simply we can use join function, right? So if they have given you that you have to print space separated input, so what you have, like space separated string, so what you have to do is you have to add space character here, and then you put dot join and result. So what is going to happen? A, then space, then B, then space, and D is something like you will be getting. But right now there is nothing like that is given, so you can assume that you have to return something like ABD. And in outputs also we have seen that there was no space. So here what we are doing is we are creating one empty string, okay, the string with no spaces and nothing, right, just two quotes. So that is what we call as empty string. So empty string dot join result. So what is going to happen? We have A, because A is the first character of the, like the first element of result. Now after A, one empty string join is going to join. So empty string doesn't contain any character, so basically nothing is going to happen. My cursor will stay over here only, right? Now the second element is B, so B is going to come over here, right? And then D is going to come over here. So this is the final output that we are returning. And because the output that we are returning is same as the output that we want to display on the screen, we have directly printed it. Okay, so whatever is going to be returned will get directly printed. If you feel that the thing that you are returning is not in the same format of the output, you can take it in a variable, store it in a variable, like we did in this particular question. We take it in a variable result, and after that we printed it after unzipping it, right? And unzipping means that removing all the commas and the brackets and everything, it will automatically give you the output in a space separated format. Okay, so this is it. This is how you can do this second question. I hope this is also clear, and let's move to the next question. Now the next question is find all non-repeating elements in an array, right? So here what you have to do is you will be given an array again, and you have to repeat, like find all the non-repeating elements. Okay, so again if you see here, just by reading the question, what I can see here is I need to count the frequency of every element, and all the elements that are having the frequency of 1, we can return those elements, right? Simple logic. Now let's read the question once to understand what they want actually. So you are given an array of an integers. Your task is to find and print all the elements that occur exactly once in an array. Okay, so your task is to find and print all the elements that are occurring exactly once in that particular array. The output elements can be printed in any order, so they are not expecting you any fixed type of order. It can be in any order. Okay, now let's see what the input format is. So in input format, you have to take, the first line contains n integers, right? So first line will contain integer n representing the size of the array, and the second line contains n space separated integers representing array elements, right? So pretty simple, right? Now output format. Now what could be the outputs? Print all the non-repeating elements, space separated by space. So basically you have to print all the non-repeating elements that in a space separated format, right? And if no such elements exist, you have to print -1. Okay, now constraints are what? The size of the array will be from 1 to 10 raised to the power 5, and the the elements that will be given to you, it could be anything from -10 raised to the power 2, 10 raised to the power 9. Okay, now let's see the first sample input. In first sample input we have 6, that is the size of an array, and the second value is the second line input is space separated input, that is of array only. Okay, now once that is done, so basically if you see, all the elements, right? We have 1 that is occurring for 3 times, we have 2 for occurring for 1 time, we have -1 that is occurring for 1 time, and we have 3 that is occurring for 1 time. So there are 3 elements that is occurring for exactly once, that is 2, -1 and 3. So this will be the final output. And because we want all of them to be space separated, so you see in the output you have all the elements as the space separated inputs, right? So 1 appears 3 times, 2, -1 and 3 appear only once, hence they are the non-repeating elements. Okay. Now, for example, if you have an array that are in which all the elements are non-repeating, so obviously you will be printing all of them. Okay, so this is sample input 2. Now let's see how to write the code for this particular question. Now, first of all, we need to take the input of n. So n is equals to int input dot strip. Again, the strip function for an integer is optional. For an integer input, you can skip that. But for that string inputs, I will prefer that you use the strip function if it is working fine. Okay. Now, second is array input. So again, it is space separated input. So list map int input dot split. Okay. Now you have to call your function. So I'm creating one result variable where we are calling find non-repeating array, and we are passing our array input. Okay. Now once that is done, we are going to call this particular function. So you see here we have first of all frequency, which is nothing, just a dictionary that we are creating, and we can call it as a frequency table. Okay. Now after this we have to traverse inside our array, right? And we have to update our frequency table. That's it. Okay. So let's take one example of this only, that is 1, 2, -1, 1, 3, 1. Okay. So let's say we have an input of an array that is 1, 3. I guess it was 1, 3 only. Okay, 1, 2, -1. So 1, 2, -1. Then we have 1, 3, 1. So 1, 3, 1. Okay, so this is an array. Now let's traverse. You see we have created one frequency table, that is done, the dictionary. Now what we have to do is for num in array, right? So in first loop, my num will be what? Num will be the first value of an array. First value of an array is what? 1, right? So what is going to happen? Frequency of num means frequency of 1. So it will be added in it, right? Now this is what? Frequency dot get function is used. Either it will return this or it will return this. Now it depends on the two conditions. If your existing num, which is 1, is already present with some value, in that case you will be getting num value, right? The value the num is mapped with. Else you are going to map it with 0. Okay, so this is how this get function works. If you already have 1 with an existing value, you will be getting num out of this whole function, else you will be returning 0. Okay, now because 1 here, the num is the first new element, right? It doesn't has any pre-existing value, so 0 is going to be taken from here. And after 0, what we are doing is we are adding 1 in it. So 0 plus 1 becomes 1. It means till now, wherever we are at this point, 1 is occurring for 1 time. Okay, now we have to traverse to the next element. Right, now next element is what? Next element is 2, right? So we are going to add 2 also, because 2 is also a new element. So 2, again from the get function you will be taking 0 because 2 is not mapped with any of it, right? So 0 will be returned from this and 1 will be added in here. So 0 plus 1 becomes 1. Okay, now once that is done, next element is -1. So in my third loop, num will move to the new value, that is -1. Again -1 is not present, so we are going to map it with 1. Okay, now fourth loop, num value is what? 1. Now you see, now num is what? 1, and because 1 is already present, so this get function is going to return the value of num. So value of 1 is what? 1 only. So 1 will be returned and plus 1. So 1 plus 1 makes it 2. So the value is going to be updated to 2. Okay, so this is how the get function works. Now let's move on to the fifth loop. In fifth loop, we have num value as 3. Again, 3 is a new number, so 3 will be added in here with a new number, that is 1. Okay, now let's move on to the sixth loop. Sixth loop, again it's 1. Now 1 is already existing, so what we are going to get? We are going to get the number not 0 this time. So 2 is going to be returned, and 2 plus 1 is what? 3. So it is going to be updated with the new value 3. Okay, now once this is done, every loop, like all the loops are done, nothing is left. Now we are going to move on this line, which is result is equals to result is equals to list, an empty list we are creating. Okay, so this is one empty list we have created. Now in this empty list, what we are going to do is we are going to add the values only that are occurring for one time. So you see, again what we are doing is we are traversing inside our array. Okay, so again we are going to get all these values. So let me just change the color and we are going to use the same table, right? So for the first loop, n is going to be 1, right? Now what we are going to check, we are going to check if the frequency of num is equals to 1, means if the value mapped inside the frequency table is equals to 1 or not. If it has the value as 1, it means it is like coming exactly one time, right? So the value is num and the num value is mapped with value 3, right? So it is not equals to 1. So nothing is going to happen and we will move to the next value, that is 2. Okay, now value of 2 is mapped with 1 and it is equals to 1. So it means the condition is true, and because the condition is true, we can add 2 in here. Okay, now once this is done, we are going to move to the third loop where the value is -1. Now -1 is also having value as 1. It means it is also going to be appended. Okay, now fourth loop, num is equals to 1. What is the value of 1? That is 3. So it is not going to be appended. Then num is equals to 3. 3 value is also what? 1. So 3 is going to be appended. Now in sixth loop, num is equals to 1. Again, 1 is having the value 3. So nothing is going to happen. Okay, now once this is done, what you are doing is you are returning the result. Okay, so this return, this list of values 2, -1, 3 is going to be returned. Now because you are returning it and it is not in the exact format the output is needed to be in, right? So what you are going to do is you are going to store it in your result variable outside the function. Now what you are doing is you have to remember one thing. If your list, if this particular list is empty, right, it means there is no element that is occurring at least one, like exactly one time, right? There is no element that is non-repeating. So in that case you have to print one, sorry, -1, else you have to print the same result in a space separated output, right? So you are seeing, you see we are doing the same thing. We are using condition if result. So it means if result is having anything, what you should do, you should print star result. So again, star means unzip that particular result list. So what is going to happen, because this is the case which is true for us, so what is going to happen, 2, -1 and 3 with all the spaces is going to be printed. Else if this is not the case, let's say, let's assume my result is empty only. After doing the whole thing, my result is empty, right? Then in that case what will happen, we'll go to else and we will print -1. Okay, so this is it. This was the question, right? And here in this lecture, like up till now, we have seen all the inputs and we have done 3 very good questions, right? If you understood it and if you like understand these things, it is something like, and if you are able to write the questions, if you are able to write the code for these questions by yourself, it means you are pretty much ready for TCS NQT exam, right? Now again, here I have I have the screenshot of this DSA whitebook which I have told you about in the starting of the lecture. So what does this DSA whitebook book covers? So in this you will be getting how to take input in TCS exams. You will be getting practice questions related to almost all the topics like arrays, strings, sliding window approaches, then linked list, bit manipulation, backtracking, binary tree problems, then some story based problems that can be asked in TCS NQTs, right? And then stack queues and DQ problems. So these all are the topics that TCS generally covers, especially in NQT exam. So this DSA white book is definitely going to help you to do the practice questions and do all the concept revisions and everything, especially in like last few days. This is the link of the course which you can actually go through and then buy accordingly, right? So this is it for this lecture. I hope you are liking this lecture, and if you want the second part of it with some few more questions for the practice, you can just comment down and we will be coming with the next lecture. Thank you. Bye bye. Take Hello everyone. May I know if my voice is audible to you all? Hi everyone. Great, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I got to know that I'm audible and visible. I hope you all are doing well. Yeah, okay, great. So let's start with today's class, right? So in today's section, in today's lecture, we are going to start with we are going to continue with some of the more coding practice questions, as you guys have commented and said that you need part 2, and yeah, here I am with few more questions. Okay, so let's start with the first question here, that is leaders in array. Right, so let's go through the question, that what the question state says, like what is the problem statement, then we'll see that what is the input format, output format, and then we are going to continue, right? So the first question is leaders in array, right? The problem statement says that you are given with an array, integers, right? So the integers array will be given to you, and you have to print all the leaders in the array, right? Now, what is the meaning of leader? Let's try to understand that. So an element is said to be a leader if it is greater than or equals to the elements to its right, right? So okay, so what is who is the leader element in an array is given as that any element that is greater than or equal to the element to its right, that particular element is said to be an like a leader in an array, right? So the rightmost element will always be a leader. Okay, so if I take example of this, so let's assume that this is my example that is containing of elements like 16, 17, 4, 3, 5 and 2, right? And now here you have to find all the leader elements. So what it says, leader elements are those which are greater than and equals to all the elements in the right side. So here what we are going to do is we are going to start with the rightmost side, right? And what we are going to do here is, as they have already told us that rightmost element is always a leader, right? So the rightmost element, because obviously on the right side of 2, if I say is there any element for on the right side of 2 to compare, no, right? So what is going to happen, we can say that 2 is an actual leader, like the 2 is 2 is leader element in that particular array for now, right? So we can assume that 2 is one of the leaders, right? Now what I have to do is we have to move to the next element. Next element is 5. Now again we have to see that if all the elements on the right side of 5, if they are lesser than 5, means 5 is greater than all of the right side elements, it means 5 is also considered as leader. And if you see 5 has 2 on the right side, right? Right, and then we can say that 5 is the leader of this particular array. So 5 is also considered as one of the leader in an array, right? Now next we move to the next element, that is 3. So we have 3. Now 3 also an is also a leader. So what we have to do is we have to check whatever, see, the last element that we got 5 is actually the maximum element out of the like out of all the right side elements, right? So it means we can say that whatever the elements we have right on the right side, 5 is one of the largest element till now, right? So what we have to do is we have to simply compare 3 with 5. If 3 is greater than 5, then we can say that 3 is a leader element. But if 3 is not a leader, if 3 is not greater than 5 or equals to 5, we say that this is not a leader element. And as we see that 3 is not greater than 5, so we can say that 3 is not a leader element. So we can move ahead to the next element. Next element is 4. Now again, up till now 5 is still the leader element, right? If there is any number that is greater than 5, will become the next leader. So again, 4 is less than 5, so we can say 4 is not a leader. Now when we go to the next element, that is 17, right? Okay, so if the next element is 17, and again we have to compare it with 5, is 17 greater than 5? Yes, it is greater than 5. So what we can say that leader is 17 is the next leader. So in my list of leaders, 17 is going to be added, right? Now next element is 16. Again, is my 16 greater than 17? So no, 16 is not greater than 17. So what we can say that no, 16 is not a leader. So we can say that 17, 50, 17, 5 and 2. These are the three elements. These are the three leader elements in this particular given array. Okay. I hope this is clear. Any doubts in understanding the question? Okay, so once we have understood the problem statement, let's now move towards the input format. So what is input format says? The first line contains the integer n that represents the size of an array, right? So the first input will be one integer that will be given to you, that is the size of the array, and the second will be n space separated integers, right? So what is going to happen in the next line? All the elements that you will be getting for an array, it will be space separated integers. And in the last in one of the videos that I had earlier, I had already told you how to take space separated input, right? Then after the inputs, we have to take the inputs, we have to apply the logic, right? We have to write the whole code. And what should be the output format? We have to print all the leaders in the array in the order they appear, right? So this is very important, which is written that we have to print all the leaders, right? And second is they should be ordered, right? They should be ordered in the same way they are appearing in the particular array, right? The next are the constraint points, that the size of the n, that is the size of the array, which will be somewhere between 1 to 10 raised to the power 5, and the array element that you will be having can be anything ranging from negative 10 raised to the power 9 to 10 raised to the power 9. Okay, now let's move on to the sample input 1. In sample input 1, you can see there are two things given to you: n, that refers to the array size, and then we have an actual array that is space separated, right? And once we do all the application, once we do dry run, you will be able to understand exactly what is happening. But I have already told you what this problem is doing, right? And the next is sample output. So this is the output that you will be getting, right? Here I have put the explanation as well, the same explanation which I explained you right now, like, right? Same explanation is written over here. That is, from you have to traverse from right to left. Why we are traversing from right to left? This is very important, that because they are saying that leader element will always be those elements that are greater than or equals to the elements to the right, and they have already told you that rightmost element is always a leader. So it is always a good thing that you start from the right hand side and you can go ahead till the leftmost element, right? This is output 2, where you have 5 as a size of an array, and then you have an array given to you, and this is a kind of sample input. So let's take this one only for the dry run, and this there here we have the code, right? So let's take this particular array. So you are given with n, that is 5, and you are given with uh 7, 10, 4, 10, 6. Okay, so someone is saying that can you explain once more, so you can understand the question while I'll be telling you the code now, then also you'll be able to understand. right? So what is going to happen, we have to take the input array, input of the number. So here we take n is equals to int input dot strip. Now again, I have already told you many times that strip is again a function that is much applicable when you're taking the string input, right? You can use strip function in taking the input of the integers as well, that is also fine, but for now you can skip it. That is also, like, this is a kind of optional thing which you can do, but for string inputs I'll prefer using the strip function, right? So basically it can be also written as n is equals to int input, right? So once you take the input, so input that is given to us, let's assume this is 5, then you have to take space separated array. So you have to do, right, some of you are actually telling me the answer like the proper way. So it's list map int input dot split. So this is how you will get your array. So let's assume if the array is given as 7 10 4 10 6, right? So let's take that only, 7 10 4 10 and 6. Okay, now here what we are doing is we are creating one result variable in which we are calling the function. Now again, this is very important that there could be two ways of writing the code. Either you use functions or you don't use functions. So if you are using the functions, you can do in the same way I am showing the code to you, right? And if you don't want to use functions, you can continue, like whatever the logic I have kept in this particular functional body, you can directly put it after the after taking the inputs, right? So that is also fine. Now we are calling the function, and in the function we are passing this array. Now let's continue with this. Let's come to this functional body and let's try to understand how it is working. So basically what is going to happen is, here what we need to do is we need to find the leader elements. Okay, and what is the array given to us? That is 7 10 4 10 and 6, and they have already told you that rightmost element will always be a leader. So we can assume that 6 will always be a leader, and because we need to find leader element, and leader element are those elements that are greater than or equals to the all the right elements, right? So that is why we can start traversal with the right side, right, with the back from the back. So what we are doing is we are taking n is equals to len of array, right? Or you can just pass that particular n as well, that is also fine. So you see, for one thing there could be multiple options to do, right? You can directly pass n and you can take it here, right? Or you can just take n variable and take the length of array. Now here I have created one empty list for leaders where I will be storing all my leaders that I'll be getting. Okay, so there is this one leaders list that I have created. Let's create one list over here. Now what we are doing is max from right? So we have taken one element there we will be storing every time whatever will be the maximum element that we are getting, we will be storing it, right? But for now we can assume that the last element of the array, which is the rightmost element, is the largest, right? So what we did is, in my max from right variable I stored array of -1. Now array of -1 is what? This particular value 6. So we can assume that max from right, I'm writing it as mfr. Okay, I'm taking 6 as the first max from right. Okay, now what we are going to do is, we already know that rightmost element is leader. So in my leaders list I'm going to append this max from right. So what we are doing here is leaders dot append max from right. So 6 is going to be appended in the leaders list. Now once this is done, we have to start our traversal, right? And now you see we have already taken the last element, right? We have already worked on the last element. So what we have to do is we have to make it work on the start the traversal from the last second line, last second element. Now what you have to do is, for I in range, okay, now you have to start from second last element. So you have to write the starting number as n minus 2. Okay, now n minus 2 comma -1 comma -1, this is what? This is the end point. And if you remember, when you use range function, the end point should be always one extra. So if you want to go from last second element, which is n minus 2 to 0, you have to write -1, then only it will run till 0, right? So that is why we written n minus 2 comma -1, and this comma -1 represents number of steps, right? So because here we are doing back traversal, so we have to do -1. So we will be going one step back. Okay, I guess range is clear. Now let's start with the very first loop. In first loop, my I value is going to be what? N minus 2, and n minus 2 is what? 10, right? This is it. Here I is equals to what? N minus 2, and n is what? N is 5 here, right? So 5 minus 2 is 3. So we are starting with the third element, that is the second last element. Now if arrow of I, now arrow of I is what? Arrow of 3 is what? 10. Is my 10 greater than, equals to max from right, which is 6? Is this true? Yes, this is true, right? And because we are true, what we have to do is we have to update our max from right. So max from right will become array of I. So now new MFR will become what? It will become 10. Now once that is done, because that is a true condition, that is a condition that we want, we found the leader, so we have to append that leader inside our leaders list. So what we are doing is, inside my leaders list, I'm going to append this array of I. Okay, now what is array of I? That is 10. So 10 is going to be appended in here. Okay, why can't we start iterating from n minus 1? See, why you will why you will do iteration from n minus 1? You have already considered na last element to be the leader element. They have already told you in the question that the rightmost element will always be a leader, right? See this line, it says the rightmost element is always a leader. So what you did is, you started with the last element, you took the last element and you put it in a variable called max variable, right? Now because you are sure that 6 is always a leader, so 6 will always be a leader, so you appended that 6. Now once you have started it, once you are starting with the for loop traversal, you don't need to traverse 6. That is just an extra loop you will be doing, right? So you can start directly from n minus 2. Okay, now once that is done, what I have to do is I have to move to the second loop. Now when we will be moving to the second loop, we'll go one step back. One step back means I will move to 2, right? Now once that is done, what I have to do is I have to compare the element, that is 4. Is 4 greater than equals to the maximum value that we got till now, that is 10? Is this condition true? No, the condition is false. So because the condition is false, you see nothing is going to work for these two lines, and we'll go out and move to the next for loop. Now when we'll move to the next for loop, that is third loop, what we have to do is I will move to 1, and again what is the value at 1? That is 10, right? Is my 10 greater than equals to 10? Is the condition true? Yes, the condition is true. So what I have to do is, again we can say this new 10 is again a leader, and right, and here you don't need to confuse yourself that 10 is already there and 10 we have already put in the leaders list. Do we need to add the second 10 as well? Yes, because nothing is written, because if there is something that they want to specify, they will specify in the question. If they are not specifying in any question, you don't have to use your own brain and do the things, right? Just keep it simple, normal. What they want, just give it to them, that's it, right? So because 10, this new 10, the second value 10 is greater than equals to the maximum from right. So what is going to happen, will go inside this particular if condition, and max from right will be updated with the new value 10, right? Now once that is done, in my leaders list I have to append this 10, so 10 is going to append in here. Now once that is done, we'll move to the fourth loop, that is I is equals to 0. Now once that is done, what I have to do is, the element that is at 0 is 7. Is my 7 greater than equals to 10? No, the condition is false, right? Because the condition is false, what we have to do is, we have to again, none of the conditions are going to work. So we'll move to next loop, but in the next loop, you see nothing is going to work. So loop will stop there. Now because the loop has stopped, nothing is left. We have to come to this particular line. And now there is one thing which you need to understand. Right now, if you see the leaders list, it is not in a proper format. Like what they have told you, they have told you to print all the leaders in an array in the order they appear, right? And if you see the actual array, in the actual array 10 comes first, then second 10 comes second, and then third is 6. And right now the leaders array that I am having is like kind of reversed to what I want. So what I'll be doing is, when I'll be returning the leaders list, I'll be returning the reversed list. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll return leaders of, and then I guess most of you already know this. This is just slicing concept, where we return all the whole list starting from end, and -1 represents that you have to do the reverse of it. So leaders list, which is 6 10 10, it is going to be reversed, so it will become 10 10 6, and this is something that will be returned. Okay, now once this is returned, what is going to happen? If you remember, you called this whole function in a result variable, right? So this thing is going to store in your result variable. Now once it is stored, what you have to do is, you have to see that thing that they have told you that you have to print all the leaders in the order they appear. And if you see in the sample outputs, sometimes they don't say that the output should be space separated or it should be normal list formatted. They don't tell you. So sample outputs and inputs help you. In sample output, you can see the output they have sent you is also space separated, right? Now because this is space separated, so it means you also have to return it space separated. So in your result, what you have right now, it is a list which consists of 3 elements, 10 10 6, and now I have to return it in a space separated format. So what I'll do is, the easiest way to do is put a star and then pass your variable, and the whole thing will go inside the print statement. What this star does, the star is just for unzipping any kind of collection. Okay, list is also a collection. So what is going to happen, whatever the elements that you have, they are all the brackets, all the commas, all the other things are going to be removed, and you will be getting purely the answer that you are having, that is 10 10 6. And the main important thing is, all of them automatically is going to be in a space separated format. Okay, these underscore represent space separations. Okay, I hope this is clear. Okay, someone is asking what is the difference between print and return. So see, return, generally what happens is, functions, there could be chances that function doesn't provides you the proper output in the way you want, right? So it's better, whenever you are using function, through function you return whatever the output you are getting, and then in your main body of your Python, like, you can actually store it somewhere and then you can print it, right? Generally keep your function as a functional body only. Don't use it to directly display your uh, outputs. Without function, yes, I have already explained you that it's your choice. Either you can use functions or you cannot use you don't want to use functions, you can leave it, right? Then what you have to do is, you will be using this n input, then array input, then you don't need these two lines. You have to write all these logical lines right after your inputs, and then in the end you will be having your printing statements. That's it. What is strip function? Strip function is basically used generally used in strings. So what happens is, for example, let's assume they send you the input as apple, but let's assume that what they did is, the apple string that they send you is with some trailing spaces, or maybe there are some spaces before it. So it will affect your actual output when you will be using this particular input in your logic. It can give you problems, right? So strip function, what it does is, it removes all the trailing spaces as well as all the spaces that you have before, right? And you will be having your pure proper string, that is apple. It is just a cleaning process, you can think of it like that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, functions, test cases doesn't depends on function. If you are writing the function or you are not writing the function, it doesn't depends on it. It depends on you are taking all the edge cases properly or not. And I have already told you, think as much as you can. Okay, see, when you are, before writing the code, it's very important that you think, first of all, it's very important to read the question, because there are many small things that we sometimes like kind of, we don't focus on those things and we just skip those things, and that becomes the most the biggest mistake for us, right? So it is very important that you understand the question, you read question very properly. Second is, then once you have read the question properly, it's about mapping it in your mind, that you are understanding every point of it. Then you have to write the logic, right? So think about the best possible solution you can think at that time, right? Again, it needs not to be very optimal, right? If you're not able to think about the most optimal solution, that is fine. Whatever the approach you are having in your mind, it should work, right? It should work. You should start writing it, and try to include all the edge cases you can think of at that time. Once you are done with it, try to run the code, try to see what all test cases are getting passed. If few of the test cases are not passing, let's say 2 or 3 test cases are not passing, try to think of what all are the other edge cases that can be possible, right? This is the only way how you can do it. And obviously it comes with the practice, so practice is very important, right? Okay, now let's move on to the next question, right? It's very important to move to the next question. So the next question is longest substring without repeating characters. So what you have to do is you have to find the longest substring without repeating characters. So here the question is based on string. So let's try to read the problem statement. Problem statement says, given a string. So you are given with a string S. You have to find the length of the longest substring without repeating characters. So you will be given one string and you have to find the length. So it means there is only one output that they are asking for, that is the length, right? You have to find the length of the longest substring that you can make, which is having no repeating characters. Okay, a substring is a contiguous sequence of characters within a string. Okay, now what is the input? Input is a single string S, and the output will be print a single integer representing the length of the longest substring without repeating characters. The constraints are given to you that the length of S would be somewhere from 1 to 10 raised to the power 5, and the string contains printable ASCII characters. Okay, so I guess question is pretty simple. Guys, I request you, let's do one thing. Okay, let's like first of all focus on understanding the questions, because what you want is having a good practice on the questions, right? And here that is why I'm here. So let's first focus on understanding the question. If you have doubts related to the questions, you can ask me that. In the last 10 minutes we will be taking the questions that you have related to maybe test cases or something else, right? So let's focus on this first. I hope this is clear. If there is any doubt, you can ask me. Now let's talk about the sample input. Now in sample input, you see one string is given to you. So it's what? It's A, B, C, A, B, C, B, B, right? So this is the string given to you. Now what you have to do is you have to find the longest substring without repeating characters. So let's try to understand it first, how it is going to work. So what I'll assume is, I'll assume that, okay, let's start with the first character, the first character, that is A, right? So what I did is I considered first character A, and I see that in this, because this is also a substring, right? This is also a substring. Now let's have one variable named as length. Okay, I initialized at 0 earlier. Now when I have one substring that is consisting of the first letter A, what I did is I see that this is also a substring and this is not having any repeating characters. So it means I can increase my length to 1, because there is at least one substring of length 1 possible without repeating characters, right? Now if this is good, I have to continue. After A, what I did is I tried to take B also, so I take the second element also. So now it becomes AB, right? And AB is another substring, and it is having no repeating characters. So because it is having no repeating characters, it means again this is a safe thing to say that okay, my longest substring that I can create without repeating characters is of length 2. So I I added one value into length, right? Now once that is done, what I did is I tried taking one more element. So now it becomes ABC. Okay, now if you see, again there is no repeating character, and this is a substring, and it is having of length 3. Is length greater than the current one? Yes, it is greater than the current one. So we can say that okay, the max length that I can get till now is 3. Now what I did is I tried to add the fourth element, that is A. So what I did is A, B, C, and now I added one more element. Now I see this particular A is actually repeating, right? And because this is repeating, it is actually not obeying the rule that they have said that you should have non-repeating elements. So what I have to do is I can say that okay, if this A is repeating, what I'll do is I'll start removing the elements from the starting. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove this A. Okay, and now if I see, now the substring becomes BCA. Is it still repeating? Is it still having any repeating characters? No, it is not having any repeating characters. Is the length of this substring is greater than the current length? No, it is 3 only, right? So you don't need to update, or if you want to update as well, you can update as well. So it will also still be 3 only. Now once that is done, okay, once that is done, what you have to do is now what you will do is you will try to input the next element after this A. So now it becomes B, C, A, and the next character is B. So you will be having B in here. Now once you again check the condition is again condition is not following, because you have one extra, like one character is getting repeated, that is B. So what you will do is you will try to you'll start removing the elements from the first, like from the initial steps. Now once that is done, what you have is CAB, which is again a substring without non-repeating characters, right? And your length is again 3. So you can again make it 3, and it will be 3 only. Now once that is done, what you will be doing is you will again try to add new element. So it will be what? It will be CAB, and after B there is one more element, that is C. Again the same thing is happening. You are getting C as the repeating element. So what is going to happen? You'll remove the first element, right? You'll remove the first element. Now once that is done, what you have to do is again check the last 3 elements, check the remaining elements. So in this, what we have to do is, again this is non-repeating character, so the length will be 3, right? Same, again what you are going to do is you have A, B, C, and now you'll try to add new element, that is B. Okay, now what is going to happen? Again B is repeating, so what you have to do is you have to remove the first element. Once you remove the first element, you have BCB. But if you check the condition, again there is one element that is repeating. So again what you'll do is you'll remove the next character. Again now you will see you'll have CB as your substring. Now CB is having length 2, and it is having non-repeating character, but the length is 2, and because the length that we have currently stored is 3, which is greater than 2, so we can say that okay, for longest substring 3 is fine till now. Okay, so no need to change there. Now once that is done, we have CB. Now we'll try to add one more element, that is B. Now again if we check the condition, again the condition becomes false because there is a repeating element. So what I'll do is I'll try to remove C, but still you see the remaining substring that I have is still having 2 repeating characters. So what I'll do is I'll remove B. Now what I have is single B left in the end. Is it a non-repeating character? Is it a substring with non-repeating character? Yes. But what is the length? Length is 1. right? And 1 is less than 3, so again no need to change. So it means now if you will see, there is no element after b, right? There is end. So everything, the loop that you will be using is over, right? And the length that you got in your variable, right, stored, that is 3. So it means out of the whole string, the length of the maximum substring without repeating character is 3, right? So it means we can assume, we can conclude that the longest substring, this is the explanation, you don't need to print the substring here because they haven't asked you that, but what they are saying is the longest substring without repeating character is ABC and the length is 3. So 3 is the final output that we have given. Okay. Now same is the second input. You can see here we have all the characters, that is B, 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 right? So it will be kind of, we are not going to put a lot of time over here, but let's just go through it quickly. So what is going to happen, again, this is your string. You'll start with the first character B, right? Again, this is a substring, but without having repeating characters. So your length will become 1, right? Now after B, you will try to add another B, right? But now you'll see that it is a repeating element, so you'll remove that b, the first b, and then again if you see, you have one substring that is non-repeating, but again the length is 1, so no need to change, or you can, if you want to change also, you can make it 1. Okay, and same thing is going to happen for this b. You will try to add another b, so it will again become b, b, right? So again you will remove 1, and it is going to work in the same way, right? So in the end, basically you will be getting the maximum length of the substring that is having with no repeating elements, that is 1. So you will be having 1 as your final output. Okay, now is there any doubts in this particular question? Take input in list. See, this one, Rakshita, you were saying that, okay, you were saying is that we can take the elements, we can take the string into a list, and then we can store that, add the elements in the set, and then sets in the set that we'll be getting is going to store all the elements that are unique, and you can return the longest string. Obviously it would be the longest string. They have asked you for the substring, and you have to understand what is substring. They have already given you this thing, that what is substring. Substring is a contiguous sequence of characters within a string. So if I'm saying that a, if this is my string, right, and if I have to find the largest substring, I cannot take it like I take a from here, then b from here, and maybe let's say, okay, let's assume there is d also in the end. Okay, let's assume there is d in the end. So you can't do it like a, b, c from here, and you can take d from here, and you say that a, b, c, d is one of the substring. No, it is not. Substring is the contiguous element, so it means it should be in a like in a sequence, like one after another, right? I hope that is clear. Ma'am, is it like find list without duplicates? No, there is a difference. There is the difference. When in that question where you have to find the duplicates, or maybe you have to find all the non-duplicate elements from a list, that is different thing, because there they are not asking you for finding the contiguous elements, right? They're not asking you for sub list or something like that. But here they are asking you for substring, and substring means the contiguous sequence, right? So you cannot use set. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Sorry, not next one, my bad. Okay, so this is another sample input. Again, this is similar, so you can just go through it. You will be getting WKE as the one of the substring that is having longest substring without repeating characters, and length is 3, right? Now let's quickly see what is the code for this. So here only one simple input was there, that is of string, and you have to simply print the length of it, right? So what you are doing is, you see, you're taking s is equals to input dot strip. Now here I will definitely recommend you for the strip function to use, right? Because it will help you if there is any extra spaces or something before and after the string, it will remove it and it will give you a clean string, right? So once you got your string, what you have to do is you have to go to the function. Right here, if you see in your print statement, we are calling the function length of longest substring, and we are passing the s, that is the string. So now what we are doing is, here we are taking char set, right? So what we are doing is, this set is going to be a lookup set only, that's it. Okay, so let's create one char set is equals to set. Now once that is done, what we have to do is, okay, there's one more thing which I want to explain you, that the concept that I explained you here is a sliding window concept. If any one of you have already got it, because this is the concept that is sliding window says, right? That is what sliding window says, right? So in sliding window, we will be having two pointers left and right to make our make the window variable, because window will be of variable size. We can extend it, we can shrink it accordingly, right? So whenever we are good with the conditions, we are okay that okay, substring is without repeating character, we are extended in, right? Because what we are doing is, we took a first, right? Then in a we added b, then in ab we added c. So what we are doing is, we are extending the window, right? Once we got the condition where we have repeating elements, we are doing what? We are shrinking it, right? We are shrinking it from the left side. So from right side, we generally extend the size of the window, and from the left side, we generally shrink the size of the window, right? And that is why we need to take one variable, that is left. So here we have initialized the left as 0, right? And we are taking one max length, where we will be storing whatever will be the maximum length that we will be getting at that moment. We are initializing it with 0 right now. Now once that is done, what I have to do is start for traversing inside the string, right? So you see, for right, now this right is actually a iterator variable that is going to showcase that how we are extending the size of the window one by one, right? So for right in range length of s, so in my first, and we are we are ranging in length of s and length of s. Okay, let's take the s here. Let's take this particular value here, right? pww kew. So we have string as pww kew. Let's assume this is my string. So what I have to do is, the maximum length that the length of this s is what? 6, right? So we are ranging in length of 6. So basically 0 to 5 we are going to range, right? So the first value for right in loop will be what? 0. Okay, now once that is done, here we have a while loop inside it. So while s of right in char set. Okay, so you see, this set is what? This is what I was saying, that is lookup, and or you can say it kind of as a window, right? The window that we are looking, where we were adding these values, like we take a, then we take ab, then we take abc, then we take abca. But because that is like in set a, the duplicates cannot be present, so we have to shrink that. So accordingly that is working, right? So that is the same thing. So now what we are doing is, while s of right in char set, so what we are doing here is s of right. Now s of right is what? P, right? Okay, so what we are checking is, what is my condition check here? That if s of right in char set is empty right now, right? It is empty. So if it is empty, we cannot, I mean, we can say that while loop is not going to run for this case. So first while loop is not going to work, right? That is for sure, because the condition is false. Now because the condition is false, so all these elements, all these lines are not going to work and will directly come to this particular line. What we are doing here is, in my char set, we are adding that particular value. So in my char set, what is going to happen? What is going to add? That is s of right. S of right is what? P. So P is going to be added inside the set. Now once that is done, we because we have already taken one of the character, so it means maximum length will be going to increase. So max length will become what? Maximum of current max length, comma, right minus left plus 1. Right minus left plus 1 is going to give you the size of the window that you are having currently. Right is what? Right is 0. Left is what? Left is also 0. So 0 minus 0 is 0, and plus 1 means 1. So the maximum length you are getting it from, either you can choose 0 or you can choose 1. So it will be 1. So we'll take 1 over here, right? Now once that is done, again what we are going to do is we are going to move to the second for loop. Now in second for loop, my right will move to the next element, that is 1. Now once that is done, again I'll go to the first while loop, right? And again what we are going to do is while s right in char set. So what we are doing is we are checking, is my s right, which is s of 1. S of 1 is what? W. Is my W in my char set? No, it is not. Because it is not, so it is safe to go with it, right? So what we have to do is we have to again skip the whole thing, because while loop condition is not still true. What we have to do is we have to add that s right inside my char set. So what is going to happen? W is going to be added inside my char set. Now once that is done, again my max len can increase. So max len is equals to maximum of 2 values. So max len will be maximum of 2 values. 2 values, one of them is the current max len, comma the right minus left plus 1. So right is 1, left is 0 plus 1. 1 minus 0 plus 1, that becomes 2. So we have to choose any of the maximum value out of it. So it becomes 2. So we get 2 over here, right? Now once that is done, again we have to move to the third for loop. In third for loop, my right value will be what? Right value will become 2. Okay. Okay. Now right value is 2. So what I have to do is I have to again check the while loop. Now again for while loop, the condition is my P of right. P of right is what? P of right is W again, right? P of 2 is W. Is my W in the char set? Yes. Now the condition is true. For while loop, the condition is true. It means now we are having the repeating element. So what we have to do is we have to remove that particular element from we have to remove the leftmost element from the particular window, that is char set. So what we are doing is char set dot remove s of left. Left is what? 0. So s of left is what? P. So it means we are trying to remove the first element, that is P, from our char set. So P is going to be removed. Okay, so we have W left in your char set. Now what we have to do is we have to like add 1 in my left, right? Because it means now every time we are not going to remove P, we have to move to the next element. So we have to add 1 inside my left. Now once that is done, again while loop condition will be checked, right? So the second while loop condition will run. Now again, is the condition true? Is my s of right? Right is 2. S of right is what? W. Is my W still in char set? Yes, it is still present. So again this while loop is going to run. Now again what we have to do is char set dot remove s of left. Now left is 1. S of left is what? S of 1 is what? W. So we have to remove the value W from our char set. Now once that is done, we have to add 1 in my left, so left will become 2. Now once that is done, again we'll try the while loop again. Now right of 2, right is 2, s of 2 is what? W. Is my W present in char set? No, it is not, right? Now it is all safe. So what we can say, that this while loop will not run. So now we'll come to this particular line. Here we will be adding the s of right in my char set. So W is going to be added in here, right? And then again we will try to calculate the max len. Now max len will be what? Again we have two choices. Either we take the current one, that is 2 only, and second one is right minus left plus 1. Now right is 2, left is 2. So right minus left is 0, 0 plus 1 is 1. So we have second option as 1, but maximum of these two is 2 only. So it will be updated with 2. Okay. I hope this is clear. Now let's move to the next loop. I'm changing the color just in case if somebody is getting confused, right? So in fourth loop, I have to move to the next element. So next element is what? Right is equals to 3. Okay. Now again, for the first while loop, it is going to check, is my right of s of right. S of right is what? S of 3. S of 3 is what? K. Is my K present in char set? No, it is not. So no while loop is going to work. We'll simply add the value K inside my char set. So K will be added in here, and then we will be trying to calculate the max length. Now again, maximum of current value, which is 2, and right minus k, right minus left plus 1. So right is 3, left is 2, 3 minus 2 is 1, and 1 plus 1 is 1. Sorry, 1 plus 1 is 2. So it will be 2 comma 2. So you will be having 2 again. So it will be updated with the new value 2. That's it. Now we'll move to the next for loop, that is fifth for loop, where my right will move to the new character, that is of 4. So again we are going to check the while loop. So in while loop again, is my E present in char set? No, it is not present. Now because it is not present, we can say that it is not present. So because it is not present, no need of while loop. We can simply add my E inside it, right? And we can update our max length value. So currently it is 2, and right now if I say it's 3 minus, oh no, sorry, my bad. The right value is 4, 4 minus 2 is 2, and 2 plus 1 is 3. So it became 3. So maximum of the 2 is 3. So now my max length will become 3. Okay, now once that is done, we'll move to the sixth loop, where right will move to the next element, that is fifth element. Now again while loop, the value is w. So is my w already present in char set? So that is what while loop is going to check, and because w is already present, while loop condition is true. Now because while loop condition is true, what I have to do is, in my char set I have to remove s dot left, s of left is what? 2, and what is s of 2? That is w, right? That is w. So w is going to be removed. Now once that is done, we have to add 1 in left, so left becomes 3. Okay, and now again the while loop condition will be checked. Okay, so again s of right, is 5. S of 5 is what? W. Is my w present in char set? No, it is not present, and because it is not present, no while loop is going to work. What we are going to do is, we are going to add this new w over here, right? And then we are going to find the max length. So again, maximum of previous value, that is 3, and the current is what? Right, which is 5 minus 3, 2, 2 plus 1 is 3. Okay, so this is like this. So maximum is 3 again. So my max length will move, like will have a new value 3. Okay, now once that is done, seventh loop is not present, so nothing is going to happen. So you can say, you're out of the whole for loop, everything is executed. Now the last line, that is return max length. Now max length is what? Max length is 3. So 3 is the answer that is going to be returned. Right now you see here, we are not storing. See, this is a difference. This is something you can do it by yourself, that if you see that there is no, like there is one value, for example, the value that you're getting out of your function is exactly in the same way that you need to print. So what you can do is, whenever you are calling the function, you can call the function in your print statement only. So whatever will be written will be directly printed. But when you see that there is, especially when you are returning some kind of a collection, maybe a list or maybe a tuple will be very like it has very less chances that you will be returning tuple. But let's assume if you are returning, let's say, a list, right? So I'll prefer to store it in a variable and then print it in the next line. Okay, this is how you should do. I hope this is clear. Is there any doubts in this? If the question is clear, and if there is no doubt, you can just put the thumbs up, or you can just say yes. So I'll be getting to know that yes, it's clear. Okay, so I guess that is clear. Okay, I have few more questions. Um, let's have this one question, right? Like I have one more question, that is merge overlapping intervals, but I guess okay, I guess we can cover that in the next lecture, right? In the next YouTube session that we will be having very soon. I see one question saying that instead of calculating max len, can we return the len of char set? See, in this particular solution that you got here, it is kind of, you can say, one of the ideal situations that in char set, in the end, when you are especially ending your char set, when the whole for loop is completed, and in the end, the char set is exactly having 3 letters, right? But there could be a possibility. For example, if you see this one, right? If you see this one, all these elements that you're seeing here now, like starting from A, and you're in the end you will be only left with B, right? So you see, what you will be getting here is, if you are going to return the length of char set in the end, it will not be always correct, right? Because it depends on that particular last phase of that particular char set. Basically it depends on the last window, but there could be a possibility na, that the maximum substring you got is somewhere in the between, or maybe somewhere in the starting only. So never return the length of char set, always have one max len variable and then return it. Yeah, okay. Okay, I guess let's move on to this one last question for the day, that is missing number in an array. Again, see, this is one of the question which is very easy, right? If you have general mathematic knowledge, it is very easy. And this is like, I kept this question because I want to show you that in TCS the questions are something that is not exactly can be predictable, right? What you can do is you can just practice the range of questions, easy to medium, or maybe some of the hard questions if you are already good in the medium level questions. But they can give you the easiest question as well, and they can give you one of the good level questions as well. So it can range anything, like it can range from anywhere from easy to medium, and sometimes it can be hard as well, right? So let's see this question. The question is missing a number in an array. So what you have to do is, you are given an array containing n distinct numbers, right? So you will be given with an array which consists of n distinct numbers taken from the range 0 to n. So they have already told you that the array that you will be having some n integers, right? And the values of the array will be somewhere from 0 to n only. Okay. So for example, let's assume that you are given with the size as 3. So the array elements that you will be having, only from the elements will be only ranging from 0 to 3 only. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And obviously because the length is 3, so obviously one number will be missing and you have to find that missing number. That's it. Okay. Now since there are n plus 1 numbers in the range, right? Because if I am saying that the numbers that you will be having in your array will be from 0 to n, and n is the size, so obviously you're having n plus 1 numbers in that particular range. So it means there will be exact one number that will be missing, right? And you have to find that only. So since there are n plus 1 numbers in the range and only n numbers in the array, exactly one number is going to be missing. Your task is to find and print the missing number. Okay. Input format, the first line contains an integer n, that represents the size of array, and the second line contains n space separated distinct integers that will be ranging from 0 to n. Okay. Now output format, you have to simply print one missing number. The constraints are the size of the length, the size of the array could be anything from any, like it could be any value, it could be anything from 1 to 10 raised to the power 5. And the array of I, the elements that you will be having will be ranging from 0 to n only. Okay. All the elements are distinct, means whatever the elements you will be having, they all will be unique. no repetitions will be there. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, that is missing number in an array. Okay, yeah, sorry, my bad. So let's move on to the sample input one. So you can see the size of the array is given as 3. It means the array must have all the numbers from 0 to 3. That is 0, 1, 2, 3. But the problem is the size would be 3 only. So there will be one number that will be missing. So you can see the array that is given to me is 3, 0 and 1. So there is exactly one number missing and I have to find that only. So range is from 0 to 3. So it should be 0, 1, 2, 3. 2 is missing from this particular list that is given to us. So you can say that 2 is the final answer. Same goes in the second sample input as well. You have 5 given to you and you are given with 0, 2, 0, 1, 2, 4, 5. So one number is missing, that is 3. So 3 will be the output. Now let's quickly see what the code is. Simple basic logic that we are applying in here is, do you guys remember that what is the formula for calculating the sum or for getting the sum of all numbers from all n integers? Anyone remember the formula to get the sum of n integers? Sum of n integers. What is the formula for sum of n integers if I want to find? Okay, so what we have to do is, what it is, it's n plus 1. Yes, I get some replies. I'm getting some replies. Good. So it's what? It's n plus 1 divided by 2, right? So if I'm saying that n is 5, right? If I'm saying n is 5, so all the elements from 0 to 5, if I add them, I'll be getting using this formula. Let's say if it will be what? It will be 5 multiplied by 6 divided by 2, which is 30 divided by 2, which is 15, right? This is what I should get if I add all the elements from 0 to 5, means 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, right? But now, so this should be the exact value that you should be getting. But now if you'll add all the elements from your given list, if you'll add all of the elements in your given list, what it is, it's 5 plus 4 9, 9 plus 1 10, and 10 plus 2 12, right? And 12 plus 0 will be 12 only. So you are getting 12, but what you should be getting, that is 15. So what I should do is, I should subtract 15 and 12. So what I'll get is 3. So we can say that 3 is the missing number, right? We can say that 3 is a missing number because there is only exactly one number that is going to be missed, right? So 3 is the missing number, and now we can return that yes, 3 is the final output. Okay, and this is how the code is also working. So you guys were asking me na, if you don't want to write the function, how the code will look like. This is how the code will look like. That, for example, you have to take the two inputs, that is of n as well as the array input, right? Once you have taken the input, your logical body comes over here where whole of the whole code comes here, right? And then last comes the printing statement, right? The last comes the printing statement. So what is going to happen, you created one variable that is expected sum, and in your expected sum, what you did is you find the sum of all the integers, right? That is using that formula n into n plus 1 divided by 2. And this is very important. Maybe some of the students know the formula, they know the logic, but they use wrong operators, right? So before going to the test, I will prefer that it's I can agree with you that you already know basics, you already know what are the different types of operators, what they are used for. But sometimes in the pressure, when we are in that time limit and we have to do questions, and we have a lot of pressure in our mind, and we skip few things, and maybe some of you may use simple this kind of dividing operator, and it will be giving you wrong answer. and that will make more stress that I am using the same correct logic and why I am getting the wrong answer. So it is very important to revise even the basics before going to the test. Like I will prefer you should like revise all the operators, you should revise all the functions, already built in functions that you have for list, especially for few of them like list, string, right? These are the very basic ones. You will be like your array, string, all of the concepts are going to be depending on those type of functions. They can help you very much when you are doing the question, when you're writing the code, right? So that is what I will prefer you to revise all of the things, right? Now let's come back to this. So expected sum, you will use the formula. Now you will try to find the actual sum using the sum function of on an array that you are already having. So for the sample input 2, right, this one, what you will get for expected sum, you will get 15, and for actual sum you will get 12. Now what you have to simply return is, you have to simply return expected sum minus actual sum. So it will be 3. So you will get 3 printed on your screen, and that is what the correct answer is. Okay, I hope the question is clear and there is no doubt in this question. If there's anything that you don't understand, you can ask me. Soumya Mishra, you're saying that n into n plus 1 goes out of the given range of an array. See, I mean, if you're using it in your array, here we don't need to do anything with array. We just need to use the formula, that is n into n plus 1 divided by 2, and n will be your value, and you will be simply finding the value, right? You're not finding any element in an array, right? So that is not going to give you any kind of this case that getting out of the index range or something like that. Yeah, this one is also fine. That is L is equals to 3, 0, 1 for I in range 4. You are traversing from 0 to 4, and yeah, that is also fine. That is also fine. The one is given by gold masters. That is also fine. That is a brute force technique. But what is the problem is that can increase your complexities when you are having like very large arrays, right? So in that case, it will be inefficient. Else, it's fine. Okay. I guess that is clear. Okay, yeah, some of you are asking for DP questions. See, what I am doing is, initially I'm bringing the questions majorly on array strings and mathematical based, number based questions, because these are some of the topics that will definitely come your TCS exams, right? DP questions and the questions like greedy based. One that I am having here is that merge overlapping intervals. It is based on greedy approach, right? So I will be definitely bringing the videos on that as well. But the questions, the chances of those questions are going to be very less, right? Obviously, it can come. I will not say that it will not come, but chances are very less, and the chances of array strings, linked list, maybe these type of questions they comes more often. Soumya, see, what I am saying is the thing that you're doing here, n into n plus 1 divided by 2, you're not using somewhere in your list, right? If you're going to use somewhere in the list, obviously the list is consisting of 5 elements, and you're, let's say, if you're trying to find this in your list, that is the 15, you will be getting an error, that is index out of range error. but right now we are not using it in a list, so definitely that is not going to give you an error. You must be using it last time in some like array or something. That is why you must be getting an error. Okay. I hope that is clear. Okay, somebody is asking for the list if list is 0 comma 1. I mean, okay, let's have a look on that as well, because see, these are the things which comes in which comes in edge cases. So let's go through it if you have some doubts in it. So if you have 0 comma 1, right? So let's assume like that. Okay, see, let's assume it like that. N is given as 1. Okay, n is given as 1, and the list you will be having, maybe it can be either having 0 or maybe it can be having the value 1, right? Right, if this is the case, I mean, only these two are the only possible cases for n is equals to 1, right? So what is going to happen, you are going to again get the expected sum. So expected sum is what, n into n plus 1. So n is what, n is 1, so 1 into 2 upon 2, which is going to return you 1, right? Which is going to return you 1. So what is going to happen, because you are having what, let's assume if you are having array, like in your array you already have 0, right? So your expected sum is what, your expected sum is 1, and your actual sum, when you will be finding sum of all the elements in your array, it will be what, it will be 0, right? Now because it will be 0, so again when you will subtract the both the elements, that is 1 minus 0, you will get 1. So it means what you will be printing, you will be printing 1 in this case, because 1 is missing. But if you are having array is equals to 1, so in that case what is going to happen, your expected is 1, and your sum, your actual array, your actual sum is also 1. When you will subtract 1 minus 1, you will be getting 0, and because you are printing 0, so it means 0 is the element that is missing. I hope that is clear. Yes. Okay, I guess that is it. Any other questions? Okay, till then, if anyone wants to ask any other question, you can. And before that, I just want to bring this thing to you guys in your knowledge, right? That is, we are having our TCS crash course, right? And you can actually go through it if you want to, right? If you are actually eager to learn and practice more about these things, especially for TCS NQT, you can go through the link. This is the link that is given to you on the screen, and there you will be finding one very important thing, that is DSA white book. So DSA white book is a kind of very precious book, you can say, for you, because it is going to have all the topics covered. So if it is taking input in TCS exams, and then all the data structures like array, strings, sliding window approach, linked list, majorly all the topics that comes more often in TCS exams, this is what we are having in this white book. You will be getting many practice questions, the questions that maybe have come in from the previous years, right? And you will be having questions, you will be having codes in all the languages, you will be having solution, right? So everything that you need to practice, you will be having in this in your DSA white book. And where you will be getting this DSA white book is in this particular TCS NQT crash course. So I just want to make you all aware of that. So if any one of you is interested, you can definitely check that out. Template, like how we need to write the code in TCS NQT, I mean, from taking input to taking function to give output, and how to run test cases as a complete. Okay, Soumya Mishra, I'll try to bring this very soon, okay, because you are requesting it. So I'll try to bring it, right? And yeah, you will be getting it in the same channel. Okay, so we will be having new lecture very soon, right? it could be a live session as well as maybe it could be a recorded lecture, but definitely we will be bringing more questions to you where we will be solving more questions in Python only. And yeah. Okay, many of you are saying for one more question. Okay, fine, fine. Because many of you are requesting for one more question, so let's do this last question for the day. Yeah. So again, this question is again very good and actually nice. Especially you want to understand greedy approach and everything, right? Okay. So let's try to understand what this question says, right? So the question is merge overlapping intervals. Okay. So you will be having some kind of intervals and you have to merge all the overlapping intervals. Okay. Now, okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's try to read the problem statement. Okay. Now what is the problem statement? You are given an array of intervals where intervals of I is equals to start and an end. Okay, start and end. So what you are given with, you will be having an array. Okay. And in your array, you will be having intervals, and each interval will be in what formation? It will be having start and it will be having end, right? Okay. So we will be having start and we will be having end, and every interval is going to be in the same way, right? Like S1 E1, you can name like represent it in that way: S1 E1, S2 E2, then S3 E3, right? And this is how it is going to run, like it is how it is going to happen for SN EN, right? So I guess that is clear. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, that is input format. So in input format, we have two things. Okay, my bad, we have skipped. Okay, your task is to merge all overlapping intervals. So what is your task? You will be having all the intervals. You have to merge all the overlapping intervals, and you have to return a list of non-overlapping intervals that cover all intervals in the input. So what you have to do is um, you have to return the list only, list of the intervals, but whatever are the overlapping intervals given to you in the input, that should be all merged and present in the output list. Okay. Now first line contains integer n representing the number of intervals. Okay, so n represents what? N represents intervals, the number of intervals that you are having, right? And what is next line? Next n lines contains two space separated integers, start end, representing each interval. Now see, this will be kind of interesting because we have already seen how to take the input of space separated array. We have already seen that how to take the input of space separated integers, but here what we are going to have is, for n number of times we are going to take the space separated integers. Okay. So what we have to print as an output format, we have to print the merged interval one per line, and each line should contain two space separated integer representing the merged interval. So let's see how the sample input 1 and sample input 2 sample output 1 looks like. So you can see the first element that you are having is 4. 4 is what? 4 represents the size of array, right? 4 represents the size of array. And what are the other elements? These are what? These are actually the intervals. So this is your first interval, this is your second interval, this is your third interval, and this is your fourth interval, right? And you have to take the input of all of them, and they are all gonna be stored something like this. Maybe you can create a tuple of them or list of them, we'll see accordingly, right? But this is how they all should be stored. So this is our main objective. Now once that is done, the whole logic is going to be created, and after that the output that you will be giving, all the intervals should be in the same way. Like 1 6 means this is the first interval of the list that you have created, okay? Then second is 8 10, then is 15 18, and you have to make sure that you are not skipping any of the intervals, right? You just have to merge the overlapping ones. I hope the question is clear. Just let me know if the question is clear. Yeah. Now what the constraints are? Constraints are the size of the array will be somewhere from 1 to 10 raised to the power 5. The starting and the ending numbers that you will be getting anything from 10 negative 10 raised to the power 9 to 10 raised to the power 9, and start will always be less than and maybe equals to end. Okay. So start will never be greater than end. That is given to you. Okay. So now if you see in this particular scenario, 4 is the um, length of an array given to you, and in this length of array 4 intervals kind of are given to you, that is 1 comma 3, 2 comma 6, then you are given with 8 comma 10, and the fourth input is, the fourth interval is 15 comma 18. Okay, so this is your whole array of the intervals. Now what you have to do is you have to merge all the overlapping intervals. Now to merge all the overlapping intervals, I would suggest the first thing that you should do is sorting this particular list or sorting this particular array. And with which character, because there are two numbers in every element. This is your first element, this is your second element, right? And so on, you have third element and fourth element, right? So in each element you have two numbers, right? Starting and ending. So on which basis, on what you have to sort? You have to sort on the basis of starting number, right? So whatever is your starting number, on that basis you should first sort of all of them. Once you sort all of them, what is going to happen? The very first interval will come on the first position, the second interval will come on the second, then third, fourth, fifth, and so on, right? But there could be one more possibility. If they already given you in the question that the interval list is already sorted, then you have to skip this part, okay? Because they haven't given you, so you cannot be sure that the array of intervals are sorted or not, right? So it's better that you sort them. Once you sort them, what you have to do is, right now if you see the list that I am having right now is all of them, like all of them are sorted, right? So basically what you have to do is, see, someone is saying to explain this thing again. So what you have to do is, I guess the question is clear. You have to simply merge the overlapping intervals. Okay, now what are the overlapping intervals and how we are merging it, I will be explaining it when I will be dry running it. Okay, right, like when I will be explaining over here, right? This other thing that you have to understand is that how input and output format is, because input and output format is a little different here. Okay. Okay, so why 1 comma 3 and 2 comma 6 are the overlapping intervals, I'll be explaining you. Just give me a few more minutes, right? So first what you have to do is, first you have to sort them. Once you have sorted them, you have some list, something like this, right? So it is already sorted, so I'm assuming that yes, I have sorted it. Now once it is done, what I have to check is overlapping means what. Okay, let's assume it with a very fun thing, that for example you have one day, right? And you have, let's say, 3 new movies are scheduled on that day, and you actually want to go to cinema and want to watch all of the movies, right? Now what is happening, let's assume all of the 3 movies are of 3 3 hours, let's assume. Okay, so let's take it as, yeah, let's assume that it is of 3 hours. So what is going to happen, let's say the first movie, the show that you are having is from, let's say, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, let's assume it is from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, but your second movie that you want to watch is having the show time of 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Or let's take, okay, I'm like, let's not consider that length of the movie, but we can say that, okay, the first movie was for 3 hours, 3 hours or 2 hours only, actually 2 hours, and the second movie is for 4 hours. Okay, let's assume like that. So the second movie is from basically 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So what is happening? This is clashing now. This is overlapping. You have to watch the first movie show that is from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. and the second one is going to start from 2 p.m. and it is going to run till 6 p.m. So this is what is overlapping. And how we are finding overlapping thing? What is the condition? How we are checking if the two intervals are overlapping? We need to check the ending of the first interval, and we have to check the starting of the second interval. Okay, if my starting of the second interval is less than the ending of the first interval, it means the two intervals are clashing, means they are overlapping. And because they are overlapping, what we have to do, we have to merge them. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, so what we have to do is, it means we have to merge these, means these two are overlapping. Now how to merge them? Simple. You take the starting time of the first one, you take the end time of the second one, and it will be merged. So you'll take 1 comma 6 and you can say that yes, now 1 comma 3 and 2 comma 6 that was overlapping, now it is merged to 1 comma 6. Okay, it means that there is only one thing that you can do from 1 to 6. Now it's up to you, you watch either movie 1 or movie 2, kind of thing, right? Don't take it kind of seriously or something like that. That is what I take as an example, just to make you understand that how overlapping you can like understand that thing. Okay, now once that is done, what is the second? Now we get 1 comma 6, now we have 8 comma 10, and we have 15 comma 18. Now let's assume, now we have the first two intervals, let's say these two. Now again we have to check, are the two overlapping or not. So you see the starting of the second one and the ending of the first one, 8 is greater than 6, so that is all good. If you have one show from 1 to 6 and you have second show from 8 to 10, so you are all good, there is nothing that is clashing. So it means there is no merging required here, so you will leave it as it is. Now once that is done, you will mainly focus on this one and this one. So first show you have it from 8 to 10 p.m. and the second show, let's say, let's not go to that 24-hour thing. Okay, let's assume that the next show that you are having is 15 p.m., like 15 to 18, right? So in that case, what is going to happen? Again, 15 is not clashing with your previous time, that is 8 to 10, right? So it means again they are not overlapping, and because they are not overlapping, it means there is no merging required. So what are the three intervals in the end that you are getting which are not overlapping, and it is having all the intervals that you are having in your input? So it is 1 6 8 10 15 18, right? So the output that you will be printing is in the same format, that is 1 6 8 10 15 18. Got it? I guess now there is no doubt for this particular thing. And let's now quickly move to the coding part. If there is anyone who wants to ask anything for that, you can ask me. Okay, so let's try to understand this thing now. Okay, so let's have this. Now what we are doing here is, okay, here we are taking all the inputs. So first of all, let's focus on that how we are taking the inputs, because it is a little different. Okay, so input is in the format, let me just quickly have it. Let me quickly write whatever the inputs are here. So let's have this, let's have that one only. So you were having 4 as the first input, that is the size of an array, right? So n is equals to int input. Again, strip is optional. If you want to keep it, you can take it, else you can do it like n is equals to int input. That's it. Okay, so 4 will be stored in here. Now what you have to do is, now if you remember, you were taking inputs, like if there are 4 elements in an array, all the 4 elements are in different lines, right? All the 4 elements are in different lines, and for each line they are like in that particular one list, that is starting and ending, right? So what is how you're going to do is, you let's create one empty list that is of intervals, right? And now what you're doing is, for I in range n, because there are 4 inputs you have to take in 4 different lines. Okay, so what you are going to do is, and in each line, in each input, in each line, what you're taking is, you're taking 2 inputs, right? So it is something very same to like the first is 1 and 3, right? Now if you want to take the input of 1 and 3 and you want to store it in 2 variables, how would you do that? You will be doing it like s comma e, taking 2 variables, you'll map them as int in int data type input dot split. So first 1 comma 1 and 3 will be split into 2 of the entities. So 1 and 3, now both of them are going to become in integer format. So 1 is a number, 3 is a number. 1 is going to map with s and 3 is going to map with e. Okay, so in the first loop, so that is what you just put it in a loop, because you are having it for 4 times, right? You are having one as 1 3, you are having second one as 2 6, you are having third one as 8 10, and you are having fourth one as 15 18, right? You are having 4 times, right? So you have to take it in loop. So that is done. Now you took the first one, that is 1 comma 3, and in s comma e 1 comma 3 is stored. Now what you have to do is, in your intervals list that you have created over here, you have to store it inside it. Okay, intervals, yes. Now you want to store the whole interval into a list format again. So what you are doing is intervals dot append, and the values you see s comma e, you are putting it in another list, right? And you are appending that list inside the intervals list. So basically 1 comma 3 is going to be appended like this, right? Now once the first loop is done, you'll move to the second loop. Second loop, you will be taking input of 2 space 6. Again 2 is going to map with s, e is 6 is going to map with e, right? So what is going to happen, the next interval will be stored as 2 comma 6, right? Now next we have is 8 comma 10. So in next loop you will have 8 comma 10, and in next loop you will have 15 comma 18. Okay, I hope that is clear. Input is clear. Now once that is done, what you have to do is, all the for loops are done. You have to, now you have your interval now, so you can start working on. So now what you have to do is, you have to call the function. So result is equals to merged intervals. Okay, so you're passing your intervals whole list in your merge intervals function. Okay, so let's come to the function again. So let's see how we are working on the function. So you see the first line, the first condition is that if not intervals. This is kind of, you can say, is base case, that okay, if there is no value, if there is nothing stored inside your intervals, what you have to do. So if that is the case, you can simply return an empty list, right? Because there is nothing, so why to implement the whole thing, right? So this is kind of the base case. But right now the case that we have is not following that thing, so we have to move ahead, right? So it is 1 comma 3, 2 comma 6, then you have 8 comma 10, and then I guess you have 15 comma 18, right? So now once that is done, what you have to do is, as I already told you, the first step is to sort the intervals by the start time. So you can see the step 1 is sort intervals by start time. So what you are doing is intervals dot sort. So everything is going to sort automatically by the first value, that is 1, like the starting time. Okay, so once you will sort your interval, you will be having that sorted, but right now it is already sorted. So I can assume that the one intervals that I am having right now is sorted one only. Okay, now I have to take one new list, that is merged list, and this is the list where we are going to store all the merged intervals, right? So let's create one merged list. Okay, now once that is done, what we have to do is we have to start with the first interval. So in my start and in my end, what I am doing is I'm storing intervals of 0. Now intervals of 0 means I'm talking about first element, that is 1 comma 3. So 1 is going to store inside s, and I'm taking s and e characters, right? So s is going to store 1 and e is going to store 3. Okay, now once that is done, we are starting with the for loop, right? Because that is a very normal, as I already told you. First 1 and 3 is going to be taken, and with that we are going to compare it with 2 comma 6, right? And this is how it is going to happen. Okay, so now if you see for I in range, when you are starting the range, you're starting from 1, because 0 is something that you have already taken, and it will go till length of intervals. So length of intervals right now is 4. So you will be going from 1 comma 4, but actually it is from 1 to 3, right? So there will be 3 loops that is going to work. So let's start with the first loop, where I will be what? I will be 1. Now current start and current end. So we will be going to take current start and current end, which I am writing as CS and CE. So CS is what? Intervals of I. So we are talking about intervals of 1. So means 2 comma 6. So current start is going to be 2 and current end is going to be 6. Okay, now we have to check if they are overlapping or not. So what you have to do is you have to check the condition. If current start is less than end, see, I already told you two things you need to consider in your conditions, this element and this element, right? So now what we are doing is current start, which is 2, is it less than equals to the end? End is what? End was 3. So is the condition true? Yes, the condition is true. Because the condition is true, what I have to do is my end is going to take one of the values, maximum of end or the current end, right? Because end is going to be what? End, if we are merging two of the elements, right? Because there could be one more possibility, that right now you're having 1 comma 3. Let's assume you are having 1 comma 3, but let's assume if you have something like 1 comma 7 and 2 comma 6. So in that case, if you're merging the two, because we can see that the two are overlapping, but if you want to merge it, you cannot take 1 comma 6, then you are skipping that interval 7, right? So you have to take the maximum end, right? So you have to compare the two ends, the current end as well as the previous end, right? So that is why in the end, when we are updating this end value, we are taking the max of the two ends. Okay, so end will be what? End will be the max of two values, that is current, that is the previous end, which is 3, and the current end, that is 6. So it is 6 right now, so end will be 6. Now once that is done, else condition is not going to work. Now what is going to happen? Again, we'll move to the next for loop, right? We'll move to the next for loop. Yeah, is there anything that you want to ask? Okay, now once that is done, what you have to do is, everything is completed, you have checked the overlapping condition, and because the things were overlapping there, so what you did is you um, uh, like merged them, right? Once you have merged them, what you have to do is you have to move to the next element, right? You have to move to the next element. So now what you can say is that s is 1 and n is what? 6, right? So s is 1 and e is what? 6. Now we'll move to the second for loop. Now in second for loop, you will be having I is equals to 2, right? Now again, you will be taking current s, that is current starting, and you will be taking current end. So you will be focusing on 8 comma 10, so it will be 8 and 10. Okay, now again you have to compare it with the last interval that you had, that is 1 and 6, right? Now what you have to do is, again you have to compare 8 and 6. So is my 8 less than equals to 6? No, the condition is false. Now because the condition is false, we will go to this else, and what we are going to do, we are going to merge, we are going to append inside merge what? That is start comma end. So it means this 1 6 is now fixed. there is no overlapping that we need to merge anything else to this particular interval, right? This is what we got. So now once we are sure that okay, 1 comma 6 is one single interval and nothing needs to be merged in this one, so now we can add it in merged. Now once that is done, what is going to happen? Now S will become the current one, that is 8, and E will become the current end, that is 10. Okay, now once that is done, we'll move to the third loop. Now once we'll move to the third loop, I is equals to 3, which is about 15 comma 18. So current start will become 15 and current end will become 18. Now once that is done, what you have to do is again compare 15 with the last end. So 15 is 15 less than equals to 10? No, the condition is false. Now because the condition is false, it means 8 comma 10 which you are having previously is fixed. You don't have to merge anything. So you'll go in your else condition and there you will add another list, that is 10, 8 comma 10. Okay, now once that is done, now your current start will become 15 and I mean your start will become your current start, so S will become 15 and E will become 18. Okay, now once that is done, now once that is done, what you have to do, you have to move to the fourth loop, but there is no fourth loop. So what you have to do, you will come over here in your merged, you will add your last interval. So the last interval that you are having is 15 comma 18, so 15 comma 18 is going to be added in here and it is done. Okay, it is done. Now once it is done, you have to return merged. So this value, this list that we have created, the merged list, is going to be completed, returned. Okay, so you will be returning 1 comma 6, 8 comma 10 and 15 comma 18. But you see, it is not in a format, in the same format that output is needed to be in, right? So what you are doing is, you see, whatever you are returning, you're getting stored it in result, right? So what you are doing is 1 comma 6, 8 comma 10 and 15 comma 18 is returned. 15 comma 18 is returned. Now once this is done, what you have to do is you have to make it in the same format. So how you will be doing it? Again, you can simply for loop, and in each loop you will be printing S and A with a space. That's it, right? So for S comma E in result, so you will be traversing inside this result. In first loop you will be having 1 comma 6. So in your output, what you are printing, you are printing 1 comma 6. So when you print 1 comma 6, I mean not comma in as actual, this comma is going to bring a space in between, right? When you have two variables S comma E, the values that are going to be printed have a separation of space. The comma brings the space. So what is going to happen? You will be having yeah, you will be having what? You will be having 1 and 6 printed. So 1 space 6 will get printed. In second loop, you will be having 8 comma 10. So 8 and 10 is going to be printed. In third loop, you have 15 comma 18. So you have 15 and 18 printed. Okay, so this is your output, how it will look like. I hope that is clear. Yes, it is also one of the good questions. You see, what I say is, someone I see was asking that are these questions exactly are these questions going to come exactly in the TCS exams, or they have come in the past as well? See, questions directly can never come in TCS. They always give you in a situation type, right? So maybe they are going to give you same question that is of intervals, but in a some, but putting in some another situation, right? Maybe they will be using the movie situation or some another kind of situation in intervals. So these questions are not like, these questions are just for your concept, right? This can help you to build the concepts, but yeah, I mean, you cannot have the same questions, right? Okay, I hope that is clear, and now we can end the session for today, right? Is there anything anyone wants to ask? Okay, then let's keep it this much for today. Yeah. Yeah. Okay then. Hello everyone. Um, can you just let me know if my voice is clear and my screen is visible? Okay, yes. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you all are doing great. Okay, great, great, great. Nice. Okay, so in today's lecture, again, we are going to go and have some TCS NQT coding questions, right? And today we will be solving questions based on arrays and string. Majorly, there will be array related questions. And I'm trying to cover almost wide range of questions. Like it could be easy, it could be medium, it could be anything from like me easy to medium. So you'll be having good number of questions today, and you will be getting nice questions, like what type of questions are asked, story based questions and everything, right? So I guess let's start then. Let's not delay now. Okay, so the very first question that you can see on the screen is maximum and minimum digit in a number, right? So we have already seen those questions, or we already know these questions. Like if you have an array and if you need to find the minimum and maximum, so that is a pretty good easy like question. So it is not that hard. But here we have is what you have to find maximum and minimum digit in a number, right? So you will be given a number and you have to find maximum and minimum digit. Now let's see what the problem statement says. So according to problem statement, given an array integer given an integer n, so you will be given an integer n and you have to find and print smallest digit and largest digit present in the number. Correct? Now, what is the input format? In input format, you will be given with only one single integer, let's say n. And in output, you have to do what? You have to print two numbers separated by space, and it should be in the order first minimum digit, then you will be having a space, and then you will be having maximum digit, right? So this is how you have to get the output. Now as the constraint, it is given that the number could be anything between from like 1 to 10 raised to the power 9. So it can be even a number with single digit, or it can be a number with larger digits, right? Up to 10 raised to the power 9. So now let's go to the sample input. So in sample input 1, you can see there is one number given to us, that is 2746, right? So this is a whole number. Now what we need to do is we need to find which digit is maximum and which digit is minimum, right? So if you see, digits in the numbers are 2 4 2 7 4 and 6. There are 4 digits. Now out of all of these, 2 is the smallest digit. So when you will be printing your output, first minimum number should come, right? So 2 is getting printed, and then 7 is the largest digit, and that is why giving a space after that 7 is getting printed, right? So this is how the sample input and input and output one looks like. Now same, if you have similar kind of input where you have much larger number, let's say 981203. So here 0 is the minimum digit and 9 is the maximum digit, right? So you have to print accordingly, that is 0 space and 9. Okay. So I guess the question is clear. Is there any doubt in the question or any queries related to this? Okay, so let's see what the code says, right? So as per the code, first of all, we need to take the input, right? Now, when we need to take the input of a number, we generally write it like n is equals to int input, right? So you can go with this. There is no problem in this particular statement, right? But there, if you see in my code, there I have one strip function as well. That is generally for removing all the trailing or the starting spaces or something that is present, but that is fine because this is a pure integer number, so you can, this thing is optional, right? So you can leave this part as well. You can simply write it like n is equals to int input. Fine. Now once that is done, what we have to do is we have to take two integers, like the two variables. So what it would be, it would be minimum digit and maximum digit. Now we know that if we are talking about digit, it would be single digit only, right? And what could be the maximum digit that we can go up till? That is 9, right? So what I did is, now there is one thing, that in minimum digit I put 9 and in maximum digit I put 0. Now what is the reason behind it? Because when we will be comparing and when we will be finding any number that is minimum, right? For example, if I want to find the minimum number out of this particular number, that is 2746, right? So what I'll do is, let's have some few numbers which are greater. Let's say we have 8 in here, and then we have 3 in here. Let's say this is a number, right, given to us. Now I have to find the minimum number first, let's assume. So what we have to do is, why we chosen 9 in a minimum digit? Because 9 could be possibility, but if there is any number which is less than 9, so what I'll do is I'll directly switch to that number and I'll consider that digit as a minimum digit. Now for example, I get the first letter, because we will be using that modulo and division thing to separate each and every digit every time, right? So we will be getting the numbers from the end. So what is going to happen? 6 is the first digit that we will be accessing, right? So when we have 6, I'll check, is my 6 less than minimum digit? Yes, it is. So what I'll do is I'll update the minimum digit by 6. So we can say that till now, whatever the numbers we have gone through, whatever the digits we have gone through for this number, 6 is the least number, right? Least or the minimum number. Now when I'll go ahead and I'll get 4, so again I'll check if my minimum digit, which is 6 right now, is 4 less than 6. So again, is my 4 less than 6? I'll update my minimum digit to 4. So that is why we are taking what? We are taking minimum digit as 9. So that we are assuming that, okay, the worst possibility is that minimum digit is 9. But if we get any less than that 9, we will update it accordingly. And same condition or the same thing is for max digit, right? Max digit is kept as 0 because in worst case, we can assume that max digit is 0, right? But if I get any number greater than 0, I'll directly update it. Okay, I guess this concept is clear because there could be students who can do mistake in this particular statement, right? So you have to be very careful whenever you are doing these questions. Now once you have done all the initializations, now what I'm doing is I'm starting my while loop. And I guess everyone knows why we use while loop. When we don't know how many loops will work, right, and we want that, okay, up till this something it should work, so what I'll do is I'll use while loop, right? So here we are using while loop until my number, okay, let's take n as 2746, right? So if I take n as 2746, now what it would be, I have to check all the digits until my number becomes 0, right? If it is greater than 0, I have to continue the loop. And now in every loop, what I am doing is I'm using two operators. One is this modulo operator to get the digit, to access the digit, and second is this floor division. Why we are doing floor division? Because see, for example, I have already accessed this 6, right? And I have checked the things, whatever things I want to check, that whatever minimum and maximum digits I want to update, I updated it. Okay, now what I have to do is I want now that 6 should be removed, because 6 is something that we have worked on. Now our number should get shortened to 274, so that I can get 4 in a next loop, right? So we are doing floor division just to remove, or just to get the smaller numbers, so that we can access the new digits every time, right? So let's see how the code is working. So first is digit is equals to n modulo 10. So n modulo 10 means your number is going to be divided by 10. So I guess that is very clear, that whenever you want to access any single digit, you divide it by 10, right? You modulo it by 10. If you want, in case, because there could be questions, there could be any kind of questions, and if you want 2 digits at a time to be selected, in that case what you have to do, you have to divide it or modulo it by 100, right? And same it goes, like if you want 3 digits, you have to modulo by 1000, and so on, right? So right now I want only one digit to be accessed at a moment. So what I'm doing is n modulo 10. Now n modulo 10 means 2746 divided by 10. So what you will get something like 274. Basically what will be the remainder? Remainder will be 6, right? Because you will be getting 2740 as a maximum number in the table of 10, and 6 will be the remainder, right? So what you will be getting is 6 as a digit in your first while loop, right? So let's write it over here. So in first while loop, what is going to happen? Your digit that you will be getting is 6, right? Now once you have accessed it, now you have to update the minimum and maximum digits. So minimum digit is equals to minimum of minimum digit, which is already 9, and the digit that we just got. So out of 9 and 6, which one is minimum? 6 is minimum, right? So my minimum digit, I'm writing it as min. So minimum digit will be updated to 6, right? Now what will be maximum digit? So maximum digit will be maximum of max digit and the digit that we have. So max digit is 0 and the digit that we got is 6, right? So again, which one is maximum? 6 is maximum. So maximum will be also updated with 6. Okay, now once that is done, we already used the logic for 6. Now we have to remove that. So how we are going to do that? N floor division 10. So what is going to happen? This number, which is 2745, will be divided by 10. So what you will be getting is 274.6, and now because you are using floor division, so it will be returning you the floor value. So floor value is what? 274. So now in your n, you will be having 274, and this is very important, because we all know whenever you are running the while loop, whatever the condition you are applying, whatever the variable you are having, you have to update it, right? If you don't update it, it is going to be stuck in that infinite loop, right? So here, when we are dividing this number, we are dividing that n variable only, right? Because in the next while loop, when my second while loop is going to work, I'm going to check if my new number, that is 274, is greater than 0 or not. If it is greater than 0, we have to continue the same thing. If it becomes 0 or something like that, in that case we will stop the while loop. Okay, I hope that is clear. These few things are basic, but very you have to keep it in your mind when you're writing the code, right? Now what you have to do is, now in second while loop, let's try to run the second while loop. So in second while loop, again you will try to access the digit. Now your new num is what? Let me just write it over here. Your new number has become as 274, right? Now digit is what? So 274 modulo 10. So again you will be having like 270, that is the maximum number that you can get out of the table of 10. So 4 will be the remainder, right? So digit that you will be getting is 4. Now again what you have to do is update the minimum digit and the maximum digit. So again, if you see, minimum digit will be what? The current digit, the minimum of what? The minimum of 2 digits. The current digit, that is 4, and the digit that you already have, that is 6. So 4 is smaller, so we will update the minimum digit as 4, right? Now what will be the maximum digit? Maximum digit, previous one is 6 and now we are getting it as 4. So maximum is 6, so it will remain 6 only. There will be no further changes. Now once that is done, again we have to update the number. So again we have 274 it will be divided by 10. So you will be getting something like 27.4, and again because you are talking about the floor division, so it will be giving you 27. So now your new number will be n is equals to 27. Now once that is done, we have to move to the third loop. Let me change the color. Yes. Now let's move on to the third loop. Now we have third while loop running over here. So again, I have to access the digit. So digit will be what? N modulo 10. So n is 27. When you will divide it, get the remainder, you will get 7. Right? Now again, you have to find the minimum and the maximum. So minimum, if you see, the previous value was 4, right? And the current digit is 7. So 4 is minimum. So you will be having 4 here as well, 4 only here, right? Now once that is done, you have max. So max is what? Max is 6 earlier and now you're getting 7. So obviously 7 is greater. So you will be having 7 in this max. Now once that is done, you have to update the value of n. So again, dividing this 27 by 10, you will get something like 2.7. And when you will try to get the floor division, you will get n is equals to 2. Now once that is done, you have to move to the fourth loop. Now again, is my n greater than 2? Yes, it is greater than 2. So what you have to do, again, you will try to access the digit. So in fourth loop, again, you will try to access the digit. So once you will again divide it by 10. So what you will be getting, if you try to divide any smaller number by a larger number, remainder will be always that smaller numerator only, right? So it will be 2 only. So it will be 2. Now once that is done, again you have to find minimum. Previous minimum was 4, now you are having 2, so obviously 2 will be considered. And maximum, previously it was 7 and now you are having 2, so 7 will remain as it is. Now once that is done, again you have to update your n's. Again, when you will dividing this 2, you will be dividing this 2 by 10, you will be getting something like 0.2. Now if you try to find the floor division of it, it will be the floor value of it will be 0, right? So n is equals to 0. So now my n becomes 0. Now fifth loop, again my while loop will try to run, but is the condition matching? Is my n greater than 0? No, it is not. So now everything will stop. You'll come out here, and what you are printing? You're printing minimum digit comma maximum digit, and this comma between the two variables will automatically give you a space. So the output, the format that you want is minimum digit, then space, and then maximum digit. So you will be getting minimum digit first of all printed. So minimum digit is what? 2 that we are getting. So 2 will get printed, then space will come there, and then maximum digit, that is 7, will be printed. Okay, I hope this is clear. Okay, see, one student has asked me if the number is in negatives. See, constant is already given to you that in this particular question, there is no negative numbers will be taken. All the numbers will be ranging from 1 to 10 raised to the power 9, right? And for example, if you're getting any negative digit, so what you can do is you can again extract. See, negative digits are like, again, you can simply you have to extract the numbers, right? So you can do the same thing and you will be getting the digits, and once you are getting the digits, you can like update your minimum and the maximum digits. Second query is that if we take a number something like 054, what was that? 054329. If this is a kind of number, so what is going to happen? See, again, what you have to do is you have to just find the minimum and the maximum. You have to simply do the same loop. So every time you will be accessing each and every element, and once you are done with the whole while loop, all the while loops are done and your number becomes 0, what is going to happen? It will automatically give you the values 0 and 9. If you see this kind of question, right? So I guess there will be no problem in any of the numbers, because once you have those digits, then you have to you will able to access, like if you have excess of the digits, then you will be able to apply the logic. I guess that is clear. Is there any doubts? Okay, I guess that is clear. Let's move ahead to the next question. So the next question is chat moderation system, right? Now this, let's try to understand. This is a kind of story based question that I have kept. So the problem statement is that a chat platform wants to detect a spam, right? If a message contains 3 consecutive identical characters, it is considered spam. So they have already given you the rule that whenever there in a message you will be seeing any 3 identical characters consecutively appearing, that particular message is going to be considered as spam, right? So you will be given a message string. You have to determine whether it is spam or safe. um I mean, okay, there is one doubt. In a number, because they are asking you for minimum and maximum digit in a number, na? So how it could be A, B, C, D? Okay, so now this is done. Now let's see what is input format. So in input format, you have a single string S. So you will be given with a single string S. In the output, you have to simply print either it is spam or safe. Okay, I guess the question is clear. So for example, you have some message something like this where you have hey and y is repeating for three multiple times, right? Like 3 consecutive times. So again, because according to the rule, if any of the letter is occurring from 3 consecutive times, say there could be variations in these type of questions. They can give you something like if any character is repeating for 3 or more than 3 consecutive times, that could be also spam, right? So we will be seeing that how in the code you can make small variations and you will be having another kind of condition, right? So because right now here we have 3 consecutive characters, so it means this is a spam message and we have to print spam. If there is nothing something like this, you have to simply print safe. Okay, now let's see how the question comes, how the code comes. So again, we have to first take the input, and now I'll prefer that you use the strip function, because in string using strip function is kind of you are keeping yourself on the safer side, right? So s is equals to input dot strip. Once you have this, so you will be having one string. Let's consider this only, that is, for example, you have hey as a string, right? Now you started with count is equals to 1, right? Now once that is done, we have to start with for loop, because obviously we need to we have to traverse inside my string, right? Now once that is done, for I in range 1 comma len of s, right? So we are going to have till length of s right now is 5, right? So it would be something like 1 to 5. Okay, now why we are taking here from 1 to 5? Why we are taking the count is equals to 1? So the first is why we are taking count is equals to 1, because if something is occurring for one time and we have to just check if it is occurring for 2 more other times, means we have to just focus on that, that it should not appear for 3 times. If it is occurring consecutively for 3 times, then that is the problem. So that is why we are initializing count is equals to 1, that every time at least one alphabet is going to occur at least one time, right? If it is present in a string, right? So that is why we are taking count is equals to 1. And why we are starting the range from 1 to len of s? Because when we will be comparing the first character and the previous character, right? So when we will be starting with the first loop, we will be starting with e and we will be comparing it with h. If e and h, for example, are same, it means we have to increase our count, right? This is how the logic is working. So for I in range 1 to len of s, which is 1 comma 5, which will make it run from 1 to 4. So let's have my first loop for I is equals to 1. Now if s of I is equals to s of I minus 1, right? So if you have anything, if you have letter which is current letter and the previous letter, if both of them are same, so right now my current letter is what? E, and my previous letter is what? H. Are they both same? No, they are not, right? So it means there is no consecutiveness and we can move ahead, right? Now there is nothing else we can do, because okay, now we have else condition. So in else condition we have count is equals to 1, just in case if we have if we have incremented the value of count earlier in the if condition. Now if new character occurs, we have to again make it 1, so it remains clean, right? So it is like that. Now once that is done, again we have to go to the next for loop. So in next for loop you have I is equals to 2, right? Now for I is equals to 2, again s of I, which is y, right? And the previous value is what? E. So once we have that, the condition makes it false, right? Now because the condition is false, what you have to do, again nothing, you'll go in else and you will have your count is equals to 1. So it is already 1, so no need to change anything else. I'm putting my variable over here. Now again we have to move to the third loop. In third loop you have I is equals to 3, right? Now again what you have is, you have this y, we are on this y currently, right? So y is equals to the previous value, which is also y. So are these same? Yes, these are same. So it means there is the repeating element, means there are two characters that are coming together for 2 times, right? At least for now. So what we have to do is, because the condition is true, we have to increment our count. So count was already 1 earlier, because we are assuming that okay, 1 y is already present if it is in the string. But if second is coming, if this kind of condition is matching, it means 2 times it is occurring. So we have to make it 2. Now once that is done, we have to check regularly if my count has become 3. So if it has become 3, we have to simply print spam and we can break the loop, right? And if it is not 3, we can continue, right? Because that is fine. Now there could be variations if they are ask you, if the question says that spam message are considered as to be if there are 3 or more than 3 consecutive characters appearing. So in that case, instead of just equals to, you will have greater than equals to. Okay, so just the operators will change. This is the inner condition there where we are checking the value for count. There only you have to make the variations, else everything will remain similar, right? Now once that is done, so again in this case my count is not equals to 3, so this condition becomes false, and because this condition becomes false, we'll come out and we'll move to the next for loop. Now in next for loop, again what we have to do is I is equals to 4. Now for I is equals to 4 is my what is my current digit, that is this one, so which is y, and what is my previous character, which is also y. So because the condition is true, again what you have to do is you have to go inside this, you have to increment the value of count, so count will now become 3. And now again when you will be checking if my count is equals to 3, yes it is equals to 3. And what will happen now, because this condition is true, you will say that this particular message is a spam message, and then you will simply breaking is very important, because if you will not break and if there are any further characters after this hey, right, so it will keep counting those, right? So you have to be very careful that whenever you want to stop your program in between, once you get your first answer, you have to use the break statement if you are using for loop, and if you are in a function, you have to use the return statement, right? Now once this is done, because this was a spam message and here we got it already, so spam will get printed right in your output screen, and you will break the loop, so obviously you'll come out of the whole thing, right? Now if you see, I have already told this particular thing in the previous lecture when we have the previous live session. So if you see, there is one else which is outside this for loop. So this else is also known as looping else condition or looping else statement. So when will this run? This will only run when your for loop will stop, there will be no output from for loop. So then this else condition will say, consider itself as the main thing, and it will print safe. So for example, let's assume if you have a character, if you have a string something like this, where you have two y's, one h and one e, right? So in this case, what is going to happen, if you see, everything is going to run and there will be no spam printing, right? So what you have to do is, the whole for loop will work and no output you will get on the screen. Once you will get out of the whole for loop, means the whole string is traversed, you will come to this else condition automatically and you will print safe. So in that case, for this particular string, you will be having safe. Now there is one string that someone has gave. If you have something like this, so again if you see, there is this a spam or not, is this spam or safe, you only tell me. Are there any characters that are repeating for 3 times consecutively? No, it is not repeating, right? So what you have to do is, whenever you will be running this, when you will be traversing through this particular string, you will be never getting count as 3, right? So because you will be never getting count as 3, you will be never getting print spam. So again, after the whole traversal is done, you will come out of the condition, you will come out of the whole loop, and you will get print safe. Okay, right? Okay, is there any doubts, is there any questions related to this question, or shall we move ahead? Okay, um okay, now let's move on to the next question. Okay, now next question is again a story based question, and this question is a bit something where you have to try to understand what the question is saying, right? So I want all of yours focus over here. Right. So the question name is chocolate distribution problem, and the problem statement is a teacher has n packets of chocolates. Okay. So a teacher is there, and she's having got n packets of chocolates, each containing some number of chocolates. So you have n number of chocolates. Let's assume it has like 0, 1, 2, 3, and up till n packets she has. Now in each packet, each containing some number of chocolates. So in each packet there could be some number of chocolates, let's say 2, let's say 3, let's say 1, let's say 7. It could be any number of chocolates in that particular packet. Now once that is done, okay, now she wants to do what? She wants to distribute these packets among m students. Okay, so all of these packets should be distributed among m students such that each student receives exactly one packet. Okay, so for example, if there are 3 students, right, so I have to distribute 3 packets among all of them, means every student is going to get exactly one packet, right? So out of n packets, I have to distribute 3 packets if there are 3 students. Now, what is the goal? The goal is to minimize the difference between the maximum and the minimum chocolates received by the students. Now, if you try to understand, if you'll try to relate it with the same thing that you have given with earlier, you will get confused. Instead, what you do is you understood the situation. What the situation is, you will be given with n packets of chocolates, and each packet is going to have some number of chocolates, and you have to distribute to m students such that each student get exactly one packet. So that is your situation. Okay, now let's see what they are asking you to do, right? So the goal is to minimize the difference between the maximum and the minimum chocolates received by the students. Okay, now let's try to understand this. We are taking an example. Let's assume we have 3 students, and we have to give each like one packet to all 3 of them, right? So let's have few numbers, right? We are just trying to understand that what is our goal. So there is one student that so there are 3 students. So first student got one packet, and in that packet that particular student received 7 chocolates, right? Now, after that, the second student got one packet where that student got 4 chocolates in that particular packet. And there is one student who got, let's say, one packet with, let's say, 2 chocolates in it, right? So, what you have to do is your main goal is to minimize the difference between maximum and minimum chocolates received by the student. So, minimum chocolate is what received by the student, that is 2, and maximum chocolate received by a student is what? 7. Now you have to consider, you have to give the packets accordingly so that you can get the minimum difference between the maximum and the minimum number of chocolates. So right now, if you see, 7 minus 2 is 5, right? So there is a difference. What is the difference between the minimum and the maximum number of chocolates? That is 5. So you have to give them give them the packets in such a way that they get the minimum difference, the minimum and the maximum number. If I subtract them both, the difference should be minimum, right? Just let me know if you understood a question a little bit. When we will be doing sample input, I guess that in that case you will be much clear with the question, but if you get the bit of it, that is fine. Okay, now once that is done, first line, so there will be 3 lines of input given to you. First line will be containing integer n, that represents the number of packets. Second line will have the n space separated integer, so you will be having an array where there will be n packets, right? And for each the number will be given which represents the number of chocolates, right? And the third line is integer m, which represents the number of students, right? What you have to print, you have to print the minimum difference. So what you have to print, you have to print the difference, the minimum difference that you can make. Okay, now let's move on to sample input, so I'll be able to explain you much better. So if you see the very first line, you have n. So n is equals to 7. It means there are 7 packets. So what you can assume is that there is an array which will be having 7 elements, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So this is the number of packets. Now the array that you're getting, the number represents that in first packet you have 7 chocolates, in second packet you have 3 chocolates, in third packet you have 2 chocolates, in fourth packet you have 4 chocolates, in fifth packet you have 9 chocolates, in sixth packet you have 12 chocolates, and seventh packet you have 56 chocolates. Okay, so this is how the question means, right? Now once that is done, now m is given to you as 3, means you have only 3 students and you have to distribute these packets to 3 students. So every student will get 1 packet. Now see, there could be multiple possibilities, right? So you have student 1, you have student 2, you have student 3, right? You have this. Now what you have to do is you have to distribute all of these to in such a way that the minimum and the maximum should have the minimum difference, right? You have to minimize the difference. So let's assume, because we have 3 students, it means 3 packets I have to choose. So let's have the first 3 first 3 packets, that is 7, 3 and 2. So what I'll assume is that in the first go, it's just I'm doing calculations right now. So first student gets 7, then second student get 3, and the third student got 2, right? So if I get the minimum, if I get the difference of the minimum and the maximum number, so maximum is 7 and minimum is 2. So 7 minus 2 is what? 5. So here the difference that we are getting is 5. Okay, now what we have to do is, now let's move on to the second combination. So we have 3, 2, 4. This is my second combination that I can give to them. So we have 3, 2 and 4. Now again, what is the maximum number? 4. What is the minimum number? 2. So 4 minus 2 is what? It's 2, right? So difference here we got is 2. Now third point is what? In third case, we can give it as like 2, 4 and 9, right? So this is how we can give. Now if we give something like this, so we have 2, 4, 9. So again, when we check the minimum and the maximum number, so it's 9 and 2. 9 minus 2 is what? 7. So the difference is 7. Same, we have to go with fourth and fifth time as well. So it will be, we have taken 2, 4, 9, no? So now we'll take 4, 9, 7. 4, 9, 12. So 4, 9, 12. The difference would be what? 12 minus 4, which is 8. Now next combination could be possible is 9, 12 and 56. So 9, 12 and 56, right? Now again, if I subtract, so 56 and 9. 56 minus 9 is what? It's 47. 56 minus 9 and makes it 47, right? So now you have this list, you can assume that you have this list of differences. Okay, so you have 5, you have 2, you have 7, you have 8, and you have 47. Now what you have to do is you have to print the minimum difference. So you have to focus on what is the least difference you are getting. So the least difference you are getting is in this particular combination, where you are getting difference as 2. So it means if you give all of the 3 students the packets of 3, 2 and 4, or you can say 2, 3 and 4, in that case the difference between the number of chocolates between the minimum and the maximum ones will be like the least, right? So in that case, what will be the output? The output will be 2. I guess now the question is clear. Just let me know, because this question is a bit kind of tricky to understand. Once you understand it, it will be very easy to implement. Just let me know if question is clear quickly. Okay, and one more thing which I want to add is, can anyone tell me what approach we are applying here? Is there anyone who can tell me what approach we can apply? Brute force is fine, you can tell me the brute force approach as well, and if you know any optimal approach or at least the concept or any kind of thing, you can just let me know. Okay, few students are saying for two pointer approach, but okay, let's try to understand. Two pointer approach would be like, I don't think so it will be a good approach, because here you are not working on only two things, right? You want it to be on the whole range. Like for example, if the students are three, so in that case you should be working on three of the packets. If the student is five, you have to work on five of the packets. So yes, many of the students are saying sliding window, and that is what the correct answer is. We will be applying this sliding window approach over here. And in sliding window there are two types of concepts: variable sliding window, this where the size of the window is not fixed, it can be variable, means you can shrink it, you can expand it. And the second type is what? Fixed variable, fixed window size, which is fixed sliding window. So here we will be using fixed sliding window, because we only want, if there are three students, we only want the window size to be 3, right? So we will be using that. Okay, yes, we have to check the combinations, and combinations we are going to create it by using the window. Okay. Okay, let's see how the code is working, right? So first we need to take all the inputs. So you have n is equals to int input, right? Then you have array is equals to list map int input dot split, and then you have m is equals to int input, right? Simple. Inputs are very simple here. No, right now, because there is nothing given, like they haven't told us that whether the packets will be in sequential or random. So that is why what we are considering is, we are considering that all of them needs to be shared in a sequential way. Okay, if they mention something like this, in that case you can do it. And still, if you feel that there is no mentioning, then you have to take the help of, like for example in this question, there is no mention of sequential or random. Also, if you see, there is if you also don't know that what type of thing is happening, so you can take the help of sample input and output. That will help you to understand whether they are taking the um, sequential difference or the random ones. Okay, so that is how you can do it. Okay, now once that is done, what is the best way to do is, you do array dot sort. So once you do array dot sort, so what you have to do is, what is going to happen, when you sort all the things, you get all the numbers from minimum to maximum, right? So what you will be having, you will be having the minimum number was 2, right? Yeah, it was 2 3 4, then 7 9 12 56. So 2 3 4 7 9 12 and 56. So once you get this, now it will be very easy for you, because when it was random, right, when it was random over here, there could be a possibility that you don't get the packets perfectly, right? So once you do that, yeah, we are doing random here, right? Okay, I guess I answered the questions for the students, because there were many answer questions for these, right? So yes, we are doing randomly. Now how we are doing it, now try to understand why we sorted this particular array. Now once we sorted it, now if I take the window size of this particular thing, where we have 2 3 and 4, obviously what we are doing is, whenever we are taking these combinations, that is 2 3 4, it will be giving you the least difference, right? Now for example, let's assume if you don't sort, and if you have 2 9 and 56. Now try to understand, if you take this particular combination, obviously this is going to give you the maximum or the very high difference, right? So that is not a point. So that is why what we are doing is, we are sorting it so that we can get the smaller numbers, like all the numbers will be nearby, right? So we are not going to compare 2 with 56 because that is obviously not gonna work. Instead, if we make the 2 work with 3 and 4, that will be much easier and better, right? Because that is towards going the solution, right? If we do that, so that is why what we are doing is we are sorting that array. So array dot sort will sort your array and will make it something like this. Now once that is done, what you are doing is you create getting one variable, that is minimum difference, which you are taking it as float infinity, right? And I have already told you that whenever we have these type of questions, we try to take the maximum number in minimum one, and in minimum value in the maximum one, right? So that is why if you see, what we are taking here is float of infinity, which is the maximum number possible. Now whatever the number will be less than this particular number, I will consider it as a minimum difference. Okay, now we have to simply for loop. So for I in range n minus m plus 1, now let's try to understand this, why we are doing it. Just to create that particular window size, right? To create this window size, we are writing it in this way. Okay, so what we have is n minus m plus 1. So n is what? N was 7, m is 3. So n minus m is what? It's 7 minus 3, which is 4, and 4 plus 1 is what? 5. So we are going to range for 5 times. It means there could be only 5 windows if we are traversing through this particular for loop. Sorry, traversing through this particular array using this window size of 3. There could be only 5 loops that we can do, right? And how we get this? We get this using this particular thing, that is n minus m plus 1, right? Now what you have to do is you have to make it range from 0 to 5, right? So let's have our first loop over here where n is equals to, sorry, I is equals to 0. I is equals to 0. Now once that is done, we have to find the difference. So difference is equals to r of I plus m minus 1. Now there is one more reason why we put this thing, because now once we have sorted it, we know the maximum will be always the last of the window size and minimum will always be the first of the window size, right? So we don't need to check that which one is maximum and which one is minimum, right? So that is why also the sorting things works, right? Now once that is done, for what you have to do is you have to calculate the difference. So r of I plus m minus 1. Now I is 0, 0 plus m, which is 3 minus 1. So 3 minus 1 is 2, right? So automatically you will get your like pointer, the last number for the first window size will be at 2. So the value is 4. So in difference, what we will be calculating? We will be calculating 4 minus, now r of I, which is the current value. So r of I is what? 2, right? So it's 2. Difference is what? 2. Now again we have to check and update the minimum difference. So minimum difference, we will be considering minimum of the minimum difference that we have already and the difference that we got. So what we have is, we have infinity and 2. So obviously 2 is minimum. So my minimum difference will get updated by 2. Now once that is done, we'll move to second for loop. Now in second for loop, I is equals to 1. So now what is going to happen? My window size will start with index 1, right? So how it is going to be? It is going to start from here and it will be having 3 size of it, right? Now once that is done, again what you have to do is find the difference. So finding the difference means, again I, which is 1, 1 plus m is what? M is 3. So 1 plus m is 4, 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 minus 1 is what? 3. It means we are taking this particular value. So it's 7, 7 minus current value. Now I is 1, so we are talking about this particular value, which is 3. So 7 minus 3 is what? 2, right? Sorry, my bad. 7 minus 3 is what? 4. So 7 minus 3 is 4. Again, we'll try to update the minimum value. So minimum value already is 2. And now we are getting a new number as 4. So minimum is 2. So we will be having 2 over here only. Okay. Now same thing is going to happen for loop 3, where I is equals to 2. And now my pointer will move from this to this, like 4 to 9. Okay. Now again we'll try to find the difference. So again difference is equals to, again I plus m, which is I is 2. because 2 is the starting point na, for that window. So 2 plus how many students we are considering? 3. So there will be the size of 3. So 2 plus 3, which is 5, and we have to take one less because we are starting with 0 index. So 2 plus 3, 5. 5 minus 1 is 4. So value at fourth index is what? 9, right? So we'll take 9 minus. Now what is the current value of I? Current value of I is 2, which means we are talking about this 4. So 9 minus 4 is 5. Again, we will try to update the minimum value, but minimum value will stay 2 only because obviously 2 is minimum out of 2 and 5. Right now, I guess everyone have already understood how things are working. Similarly, fourth loop is going to work, and similarly fifth loop is going to work, and you will get the same kind of thing. You will be getting 8 in the next loop again because 2 is minimum already, so 2 will be there only. Then in the fifth loop you will get 47 as the difference, but again 2 is minimum, so you will be having after the fifth loop, in minimum digit, minimum difference, you will be having 2 stored. Right now, once you have completed your whole for loop, in the end what you're printing minimum diff. Right, just let me know if you guys understood this thing. Is there any doubt, any questions, any queries regarding this particular code or question? No, there is one question that I'm getting. Do we need to consider consecutive numbers only? No, we are not taking consecutive numbers. If you see very carefully, see for now, if you see in this particular case, we are getting 3 to 4, and what we are taking is 2, 3, 4. Although the numbers are consecutive, but if you see what we are doing is, let's assume, that you have an array something like 7, 3, 2, 9, 12, 4 and 56. Okay, if this is your array, let's assume if this is your array, so in that case also, in this case, in this array also, you will be getting same answer, that is 2, 3, 4, because they haven't said yet, I mean in the question they haven't told you that the packets that you're distributing should be consecutive or so, right? So when once you're doing sorting, right, we are doing sorting now, so everything will be arranging by itself according to minimum, like from minimum to maximum. So you will be getting 2 first, then 3, then 4, and so on, like 7, 9, 12, and 56, right? So you will be not working on consecutive numbers. It is considered as whatever are the 3 most best packets that you can give to minimize the difference between the maximum and the minimum number of chocolates. Okay. Why you took infinity? Because see, do you remember the previous question? In previous question also I explained the same logic, that in minimum digit we have taken 9 and in maximum digit we have taken 0. Why we have done that? Because if I take minimum digit as 9, that is the worst case I'm taking, that okay, the maximum number that I can go, the maximum digit that I can get is 9. If I get any number lesser than this, I will quickly update my minimum digit. Same thing is happening here. You try to understand, you try to think of it. For example, let's take minimum difference as 0. So you to have taken already the best case possible now, or maybe if you are taking negative infinity, you have already taken the best case. There will be no number that you will be getting which is less than negative infinity, so you'll never get your answer correctly, right? But if you'll put it as infinity, so if there would be any number which is less than infinity, you will be having that in your answer, right? So that is why we are taking in. There is one question who's asking that if see this okay, so if you're talking about the range which is n minus m plus 1, why we are taking n minus m plus 1? Because the window size that you are creating, if you will try to have your sixth loop, let's try to understand. Only 5 loops are possible when you are having this window, right? You can take the exam, take the look over here because there is a tabular format, so it will be easy to understand. So you see that these are the only 5 loops that are possible when you're taking the window size as 3 in this particular array, right? If you try to run the sixth loop, obviously it is not going to work, right? Or there could be a possibility that it will give you something like uh, uh, like uh, index out of range error, right? So that is why what we are doing here is we are fixing that whatever is the possibility of the loops when we are taking the window, that only we are going to run, right? I guess the question, the query, the answers are clear. And let's move on to the next question. So the next question is library fine calculation. Now let's read the question, what it says. So a library keeps tracks of books borrowed by students, right? Each element in an array represents the number of days a student kept a book. If a student is kept, if a book is kept more than k days, the student must pay 1 unit fine for each extra day. Find the total fine collected. I guess the question is pretty clear. What you have to do is they will be giving you an array, and in that array each number represents the number of days a student has kept a book, right? And you will be also given with k days. For example, there is one library who has fixed that okay, a student can keep a book only for 7 days. If he is keeping the book for 7 days after issuing, he has to pay the fine, right? So this k days can be varied, so that is why this will be given as an input, right? Now if there is any student, if there is anyone who is keeping that book for more than k days, he or she has to pay 1 unit fine per day for each extra day, right? For in the end, basically what you have to do is you have to find the total fine collected. Okay, you have to find the total fine collected. Now let's talk about the input format. So in the first line you will be having integer n represents the size of of an array. In second line you will be having n space separated integers, and in the third line you will be having integer k, which represents the k number of days they can keep the book. Okay, now once that is done, in output format you have to print the total fine. Okay, now once that is done, what we have to do is okay, now let's talk about the sample input one. So in sample input one, you can see n is given as 5, means the data will be given for 5 students, and in the next line we have an array of 5 elements where each number represents that for one student how many days he has kept the book, right? So for example, if we have 3, it means this particular kid, this particular student has kept the book for 3 days with him or her, whatever, right? For the first student, it is 8, so it means he or she has kept the book for 8 days. Then for second student, he or she has kept it for 6 days. Then third student kept it for 10 days, and then fourth student kept it for 4 days. And the maximum limit of days they have given you 5. It means if there is any student who has who kept the book for more than 5 days, for each day you have to add 1 as a fine, and you have to find the you have to calculate the total fine. Okay, so for the first student, because he has only kept it for 3 days, so there will be no fine. Now second student has kept it for 8 days. Is 8 minus 5 is my 8 greater than 5? Yes, it is. It means he has kept the book for longer time. Now we have to find that how much longer he has kept it for. So 8 minus 5 is 3, so we get the answer 3. It means for each day 1 rupee is a fine, so 3 into 1 means this student has need to pay 3 rupees or 3 unit of fine. Okay, if there is a difference, means if they say that there would be a 10 rupee fine or something like that, so in that case you have to multiply it with 10 or some number that is given to you. Okay, now for the second student, he has kept it for 6 days, and 6 is again greater than 5, so it means he has kept it extra. How many days he has kept extra? That is for 1 day, and fine will be 1 multiplied by 1. So total fine will be 1 for this student. Now for third student, he has kept the book extra for 5 days, fine will be multiplied by 1, so total 5 unit extra fine will be given by him, right? Then for fourth student, again this fourth student is keeping it within the limit, so there is no extra day, so we can leave it. So now when we add all the numbers of the fine, what we get is as 9, right? So 9 will be the total fine that will be given by all of the students together. Okay, I hope this is clear. Just let me know if there is any doubt or something. Right, okay, now let's move to this code then. So in the code, what we are doing is we are taking the inputs. So in inputs we have n is equals to int input for integer number. Then for array we are taking it as list map int input dot split, and for k again we are taking it as int input. Okay, now once taken all the three inputs, what we have to do is we have to start our logic. Now in our logic, what we have is fine is equals to 0. We are starting my fine variable as 0, because we are initializing it with 0, because we see that okay, for now there is no fine till now. Now we have to start traversing in our array, right? So for days in array, okay, so let's take this only. It's 3 6 3 8 6 10 and 4. So it's 3 8 6 10 and 4. Okay, now once this is done, we have to traverse it. So for the first loop, my days is going to be 3. Okay, now what we are doing is we are checking is my days greater than 5, which is k is 5 and n is also 5, right? Now is my 3 greater than 5? No, the condition is false. It means there will be no fine for this student. Now once that is done, we have to move to the second loop then. Now in second loop, my days is what? Days is 8. Is my 8 greater than 5? Yes, it is. So now what we have to do is we have to find the calculations, right? So fine plus equals to days minus k. Now see, what we are doing here is, even we don't need to multiply it with 1, because it is just 1. So if the difference between 8 minus 5 is 3, so obviously 3 is going to be fine. But if there will be a fine of more than 1, right, means it could be 5 unit or 10 unit or any number of unit, you can do what? You can simply multiply that number to this particular subtraction. Okay, and whatever you will get will be added in your fine. I guess that is clear. And if you are not good with this, if you are not very like you don't know very advanced level of Python, and if you don't even understand this particular statement, so what you can do is you can create two variables. In first, you can find the difference or the fine, and in the second, you can add it in your fine variable. That's it. Okay, I guess that will be much easier for you. First, you can find the difference, and then you can add the values in your fine accordingly. Okay, so because 8 is greater than 5, so what we are going to do is, in my fine, what we are going to add? Days minus k. So days is 8, 8 minus 5 is 3, and 3 is going to be added in my fine, right? So 3, because it was earlier 0, so now it will become 0 plus 3, which is 3. So now it becomes as 3. Now in third loop, days is what? Days is 6, right? Is my 6 greater than 5? Yes, 6 is greater than 5. So again, in my fine, what I'll be doing is 6 minus 5, which is 1, and 1 will be added in my previous fine. So previous fine is 3, 3 plus 1 is 4. So now it becomes 4. Now fourth loop, in fourth loop, days is equals to what? 10. Is my 10 greater than 5? Yes, the condition is true. Now because the condition is true, again we have to calculate fine. So 10 minus 5 is 5. 5 added in 4 makes it 9. So it becomes 9. Now we have fifth loop. In fifth loop, my days is equals to 4, right? Is my 4 greater than 5? No, it is not. So nothing is going to happen. And now for loop is completed, so nothing, everything is done. Now in the end, what you're printing the fine. So 9 as your fine will get printed as your answer. Okay, why you are using map function, could you explain it? Yeah, just give me 2 more minutes and I'll be explaining it. Just let me know if there are any doubts in this particular question. Okay, so for the student who is asking for why we are using this map function, so what is going to happen is, see all the numbers, let me just explain you how this line works on a space separated input. So let's assume that we are given with an array, something like 3, 8, 6, 10, 4, something like this, right? So how Python makes it work? So first line that will be implementing is, that is input dot split. So I guess that is very clear that input dot split will take the input and it will split wherever the spaces are present. So you see, all over wherever the spaces are there, they will be splitted. So you have your individual entities like 3, 8, 6, 10, and 4. Now what is going to happen? Now when you have defined int is going to convert all the individual entities into that data types. So now 3 is an integer number, 8 is an integer number, 6 is an integer number, 10 and 4 again are the integer numbers. Now once the data type is converted into integer format, now what you want is, you want to map them in a list of this particular variable array. So what this list function does, list function will convert everything that you have inside, will convert into a list format, right? Now but using this map function, what you are doing is, you're telling that you have to map these values in this particular array, in this particular variable, right? So now what is going to happen in your array variable, which is array, all the values, that is 3, 8, 6, 10, 4, are going to be in a list format, and all of them are going to map inside the array variable. Okay, and this is how it will be created. I guess that is clear now. It is going to convert all the data, all the values into that int data type. Okay, see, I have already told you guys many times that in TCS you cannot expect the questions to be like, you cannot say that what exact questions can come. They can give you very easy questions as well, and they can give you hard level questions as well, right? But chances are more from easy to medium. So that is why whatever the questions that we are doing, either in the live sessions on YouTube or on the course, like for the live sessions for the students who has taken the course, for all of the students, the major focus for me is that students should be able to understand because right now it is not a time for students to get panic and see very hard level question, and they will think that okay, this is a question that I'll be not able to do. It comes into a demotivation side, right? If there are students who are good with the basic concepts and they want to have the like upper questions or the advanced questions, in the course we are taking all the type of questions, as well as you can also practice it by yourself, right? Here major focus is that most of the questions will be related to these concepts or these topics or these levels, right? So we are taking accordingly, right? So I guess that is clear. Why we have to multiply it with 1? Because they have already told you na, see, every time when you are paying the fine, so there will be the amount of your fine, maybe it could be 1 rupees or 10 rupees, maybe in your school library, if you have a 7 days limit, and if you keep your book for more than 7 days without reissuing it, they take some a certain amount of fine na? So that is why here, because in the question it is written that you have to the student must pay 1 unit fine for each extra day. So that is why we are multiplying it with 1. Although we are not even multiplying it with 1, because obviously anything multiplied by 1 will make the same number, right? So whatever what we are doing is, we are simply finding the difference and we are adding in fine. Now, but for example, if they have told you that the fine is for 5 unit, so what you have to do is, whatever the difference you are getting, you have to multiply it with 5 and then you have to add in fine. right? I guess that is clear. Okay, just let me know if that is clear and we can move ahead to the next question. Okay, now let's move to the next question. The next question is bus passenger tracking. Okay, so the next question is bus passenger tracking, and this is a good question. So the problem statement is a bus travels through several stations, right? And at each station, some passengers get off and some passengers get on. Okay. Now you have to find the maximum number of passenger in the bus at any time. Okay. So they are asking you to know that what was the maximum number of passengers in the bus at any time. So there is no time fix that you have to tell that how many numbers of passengers are there at the last stop or maybe after the last stop. They're just asking you that what is the maximum number of passenger that was in the bus at any time of movement. Okay, now let's see how the input is being given. So first line will be integer n, which represents the number of stops. The next line will have next n lines contain two integers. Now in each line, see, they have already given you in next n lines, right? So for example, if there are 4 stops, so in the second line, from the second line, there you will be having 4 different lines, and in each line there will be 2 space separated integers. So the first, for example, if you have 2 3, so it means the 2 represents for first stop there were 2 passengers who get off and 3 passengers who get on from the first station. Now, and the second stop or the second station, if the numbers are given as 2 0 and 4, so it means 0 passengers get off and 4 new passengers get on. Okay, so this is how this input is going to work, and in the end you have to print the maximum number of passengers in the bus. Okay, they are not asking you to get the the number of passengers till the end or at the end or at any some point of the like at any some point. They're just asking you to get the maximum number of passengers you are getting in your bus at any time. Okay, so you see, you get your n is equals to 4 over here. It means there are 4 stops for this particular bus, and now you have 4 lines of input where each line represents station 1, get off and get on passenger numbers, right? So in first station there were 0 passengers who get off and there were 3 new passengers who get on, right? Now once that is done, so we can just do the explanation in a way that there are 0 passengers who get off, right? So there is nothing we need to subtract, or what you can do is you can have one variable called p where you will be adding and subtracting the values, right? And what you have to do is you have to consider one max variable where you will be storing the maximum value, right? So what happened is, because there were 0 passengers who get off, so 0 minus 0 will be 0, right? And 3 passengers get on, means 0 plus 3 makes it 3. So 3 passengers are now in your train, sorry, bus, right? Now once you got your first value after the first stop, you have to check if your maximum, what we will do is we will consider that maximum is 0. Now, if any value that is coming more than 0 will be considered as maximum. Okay. So, is my 3, which is the current number of passengers, greater than maximum? Yes, it is. So, we can assume that maximum passengers are 3 for now. Okay. Now in second loop, when we have the new station, new stop, that is 2 and 5, where 2 passengers get off, means 3 minus 2 makes it 1, so it becomes 1, and 1 plus 5 makes it 6, right? So now there are 6 passengers in the bus after this second stop. Again we have to go and we have to check, is my maximum can be updated? Yes, maximum can be updated, because now we have 6 passengers, earlier we have 3 passengers. So 6 is greater, so we have 6 over here. Now in next we have is 4 and 2. So means 4 passengers get off. So 6 are still there. 6 minus 4 is 2, right? And 2 more added, right? So 2 plus 2 makes it 4. So now there are 4 passengers. Again, is the 6 greater, say, is my current number of passenger 4 greater than the maximum that I had? No, it is not, right? So we will keep the maximum as 6 only. Now the next is 4 and 0. So it means 4 people get off. So 4 were already there and 4 of them get off. So now there is 0. And because this is a last stop, so no one entered the bus. So basically now we have passenger count as 0, right? So again we have to check, is my passenger count is greater than max? No, it is not. So maximum will remain 6. So in the end, what was the maximum number of passengers that were in the bus at any time? That was 6, right? So this was the answer. I hope the question is clear. Okay, now let's see how the code can be written for this thing. Okay, so basically there will be basically the main thing is you have to take the input accordingly, right? So what you're doing is, first is n is equals to int input, so 4 will be given here, right? Now what you did is you initialize two variables, just like I said, where you will be calculating the current number of passengers and you will be calculating the maximum passengers at that time, right? So current you have initialized with 0 and maximum passengers also you have initialized with 0, right? Now once that is done, what you are doing is, for I in range n, because there are 4 lines of input that you will be getting. So what we are going to do is, we are going to take the first line of input and we are going to apply the logic on that line only directly. Then we'll move to, when we'll have the second loop, in second loop we will be taking second line of input and we will be working on that, then third line of input and then we will be working on that, and so on. Now the second approach could be also like this, that you take all the inputs together and maybe you can create a list, right? So what you can do is, you can also take all the 4 inputs together, right? So what it would be like, it would be you will be creating an empty list, and the values that you are having 0, 3, they will be appended in a format of tuple like this, 0, 3. Then you will be having what? You're having 2 comma 5, so 2 comma 5. Then second element will be what? Third element will be what? 4 comma 2, so 4 comma 2. Then you have 4 comma 0, right? So this is how also you can create one list, and once you have taken all the inputs, now you can start working on it again. Okay, so these are the two different approaches. You can do both of them, like out of the both. Okay, so right now what we are doing is, we are taking input at the time and we are just doing our calculations, and then we are moving to second input. So you see, what we are doing is, for I in range n, so it will be up till 0 comma 4, so it will be 0 to 2, 0 to 3. So in first loop, my I value will be 0. Now first we need to take the inputs. So off and on, two variables we have taken, right? And because again, input dot split, because the value will be of two numbers, and both the numbers should get in two different variables. So 0 and 3 are there. So 0 and 3, both of them will be splitted into two entities, 0 and 3. Both of them are going to be converted into integer format, and now we are storing them in the variables. So we were having 0 and 3. So in off variable, 0 is going to be added, and in on variable, 3 is going to be stored. Okay, now once that is done, we have to do the same thing. From current, we will subtract all the off values and we will add all the on values. So current minus off and current plus equals to on, right? So right now my current is 0. Now when I subtract off, which is 0 minus 0, it will be 0 only. When I add on, so on is 3, so 0 plus 3 makes it 3. So my current will become 3. Now once that is done, every time when we will be having, once we do the whole thing, we have to check the maximum passenger. So maximum passenger will be maximum of current maximum passenger value, which is 0, and the current value that we got just now, which is 3. So out of 0 and 3, which is maximum? So 3 is maximum, 3 is maximum. So in my max variable, I will be storing 3. Okay, now same thing we have to do for second loop. I is equals to 1. In I is equals to 1, again we have to take the second input line. So second line is what? 2 and 5. So again, in off 2 is going to be stored and in on 5 is going to be stored. Okay. Now once that is done, again from your current you have to subtract off. So 3 minus 2 makes it 1 and 1 plus 6, 1 plus 5 makes it 6. So now you have is 6. Now once that is done, again you have to calculate your max passenger. So maximum of current, which is 3, and the maximum of maximum of the previous max value and the current value which you are getting, that is 6. So 3 comma 6, maximum is 6. So maximum will be updated to 6. Now in third loop you have I is equals to 2. Again the numbers are what? Off will be 4 and on will be 2, right? Now again once you have it, again you will have to calculate your current. So from 6 you have to off 4, means now it becomes 2, and in 2 you have to add 2, so it becomes 4. So now you have 4 passengers. Now again you have to compare it with maximum, and you have to get the maximum value out of 6 and 4. So because 6 is maximum, so it will be 6 only. Now in fourth loop you have I is equals to 3, where you have off value as 4 and on value as 0, right? Again from your current, 4 minus 4, which makes it 0, 0 plus 0 will make it 0. Okay, now again maximum out of 6 and 0. So obviously 6 is greater, so max will have 6 only. Now fifth loop will not be there, right? Because there is nothing over there. So everything is done. Now because everything is done, we'll come out of the for loop and we'll print max passengers. So what is the answer that will get printed? That is 6. Okay. Okay, I guess the way I explained just now also is clear. Isn't the code clear? Just let me know if there are any doubts. If there are any doubts, any queries, you guys can ask. Yeah, okay, it's clear. So I guess for today let's keep it this much, and in the end I just want you guys to I want you to tell one thing, that we have our course which is TCS crash course, right? And you will be having it over here. Through this link you can go and check out that course. In that course you will be having multiple things, right? You will be getting your DSA white book, which is very important and which will be very helpful if you want to do good practice in the questions, right? Then you have your recorded lectures, you have your live sessions weekly, you have for all the type of lectures, either it is aptitude, verbal, coding. In coding also you get your Java, Python, C++. All type of sessions are taken in the course. Also in this white book there are all the topics that usually comes, like arrays, strings, sliding window approaches, and all the topics that we can expect to come, right? So this is also a nice book where you have the questions, where you have the coding solutions in each language, right? So if you are interested to go through it, you can definitely go and check it out. Input in map, explain again. Okay, I'll explain it. Um, Karnati, can you tell me one thing, for which problem you are telling to take the input of this one? Okay. See, why we use that map function, I guess students, there were your like students also who have already explained in the chat box, in the chat, that why the map function is used. It is used to like as I explained, this input dot split is going to do what? It is going to split all the values that you have wherever the spaces are present, right? So for example, if you have an array, or let's say let's try to understand this only. So input dot split, so you have two numbers, right? If you see in any of the lines, there are two numbers, 2 and 5, separated by a space. So you have 2 space 5, this underscore represents underscore, like the space, right? So what you have to do is, if you want to split it, so first of all, what is going to happen? Input, whatever the input you have taken, it is going to be splitted. So now you have two different entities, 2 and 5. Earlier it was considered as to be 1, right? Now once that is done, you want these to be converted into an integer format, right? So what you have to do is, you have to mention it over here that you want it in the integer format. Now this map function, this map is a function, no? And in your function you're passing two parameters. One is the input that you're talking about, and the second is the data type, right? So whatever the input that you have, that is 2 and 5, the two different entities, they're going to map with the same data type, that is integer, that you have written, right? So it is basically that you are having two things, 2 and 5, and now you have defined that they are the numbers, they are the integers, and that is why the map function is used. Okay, I guess that is clear. Okay, Karnati, you were asking me to take the input of these things. So see, it is very similar to the one where we take the space separated input of array, right? In array, what we used to do is, if I want to take an array space separated input, we write it like list map, then we define that what data type we want, and then we do input dot split, right? This is what we do. This is what we do. So what it does is, it splits the input, it maps all the inputs in an integer data type, or the data type you want, and then whatever the values you're having, let's say you have 1, 2, 3, right? So all the numbers, all the three numbers are splitted, all of them are considered to be numbers, because you have mentioned that they are of integer data type, right? So 1 will be in int, 2 will be in int, 3 will be in int. Now once you have all the three numbers, what you want is, you want to convert all of them into a list format. So what is going to happen? You will be creating one list which will be having all the values 1, 2 and 3 in a list, and that is all going to be stored in your variable, that is array, right? Now when you want to, so this is a list input, right? Now in the same way, if you want to take the input of two numbers in two different variables, so in that case what you have to do is, you have to use two different variable names. So let's say I want to store it in a comma b. So what is going to happen? I have to write a comma b. Then now I don't want in the list format, so you can remove that list function and you can directly start with map function. And now the function, the logic will be same. It will be going to split the answer, split your input. So if 4 and 2 is the input, it is going to be splitted. Okay, so I'm just writing it in a short form, that you have input dot split, right? And here you have mentioned your int, right? So what is going to happen in input dot split? It is going to be splitted into two different entities, and now using both the numbers, both the entities should be in int. So you mapped them with int data type. Once you have mapped them with int data type, now they are the two numbers, that is 4 and 2. And because you have defined two variables over here, so what is going to happen? A is going to store 4 and 2, B is going to store 2. Okay, so this is how it is working. Same way, if you see here, we are doing the same thing. We are taking two variables off and on, and now what we are doing is map int input dot split. So first your input is going to be splitted, then you are going to map all your values in an integer data type, and whatever the values are now you are getting, all of them are going to assign to each of the variables accordingly, right? Yes, there will be very low chances that you get questions related to linked list, but why stack and queue can be useful for you? Because there could be a question where you will be using stack or queue, right? So understanding that how it works and how you can actually implement stack and queue in Python, that can be helpful for you to know, right? Linked list, yes, there will be very less chances for linked list questions. See, if you are getting good practice on, generally for the students who are very new and who doesn't know a lot about coding, and they are not into very much into like hands-on coding experiences, for you guys the best is you have your proper knowledge and proper practice on array, string, then number questions, right? The questions like to check the prime numbers, or to check if the year is a leap year or not, Fibonacci series, factorials, right? These type of number questions, number topics questions I'm talking about, right? Then array based questions, again easy to medium. You cannot rely on only easy questions. You have to go from easy to medium questions, and then strings, right? If you are doing this, it is like for now, because we don't have a lot of time. If you want to go to the upper levels of DSA topics, you need time in your hand, and because of that constraint, you can at least, for the students who are new to code, I'm again telling you this thing, if you are new to code and you are not very good in coding, you have to at least uh, have a good practice on these three things, right? Okay, so I guess, yeah, let's keep it this much. I have covered, I guess, almost all of the queries for now. Okay, let's keep it this much. I hope this session helped you a lot to understand the questions, to understand how to write the codes, and to have all the queries solved that you are having, right? And let's keep it this much. Keep practicing, keep learning, and we'll meet in the next session. Till then, keep learning, keep.
Let's read out the problem statement. The question is saying, imagine you are observing a sequence of binary responses, zeros, 0 and 1, from a group of people answering a survey. Okay. And 0 means no and 1 means yes. Fine. You want to find the longest continuous sequence where the number of yes, that is 1, because yes means 1 and no means 0, right? So number of yes is equal to the number of no. Okay, so basically we have to find the longest continuous sequence where the number of yes, that is 1 1 1, and number of zeros, that is number of no's, that is 0 0, both are equal, right? That longest subsequence, not subsequence, that longest continuous sequence we need to find out. Okay, let's read out the further statement, then it will more clear. This will help you identify the largest balanced segment in the survey responses. Okay, okay. In technical term, if you read the problem statement, this problem statement will look like this instead of reading in the story format. Okay, story format is also clear because it is saying we need to find out all the like longest continuous sequence. Means what does it mean? Continuous sequence means subarray. I hope everyone knows the definition of subarray, because subarray is nothing but continuous sequence of elements in the array, right? So we need to find the longest subarray. Now the question is clear. And there is one more condition, that in that particular subarray, number of ones should be equal to the number of zeros. Getting my point? Now the question will clear, I think. So in the technical term, if you read the problem statement, it will look like this, like given an array of zeros and ones, only zeros and ones, just keep in mind in the array, find the longest subarray that contains an equal number of zeros and one. That's it. Now the question is clear to all. Just let me know in the chat section. Okay. Question is clear to all. Let's take the example. Okay. So the input array is this 1 0 0 1 0 1 1 like this. Already the question told us only array contains either 0 or 1. Only these two elements will be there. Okay, that's why we are only able to see zeros, either zeros or 1. The output is 6. Why output is 6? If you see the sub array from here to here, this is the longest sub array which are containing, if you see this one 0 0 1 0 1 and 1. So in this, if you see, this is the longest sub array that contains number of zeros. What is the number of zeros? 1 2 3. There are 3 zeros, and number of ones 1 2 3. So both are equal. That's why the output is 6. Why? What is this? Is the length basically 1 2 3 4 5 6. That's why in the output is 6. Now someone will say, why not this sub array 1 0 0 1? So this sub array also contains number of zeros is 2, number of ones is also 2. Both are fine, like both are equal. So this also can be answered, but the question already explicitly saying longest I need. Okay, that's why here it is the length of 4 only. The sub array is of length 4. So we are not taking in the output. This is the valid sub array which contains the number of zeros and number of ones are equal, and this is the longest length as well. That's why. Fine, everyone. Someone is asking, is this previous year question? Yes, this is actual previous year question, and this is not easy at all. Okay, this is not easy, but I will tell you, then definitely you will find it easy while explaining the problem. Definitely you will find. Okay, no need to worry. Fine. So this is not easy, but I will make it easy. Okay, I will make it easy, so no need to worry. Now just see, this contains a number of zeros and 1 are equal, and its length is 6. That's why in the output we are getting 6. Now the question is clear to all. Just do let me know in the chat section. Yeah, okay, question is clear. And one more thing, someone was asking, like in which coding language, in which programming language we are going to do this session. Basically I will write the code in Java, but the logic matters at the end. If you know the logic how to solve, then definitely you can write the program in any language, not only the Java. You can write in the CPP if you know the syntax. You can write the code in Python as well if you know the syntax. Okay, so language should not be a barrier. Don't ask this question again. Okay, fine, everyone. And also we already taken the class about the how to take input in the various programming languages, so that is also already covered, so no need to worry about that. Fine, just focus on logic. Okay, so how can we solve it? If you see, every time we are counting the number of zeros and number of ones, right? What will be the brute force approach? Can anyone tell? Let me add the one page. Okay, brute force approach. What is coming inside your mind? Can anyone tell? Just any guesses? Any guesses? Brute force. Actually, we need to find out the maximum length. Fine. And also we need to check whether the number of zeros and number of ones are equal or not. So can we find out all the subarrays, and one by one let's check in all the subarrays, in each subarrays, whether the number of zeros and number of ones are equal or not. If it is equal, then we will calculate the length and we will store in a one variable, right? Similarly, we will go to the next subarray. We will check, we will count the number of zeros and number of ones. Whatever the length, I will update our length variable. If it is maximum, I will update because I need maximum length. Getting my point? Nested loop, yes. Someone was commenting like nested loop. Correct. Because we already know to find out all the subarrays, we use nested loop, right? So our code will look like this. Let me write it here, pseudo code. no need to worry, I will discuss the optimized version, because without optimization this submission will, I think, for the large number of arrays, large number of elements, it will give TLE. That's why. But we need to know. Okay, so the first thing, we will define two variables, because I need to count two things, number of zeros and number of ones. So we will define count zeros and count one. But before that, we will use nested loop int I is equal to 0, I less than n, and I plus plus, right? So basically this is the outer loop which is responsible for this is outer loop, and this is responsible for starting index. What is starting index? I am here saying, basically, to find out any subarray, I need two things, starting index and ending index. That's why I'm saying outer loop is responsible for starting index. Okay, and similarly the inner loop, and j is equal to starting from, can anyone tell, starting from 0 or what? Starting from I, right now, because every time the starting index will be different, right? So j less than n, j plus plus. Fine. And basically this particular loop is responsible for, this is inner loop, and this particular loop is responsible for ending index, because to find out the subarray I need two things, starting index and ending index. That's why. Got it, everyone? And but for each subarray I need to count the number of zeros and number of ones. So here we need to define two variables, that is int count 0 and int count 1, and you can initialize with 0 initially. Fine till here. And also we need to define one more variable, int, let's suppose max length, because I need maximum length, longest length of the subarray. So that's why initialize with either 0 or any minimum value. Okay, fine. So after this, every time we will be checking two conditions. What two conditions? Either if it is 0 or 1, right? So we will write if the current array of j, that is the current element, if it is 0, then I will increase the count of 0. Okay, or else if it is 1, then I will increase the count 1. Got it, everyone? Till it's fine now? But immediately after counting, immediately after counting the number of zeros and number of ones in that particular subarray, immediately we will check whether both are equal or not. If equal, means we satisfy the condition, that is number of zeros and ones should be equal. So here we will check by using if more condition, like count zeros, is it matching, like if it is equal with count 1. If it is, then we got one valid subarray whose length is what? We are going to calculate. How can we calculate a subarray length? Can anyone tell? Because I have two things. Suppose this is subarray. Suppose I is here and j is here. Can anyone tell how can I get this particular subarray length from here to here? What should be the formula for this to get this particular part of this array? This is subarray, and we already know this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can anyone tell? By looking at this, we can already tell, like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 will be the size from here to here. Right now, the length will be 4. By looking at, we can say, but with the help of I and j variable, can we calculate the length? I am reading your chats. Can anyone tell? Can we calculate? Is there any formula? I hope everyone knows. See, I have just think about, like I have I variable and j variable right now, because this is responsible for starting index This is responsible for ending index, right? Yes, someone is saying j minus I plus 1. Correct, correct. Good. So the formula will be to calculate the length. So formula will be j minus I plus 1. How can I get, like, how did I get this particular thing? J minus I plus 1. If you do, right now j is, you can verify, like j is 4, I is 1, then plus 1. If you do, then we got, right? So just remember, and also just by looking at this you can calculate, you can develop this particular formula, you can derive as well. So basic, here we should write j minus I plus 1, this is the length of that particular subarray, right everyone? Then after that, after calculating, just we will check whether this is maximum length or not. So here I will update our variable max length with the help of math dot max variable, and here we are passing those two variables that I need to compare, like that I will need to check. Max length, let me drag it here. Yeah, max length and the current length that we got just now. Fine. Yeah, this is the closing of this, and this should be the closing of this, right? And similarly, the closing of the outer loop. Okay, and in the last we can simply print what the longest subarray is, this whatever maximum length. This is pretty simple, na? This is pretty simple because this is brute force approach. Can anyone tell what will be the time complexity for this? Any guesses? Time complexity for this? Any guesses? I'm looking at your chat. Just do let me know in the chat section. What will be the time complexity? See, here we are using nested loop. I think you can guess. Any guesses, guys? Correct. Order, I got correct response. So basically this loop, that is outer loop, is responsible for, like, the time complexity for this loop will be order of n, and this is also for order of n. This is nested. So the overall the time complexity will be order of n into order of n. So we can write like this, order of n square. Someone, Neha is saying order of n. No, this is not right. So the correct time complexity is order of n square. Okay, and just now explain why. Because this is for order of n, and this is also order of n, because this is nested loop. For every starting index we are checking whole the subarray, right now. So that's why. Fine everyone, I hope fine. Let's try to solve this particular problem in order of n time complexity. This will give TLE. Let's try to solve in order of n. Okay, okay, fine. So let me add one more page and let's try to discuss. Okay, fine. So whatever the array we have, let's write it here. So we have array this 1 0 0 1 0 1, then 1. Okay, okay, fine. So in the optimization version, in the optimized version, we are going to write, like we are going to replace 0 with -1 and 1 with +1. Just look at this particular example. If we are going to replace the 0 with -1 and 1 with 1, like basically we are not replacing, both are same basically, but for 0 we are going to replace with -1, then what will happen? Let's try to replace it. After replacing, Our array will look like this now. So 1 is there, that is plus 1, 0, so minus 1, minus 1, then 1, then minus 1 because this is 0, then 1 and 1. Till it's fine, everyone? Till it's fine? After replacing this, if you see, this was our answer. This was from here to here. This was our answer. That's why we got the output as 6, right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you try to calculate now from here to here, from here to here, the number of minus 1 and 1 will be equal. That's fine. But if you sum this particular subarray, means this part only, just assume this part, minus 1, only this part from here to here, after replacing 0 with minus 1. So minus 1, minus 1, 1. So minus 1, 1, 1. Right? So now this is the subarray, right? And if you sum of all the elements of this particular subarray, then we will get 0. Why? Because the number of minus ones and number of ones are equal. Getting my point, everyone? Now our problem becomes something like this. We need to find out that longest subarray whose sum is 0. Now our problem becomes, let me write it here. Problem becomes find longest subarray whose sum is 0. Got it, everyone? Yes. Someone is saying, sir, can you please repeat the problem statement? See, problem statement is very clear. We need to find out the longest subarray in which the number of ones and number of zeros are equal, right? So in the optimization, in the optimized version, what we are doing, we are replacing 0 with minus 1 and 1 with plus 1, that is equal, right? So after replacing, so this particular subarray will become like this. And if you add, so in the problem it not mentioned that we need to add, okay, but I am just thinking, if I am going to add all these elements of that particular subarray in which number of zeros and number of ones are same, so in that particular session it will be 0, not session, that in that particular subarray sum will become 0. So now the problem becomes like this. Got it, everyone? Abhijit is saying, sir, answer could be subarray from array of 0 to array of 5. Yes, I think from, let me check it. This is 0 index, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from 0 to 5, if you count 1, 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1. Yes, correct. This can also, yeah, fine. This could be the answer as well. Okay, fine, everyone. But we don't care about that which one is the subarray. We need to print in the output is what is the longest length. So that's why we are just taking care of that particular thing, just taking the maximum length. Getting my point, everyone? Okay, so let's try to solve it. How can we solve? So I hope everyone solved like these problems already, because in the premium courses we already, in our courses already solved like these problems. Find out all the subarrays whose sum is equal to k, find out all the longest subarrays whose sum is equal to k, or k is equal to 0 whose sum is equal to 0, or whose sum is divisible by k. Like these problems we already solved. Okay, so don't forget to join our class if you want to recognize the pattern, because after this now you have to solve this particular problem, because this problem is similar to the previous we already solved, not on YouTube, let me tell you, but right now I will be going to solve it. Okay, So you can check out our courses in the description box. We already attached the link. Okay. Why I'm telling you to join the premium courses? Because we at their place we solve the questions based on pattern, not only the random questions. After taking the random question, you can solve multiple 500 plus you can solve, but without solving on the pattern basis problem you can't solve a new problem. That's why just focus on pattern. Okay, so don't forget to join. Don't forget to join. This is definitely beneficial for you. Okay, reason is clear why you have to join the class, our course, TCS NQT course. If you need link, you can check in the description box. And let me tell you some features, like all the programming language we covered. All programming language, either C, C++, Java or Python. And mock test is there, and revision classes we are taking, coding PYQs, lot of things, coding PYQs, we are daily live class. Like, I forgot to add some features, but whatever I remember I have added here. Okay, reason is clear to everyone why you have to join. Let's leave it. Now let's focus on this, solve this problem. Okay, now the problem becomes like this: longest subarray whose sum is 0. We already solved like this problem, so I hope everyone knows we need to use prefix sum plus what? Hash map approach. How did I know to use this? Because I have already solved the number of questions based on this pattern. That's why in my mind it clicked that we need to use prefix sum and hash map. Getting my point? How did I think about this particular approach? Just because of solving practicing pattern based problem that we covered in our courses. Okay, got it everyone? Someone say how long will be the session? I don't know. Whenever the question will end after explaining, then we will end. Not only this, I have taken more number of problems. If you're enjoying it, just keep watching. If you're not liking, just leave. Doesn't matter. Okay. So let's create, after replacing 0 with -1, our new array becomes like this. Okay na? So let me create it in the new page and then try to solve it with the help of prefix sum and hash map. I hope you are enjoying it. Any doubt till here? Like after replacing, let me write it here clearly again. So our array is this: 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, right? So after replacing, our array becomes like this. So basically we are replacing 0 with -1 and 1 with 1, that is +1, both are fine. So 1, 0 with -1, then -1, then 1, then -1, then 1, then 1. Till it's fine. Na? Now, just now I told we need to use prefix sum plus hash map technique. So let's create a hash map. So suppose we have created here hash map. I hope everyone knows how to create hash map in code right now. So let's try to name it. This is our map hash map. Got it everyone? Any doubt you can ask in the chat section. Okay, I am reading your chats as well. Okay. Someone is asking, is this level question is second coding question in the NQT? So basically at this time they are hiring for, I think, not for the ninja role. Na? So don't expect easy problem. Then definitely they will ask the above easy, that is near to medium and above to medium. Okay, not easy. Definitely you will be finding on the YouTube like sessions on YouTube, like sorted the array, finding, move all the zeros at the end, like these problems they won't ask. Okay, these are the easy level problem. They don't ask, and also they will not ask in the upcoming exam because they are hiring for the digital and prime role. So don't expect the easy level of problem. Other YouTube channels then definitely teach you easy level of problem, and they will show like, yeah, we are very confident, but those confidence will not work in the examination. Then definitely you will lose it. Okay, fine. So after creating map, and we already know how to create map. Hash map create like contains two things, key and value pair, right? So here will be key, here will be value. So what we are going to store in this map exactly? So basically, in the key, I'm going to store prefix sum, and in the value, I'm going to store index, first index. Now you might get confused, what is index, what is prefix sum? Those who don't know, let me explain. So prefix sum is nothing but sum of elements from index 0 to I. So basically prefix sum, this is the definition of prefix sum of I. Okay, I hope everyone knows. Prefix sum of I means sum of element index starting from 0 to till that. Okay, fine everyone. So let's try to solve it. Okay, let's try to calculate what is the prefix sum. So initially the map is empty. So let's try to initialize with prefix sum is right now 0. Okay, and index is -1. Suppose somewhere is index -1 right now. So let me write it here. This is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, here will be -1. So right now I'm assuming right now prefix sum is 0, initialized with 0, and inside the map I have put 0, -1 like this. Map dot put in Java like this na, 0, -1. Okay, we have initialized the map as well. Till here it's fine everyone. I'm just reading your chat. If you have any doubt you can tell, then I will try to explain it again. Okay, I hope everything is fine. Just see. So many students find boring because see this, definitely they will ask medium level problem. Okay, not easy. So you have to do work hard. Okay, just see, right now prefix sum is 0 and index is -1. We have in slide. Then after that, let's try to calculate. Right now I is here, so the current element is 1. Let's try to add. Now our prefix sum become 1. Now let's check whether this particular 1 is present in our map. So right now 1 is not present in this prefix sum right now. So what we will do? We will put into the map. That is 1. Prefix sum is, current prefix sum is 1. And what is the index? Right now index is 0. Got it everyone? Till here it's fine. Okay, now I will move ahead. Okay, now our, so 1 is not present in our map, that's why I have added into the map. Now our prefix sum will become -1 also it came, so I will add 1 -1. Current prefix sum is 1 and the current element is -1. If you add, then you will get 0. So now again we will be checking 0 is present in our map. Yes, see this 0 is present in our map. That's why I have initialized our map. This was the reason to initialize like this. Many of the students may like were getting confused why we have initialized 0, -1. So this was the actual reason. Got it? And if this particular prefix sum is present in the map, which means we found a valid subarray. Just see this. We found a valid subarray from here to here. Right now, because 1 -1 both are equal, and if you sum it, then it will give you 0. 1 -1, that it will give you 0. Right now this is also a valid subarray, but this is not longest, but we will calculate the length. Right now I don't know no, what is the longest length. So which means if this particular prefix sum value is present in our map, means we are happy, means we got a valid subarray. If I found, let's write it here, subarray found. So if I found subarray, let's try to calculate what is the length of this subarray, because I need longest. So let's try to calculate length. So by just looking at this, you can like get it. 0, 1 means there is only two length, na? So but how can we write in the code? To calculate a particular length of the subarray, I need two things: starting index and ending index, right? So what is the index? What is the current index? Means current index where it is present, right? And the previous index where it was present. So if you put it, what is the current index? Current index is I minus, what is I? I is your 1, na? So let me write it here directly, 1 minus, what is the previous index? So previous index means this particular prefix sum where it was found previously. At which index this prefix sum previously found, that means previous index. Okay, so if you see, that's why we already stored the index in the map. So corresponding value is -1. So this was the index that where we got the 0 as a prefix sum initially. So here I will write -1. So it means we got 1 plus 1 means 2. This is the length. Okay, got it everyone? Any doubt? Any doubt? Because this is like, if you solve this particular problem, then definitely you will be able to solve at least 5 more problem based on this pattern only. Okay, one more thing, if you're not finding the TCS NQT course, you can find in the chat section in the pinned comment. Okay, fine everyone, till it's fine. How we are calculating the length? If you have any doubt, just put your query, put your question in the chat section, then I will try to explain again. Okay, and then we will sum up. Okay, till it's fine now. Let's move I. See this particular prefix sum we are not going to add again into the map. Fine now? If it is found. Okay, let's move ahead. I. Why I am dry running? Because to make you the logic clear. If you find it like, if you got this logic clearly, then definitely you will be solve the problem. You will be able to write the code. Okay. I have one more option. I can write the code directly and I can dry run. But just after writing the code, dry run is not a good thing. It's not a good practice. That's why I am doing the dry running first. Then I am going to write the code. That is the best approach as far as me. Okay. Fine. Right now I is here. Let's try to calculate the prefix sum now. Prefix sum now, right, current is 0. So if I am adding -1 as well, so it will become -1. Right now, -1. Okay, so right now -1. So if it is -1, let's check whether this one -1 is present in our map. Present in our map? No, this is not present. So let's, if it is not present, just put it in map -1. And what is the index? What is the index? I, that is 2. Fine. Okay, so let's move ahead. I is here. So prefix sum is right now -1 and current element is 1. If I will add -1 and 1, then it will become 0. Now again we are going to check whether the 0 is present in our map. Yes, the same here again. 0 is present in our map. Got it everyone? 0 is present in our map. So we are happy again. We are happy again. I am writing again sub array found if it is present into the map. If it is present, then definitely we need to calculate the length again, because I need longest length of the sub array right now. So length, how can we calculate? Just use the same formula. The same formula. Current index, what is the current index? Current index is 3 minus previous index. Previous index is -1. -1, yeah. then it will become 3, yeah, 4, right now. So we got the length 4. So from, if you see, right now we got the length 4, which is maximum than the previous one, which is maximum than the previous one. Means from here to here, this is the subarray, right? So right now we got the length of 4. Got it, everyone? Okay. Suppose we have defined any maximum length variable and we are updating. Initially it was 2 from this, then right now we got 4, so I updated. Got it? Fine. Let's move ahead. So now current previous prefix sum is 0 and -1, then it will become -1. So -1 is present in our map. Just do let me know. -1 is present in map. Yes, -1 is present. Then again we are happy. Let's try to calculate length again. Subarray found, and let's try to calculate length for this. -1 is present here, na? Just say this. So same formula. Current index is 4 minus previous index is this one, corresponding value, prefix sum corresponding value, that is 2, right? So if you solve it, it will give 4 plus 2, that is 6. So now we got the length 6. So means we need to update our maximum length because it is greater than the previous maximum length. Got it, everyone? I hope got it. Till it's fine now? Fine? Yeah. Okay, let's move ahead. I will here. So -1 prefix sum and 1. Now it will become 0. Right? Now it will become 0. Now let's try to check whether this particular 0 is present in our map. Yes. If you see, 0 is present here. 0 is present into the map. Let's try to calculate the length again. Means subarray found again. Subarray found again. Subarray found again means we are happy. So length will become, let's try to calculate again. The current index is 5. I value 5 minus the previous index is -1. So now it will become 5 plus 1, that is 6. Got it? And now we are going to check this previous length. This length and maximum length is same. No need to update. If it is greater, then we will update. Now, let's move ahead. Okay, now I will move ahead. Then again prefix sum is 0 and I is 1, so it will become 1. Now let's check again. This particular prefix sum is present into the map? Yes. 1 is also present. Then again we are happy, which means subarray found. Let's try to calculate the length again. So the current index is 6. I value 6 na, minus previous index is for this prefix sum. What is the previous index? This one is the index, that is 0. So if you do this, it will give 6, right? So now no need to update because both are same, right? Okay, just say this here. We have written here -2 for this. Oh, for -1 the value is 2 na, not -2. Oh, this is silly mistake that I did. So it will become 4 minus 2, that is 2. Okay, this was mistake. Sorry. Fine, everyone. So no need to update. The maximum length is 6. That is our answer. Now I will move ahead. I will become index out of bound. We will stop. And now 6 is the right answer. Got it, everyone? Yeah. Someone is asking why -1 index value is 2. Huh? Why -1 index value is 2? Okay, why -2? So here, oh, that silly mistake you are talking about. Just leave it, because by mistake I have written -2, but here it is 2 na. Got it? Till it's fine, everyone. The same approach, the same code we are going to write. Okay? Should I write the code? Should I start the writing the code in the online compiler, everyone? The optimized version. And one is saying, sir, I am beginner in the coding. Suggest me how to prepare for TCS NQT Ninja. Okay. So for this, let me answer. For this, you have knowledge of uh, one programming language, either C++, either Python or Java, whatever. For my suggestion, either go with Java or C++. I think Java will be most, like, will be fine, will be the most best option. Got it? Okay, fine. Okay, let's try to write the code, then you can ask your doubt if you have. Let me open the online compiler. Okay. So okay. So the first thing, let's try to take the input, and we already know how to take inputs. Okay, so I'm not writing that particular thing. Okay, let's try to directly write the int arr with those elements like 1 0 0 1 0, not 1 0, I think 1 1 1 1. Okay, then let's calculate length. No need to write length. Let's calculate initially. Int n is equal to arr dot length. Okay, we need to create a map. So hash map, I hope everyone knows how to create hash map in Java. So integer, why integer? Because in the key, in the value, we are storing the elements as an integer. So map is equal to new hash map. Till it's fine. And initially I told map dot put 0 comma -1 initially, and also prefix sum is int sum is let's try to write sum instead of prefix sum is 0. Till it's fine. So you can say this is base case, you can say. Okay, initialize what till it's fine, everyone. Then after that, one more variable we need to define for calculating the maximum length. So max length is equal to 0. So let's try to iterate over the array. Int I is equal to 0, I less than n, then I plus plus. What I did every time we calculate the prefix sum. So let's try to but one more thing, we didn't replace the value 0 with -1 na? So at the runtime, not runtime, we can say at the accessing the element, that particular current element, we will change. If it is 0, then we will change with -1. Okay, whenever we are going to access that particular element, current element, immediately we will change with the -1. Okay, instead of creating a new array with the -1 or 1. Got it? So otherwise it will take space, na? So to avoid the extra space, we are doing the things at the at the time of accessing the current element. Okay, so let's replace the values. Okay, replace values. Which value? We will check what is the current element. If arr of I is 1, if it is 1, then we need to change with +1. I think we need not to add this particular thing, but for your understanding, I am writing. I think yes, if it is 1, in the sum variable it will add 1, right? If it is -1, then in the sum variable we need to add -1. Got it? If array of I is 0, so in that case we need to add -1, not 0. So here, that's why I have added if array of I is 1, so we need to add in sum 1 plus 1. You can write like this, plus 1. Okay, instead of writing, we can directly write like this. Okay, or else if it is 0, then in the sum variable I will add -1. So instead of writing like this, let's write minus 1 like this. Right everyone? Till it's fine. So replacing the values here we have handled instead of creating new array. Got it? Okay, I'm reading your chats. If you have any doubt till here, you can ask. I hope no doubt, right? So let's move ahead. What after calculating the sum, we were checking whether this particular prefix sum value is present in our map or not. So we will check again if map dot contains key, this particular sum is present or not. If it is present means, oh, if it is present means what? We are happy. Means we found a valid subarray. We need to calculate the length of that particular subarray. Let's do it. But to calculate the subarray length, we need two things: previous index and the current index. So current, we already know the current index. So let's calculate length. Int length is equal to current index minus previous index. Right now? But what is the current index? Current index is nothing but I. Right now? But what is the previous index? We need to calculate first. Int previous index. How we are getting the previous index? To get the previous index, we were looking at the map, the corresponding value. Hope you know this thing. Every time we were checking this, na, these values, this value. How can I get these values in the map? With the help of dot get method. If I want to access this minus 1, I need to pass it here 0 as a key, right? So dot get method we can give, like it will give the corresponding value, that is minus 1. I hope everyone knows this is basic thing. Okay, so previous index, how can I get? Map dot get this particular sum. Okay, so then after I can subtract and I can get the length. But after calculating the length, I need to calculate the maximum length. Whether this particular length is greater, then I will update. So let's update our max length is equal to math dot max with max length comma length. Till it's fine. Suppose this was the part when this particular prefix sum, current prefix sum is present into the map. If it is not present, then what we were doing? I hope you remember, if it is not present, then we were just simply putting into the map. So let's put it, map dot put. What we were putting? The particular sum and the index, that is I. Got it everyone? And in the last we simply print. This was the else part, this was the for loop, and in the last we can print system dot out dot println what? The longest subarray length, what? Max length, because this particular variable is storing our result, na, that's why. Let's try to run it and try to check. Any mistake? Okay, we need to import now. So import java.util.string. Let's try to run it again. It should give our output, correct output, that is 6. Got it? Longest subarray length is 6. That is correct. Till it's fine everyone? Till it's fine everyone? Any doubt? I think no doubt. What is the time complexity? Okay, someone is saying please sir do fast. Okay, just do let me know in the chat section what is the time complexity for this, then we will move to the next problem. What is the time complexity? What is the time complexity? Just and space complexity both. Anyone? कोई शेर है यहाँ पर जो बता सके? Yes, correct, Abhijit. Order of n, because we are traversing the given array once, each and every element of the array once, right? Fine, everyone. And what about the space complexity? Here we are using the map now, so you can guess. What about the space complexity? Just do let me know. Yes, space is also order of n because we are using map. Fine, everyone. Let's move to the next problem. Okay, this is also actual previous year problem. Okay, fine. Imagine you are working. Let's try to read out. Imagine you are working with a system that stores text in a camel case. I hope everyone knows what is camel case. Everyone knows what is camel case? Camel case format? Just do let me know. Like every character of the what? Every character of the word, each word should be capital. Okay. Where the multiple words are joined, okay, camel case, where the multiple words are joined together without spaces. Okay, we will see the example. And each new words, listen carefully, each new words start with an uppercase letter. Fine. For better readability, you need to reformat this string by separating the words and converting all the characters to lowercase. Fine. The problem statement will look like this. You are given a string written in camel case, or you can say Pascal case format. Your task is to insert spaces between words and convert all the uppercase letters to lowercase. We need to do two things. We need to add a space between the words, okay, and we need to convert the all the uppercase into the lowercase. Two things we need to do. This is very easy problem, I think. Uh, we insert once in the map, so takes log n, and we are doing it n times, so it should be n log n. No, I think time complexity is order of n in the worst case. Okay, fine. So let's see the example. Just say this. In the input section, here we are able to see this is an automation error. So if you see, according to the problem, every words start with capital letter. Just see this. This particular word is start with capital T, then capital I, then capital A, and then automation error. Here capital A and capital E as well. Right? So in the output section here we are able to see the capital letter is being converted into the small letter, and I is also converted into the small letter, A is also, then again A is also converted into the small letter, and A. So basically we are doing two things. Every starting of the every word we are adding space, we are adding space, we are adding space, and we are adding a space again and again. And but whenever we are getting uppercase, we are converting into the lowercase. That's it. This is very easy. Similarly, for the second, you can see, hey you. H should be capital, Y should be like H is capital, so we are converted into the small lowercase, and Y is converted into the lowercase. And also we have added space in between. I think it's clear to all right now. This is very easy. So what we can do? So two things we need to do. Two things. The first thing, add space starting of the each word, because that word started with the capital letter. So with the help of capital letter we can identify where should I add the space, right? So just by looking at the capital letter we can identify where should I add the space. Getting my point? And in the second thing we need to add, like we need to convert upper to lower. Fine now? Let's try to write the code directly because it is very easy. No need to do the dry run. Okay. Okay. So I'm just removing all this thing. Let's try to take the input as a string. String str is equal to, what was the string? This is an automation error. So this is, I should be capital, is an automation error, right? I think clear now. So I'm not taking from the user input. I'm not taking from the user. Why? Because in the previous class we already did. So there is no point to wasting time to taking the input. This is fine. After taking the string as an input, we need to see this. This output should be look like this now, as the string. This is also a string, right? So to store all the characters, we need to create string builder, right? So let's try to create. I hope everyone knows why I'm going to create a string builder, because I need to add each and every character. And after that, in the last, we will convert into the string and we will print. I hope everyone knows how to create a string builder. String builder. This is the syntax. Okay, I have created. Then after that, we need to iterate over the array, like not array, string. Each character int I is equal to 0, I less than str dot length, then I plus plus. Fine. Then after that, let's try to access that particular current character. Int, not int, that will be character. Na? So char ch is equal to str dot char at the index I. Whatever the character, now I'm going to check whether it is uppercase, in uppercase or lowercase. If it is uppercase, we need to add the space. Right now? So here we will add if this the current character, that is, this is the syntax basically. Character dot is uppercase in Java, okay, which this particular ch character, the current character. If it is uppercase, then we are going to add a space. Let's try to add. This is SB, right? In string builder, we are adding that particular character. SB dot append. What append? Space. Okay, right? Or in the else part, if it is like not else part, I think. Yes, in the else part, if it is uppercase, then we have added space, and if it is not uppercase, then similarly as it is, we need to add na, as it is, sb dot append. Whatever the character we have, if it is small, then we can add right now. So sb dot append the current character, that is ch. Till it's fine, and in the last, just simply put system dot out dot print ln what sb dot, that is our string builder after converting into the string. This is method sb dot to string method we are using to convert the given string builder into the string. Okay, let's try to run it. Oh, okay. So we did silly mistake. What? We have added a space. This is fine. Then after that, we need to add that particular character also after converting the lowercase that we didn't implemented. So I need to write sb dot append this current character, that is character character dot to lowercase na. This particular current character right now, after converting to lowercase, we need to add also na. I forgot, that's why t is missing, I is missing na. So let's try to run it. There is one more problem, I will let you know after. What is two lowercase? I forgot to, sorry. There is one more problem I think. After running you will find it. Just see this, this is fine now. But if you see, before t we are getting an space, before t also, but in the output before t there is no space. Here before t there is no space, but here we are getting space. Just see this, before t. It should not be there. So how can we ignore? So here I need to add one more condition. If the index is not equal to 0, then if the starting index is, then we need not to add a space. If the I value is 0, then no need to add the space. Okay, and if it is not equal to 0, then I need to add the space. Okay, so let's try to write it here. Okay, let's try to run it. Now it should give correct, I think. Yes, just see, look at this. Now this is the correct answer. I hope everyone got this. What is the time and space complexity? Time and space complexity. So if you see here, we are traversing like obviously order of n, and also the time complexity will be order of n, and space complexity is also order of n, because we are using string builder to store each and every character. Almost right, everyone. I think no doubt till here. So this is all about this today's session. I hope you enjoyed it. So if you need second part, like next part, basically I have already taken 2 classes. If you need next part, then you can comment it. And also if you need any suggestion, like if you need not only 1 hour session, if you need 2 hour or 3 hours, whatever the duration, you can comment in the comment section. Okay, definitely we will try to bring it. And also if you need the basic thing, like basic question, if you find it hard, the first one, the first problem, so you can let me know, because we need to increase the level as well. That's why. And don't forget to enroll in the course if you really want to, crack the TCS NQT examination, because in that we already covered the lot of things. You can watch the recorded session as well. Okay, fine, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. So we will meet in the next class. Problem statement without wasting our time. A parking lot in a mall has R cross C number of parking spaces. Okay, each parking space will either be empty, means 0, or full, means 1. So basically empty means 0, full means 1. Fine. The status 0 or 1 of a parking space is represented as the element of the matrix. So basically we have matrix. Okay, so means we have a kind of, you can assume like this, we have a matrix, and each cell containing either 0 or 1. 0 means empty, 1 means full. Okay, the task is to find the index of a row R. Listen carefully, we need to find the index of the row. So basically this is first row, second row, third row, right? In the parking lot that has the maximum number of parking spaces, full 1. So basically we need to find out that row which have or which containing the maximum number of ones, parking spaces full. Full means 1. So basically we need to find out that particular row which contains the maximum number of ones. Fine. Someone is saying, sir, could you please send me the record session? So basically the recording session is available on the courses, to be honest. Okay, fine. So in the notes section, R cross C is the size of the matrix. So basically R is nothing but the row, number of rows, and C is nothing but number of columns. So elements of the matrix M should be only 0 or 1. Fine. So basically this is our matrix now. So matrix is containing either zeros or 1. Okay, like this, anything either 0 or 1. Fine. So our target is to count the number of ones in each row. Whichever the row is containing maximum number of ones, I will return that particular row. Got it? So let's see the example, then we will get the better understanding. So this is number of rows, so you can assume M. So M is 3. and number of columns you can assume n is equal to 3, right? So basically we need to create a matrix like this. So number of rows is 3, first, second, third, and number of columns is also 3. So you can assume this is and what is the elements? We need to take the elements from the user also. So 0 1 0 0 1 0, then 1 1 0, then 1 1 1. So this is our matrix of the size 3 cross 3. Fine. And the output we are getting as 3. How? If you see, we already know this is 0th row, first row, second row, 0th column, first column, second column. So in the 0th row there is only 1 1, right? In the first row there are only 2 ones. In the second row we are getting 3 ones, 1 2 3. So this is the maximum ones, right? So the second row is the maximum one, containing the maximum one. So but in the output we are able to see the 3. So basically according to our assumption 2 will be the right answer, but we are getting 3. So means whatever the row index, so here we have started row index from the 0th index, like 0 1 2 like this na. So that's why we are getting 2, but in the result we are getting 3. So we need to add 1. Why? Because of first index basis. Here we have counted like indexing we did starting from 0, that's why we are getting 2, but the answer is returning on the basis of one index. Okay, getting my point? That's why we are getting 3. That is the third row. First row, second row, third row. Got it, everyone? Question is clear to all? Just do let me know in the chat section. Question is clear? If yes, then we will start thinking, then we will start coding part. Okay? So as the like we just saw the example, right? Just by seeing the example, the first approach is coming in our mind. Let's traverse each and every row and count the number of ones present in each rows, right now? So first we will traverse the first row and we will count the number of ones, and similarly we will traverse the second row also. We will now count the number of ones, that is 2 in this case, and here in the third row we are getting 3 number of ones, right now? So basically what we will do, we will just simply traverse over the linked list, not linked list, traverse over the matrix, given matrix. So we already know how to traverse, indexing starting from 0 less than m, that is number of row, then I plus plus, and then for j is equal to 0, j less than n, j plus plus, right? Then after just simply like we will check in each rows. So that's why here I am defined one count variable starting from 0, because in each row I need to check na. So count 0. So every time we will check if matrix of this particular value, that is ij value is 1, then I will increase the count, simple, right now? Okay, then after increasing the count we will check whether this particular current row, so basically I have defined one more variable, that is max count, because I need to count the maximum na. So suppose max count is 0, so here I will check if the current count that I have calculated just now, if it is greater than max count, I will update our max count variable. Right now max count is equal to count, and also whatever the maximum count is coming in which row, so I will update the row index, because I need row index also na in the output to print. So here I need to define row index variable also. Suppose initialize with -1, right? You can initialize with either, so -1 is the best thing, so you can initialize. So whatever the I value, I will store in the row index. Why I? Because this particular loop is responsible for rows and this one is responsible for columns, right now? That's why. Yeah, that's it. And in the last After closing this for loop, we will return the, or we will print the row index. Got it? I think logic is clear to all. This is very simple. If everything is fine, just do let me in the chat section. Understand, right? Let's code it without doing any further delay. Okay. The first thing what we need to do, we need to take the input from the user. So that's why scanner class, scanner sc is equal to new scanner, then system dot n. We need to take the input from the user value of m and n. So int m is equal to, m means that is r means row. So instead of taking m, you can take r. It's your choice. So sc dot next int, fine. Then c, that is column, sc dot next int, right? After taking the number of rows and number of columns, we need to take the elements of the matrix, but before that we need to create a matrix. So let's create a matrix. Int matrix is equal to new int, right? Here I need to define the number of rows, so that is r, and number of column, that is c. Fine. Let's take the element, take input element of the matrix, that is int I is equal to 0, I less than r, I plus plus. Then for int I, not I, let's take j is equal to 0, j less than c, then j plus plus. Okay, then we are going to check whether, like, we need to take, not check, we need to take the input. So matrix of ij is equal to sc dot next int, right? We are taking just input. Then after taking the input, we need to print the row index as a result now. So let's define one variable result is equal to, suppose there is one function that will do our task, row, let's take any function name, row with maximum ones, right? And we are passing our matrix and also the number of rows and number of columns, right? Whatever the result it is, it will return. I will just print it here, system dot out dot println. Fine. Now our task is, we need to provide the definition of this method. Okay, let's do this. So public static int row with max ones. Here we are passing the matrix, then int r and int c, number of rows and number of columns, right? So our logic is, first we need to define variable int max count, because in the max count it will store the maximum number of count of 1. So right now 0, and also we need to return the row index. So let's define one more variable, row index, initialize with -1, right? Okay, now let's traverse over the matrix and check in each and every row. For int I is equal to 0, I less than r, then I plus plus. For int j is equal to 0, j less than c, j plus plus. But for each row I need to count, so let's define one more variable to count number of ones present in each row, right? So that's why I have defined here count variable. Just simply add the check here, if matrix of ij, that particular value is 1, if, then we will increase our count for that particular row, right? Now whatever the count it will come, okay, whatever the count will come, it will increases by count. Then we will check here, after counting the 1, here we will check if this particular count in this particular row, if it is greater than max count, then I will simply update the max count variable. Max count is equal to count. And also, if it is greater, means in this particular row is presenting containing the maximum number of ones. So I will update our row index also, because I need whatever the I value. Right now? Yeah, that's it. Then after we will simply, after this for loop, we will simply return the row index. Row index. Fine. Yes, I think we did it. Let's try to run it. We need to give the number of number of rows, that is 3. Sorry, okay, mistake. What? So we need to import now. Import java dot util dot asterisk. Let's try to run it again. Let's give the value of number of rows, that is 3, then number of columns, that is 3, then let's give the values, that is 0 1 0 0 1 0, then 1 1 0 1 1 0, and then 1 1 1. So here we are getting 2 as output, right? So there is slightly mistake, because we have started the index 0 index na. So that's why here we are getting 2, but I need to add 1. So here I will add +1. So for every like matrix you can get the result, correct result. So let's try with try again. What was the element? 0 1 0, then 1 1 0, then 1 1 1. So now we are getting 3. So it's not like that only for this matrix it will work. No, you can give other input, you will get the correct result. Fine everyone, till it's fine. Just do let me know in the chat section if everything is fine. What is the time complexity and space complexity for this? I am reading your chats. What is the time and space complexity? Can anyone tell? Any guesses? Someone is saying, can you explain it once again? This is live class. If I will start explaining the same question and again, then I will get you are teaching very slow, right? So instead of saying explain again, just rewind the video and watch there again. Okay? Fine, everyone. Okay, let's move to the next question. Okay, fine. So the time complexity, someone is saying order of n square. Yes, yes, order of n square. But what is n? What is n? Someone is saying order of n. No, order of n square is the correct. But what is n? So instead of saying order of n square, let's say time complexity is order of r into c. That is number of rows into number of column. Right, everyone? So, what about the space complexity? To solve this, we are not taking any extra space, right? So order of 1. Just by for creating the matrix, we have created 2D array. That's it. So to solve this, we are not taking any extra space. That's why order of 1. Yes, yes. Fine. Okay, let's move to the next problem. This is also a very good problem. Just see. Let's read out the problem statement. Given a non-empty array of integers nums, okay, every element appears twice. Find except for one. Find that single one. Okay, fine. So basically we have given integer nums array and each and every element appearing twice. Twice means two times. Right now? So what we need to do? We need to find the single one. Basically it is saying one element is there which is appearing only one time. So in that, like in the case, we need to find that particular single element, right? And the question is also saying you must implement a solution with a linear runtime complexity. Linear, just keep in mind, and use only constant extra space. So basically the extra space is not allowed. Fine, let's see the input example. If you see, this is nums array 2 to 1. Here 2 is coming two times and 1 is coming only one time. So that's why in the output we are getting 1. What is 1? This particular element. Why? Because it is appearing only one time. Got it? See the second example. 4 is coming one time and 1 is coming here and here, means two times, and 2 is coming here and here. So basically 2 is coming also two times. 1 is coming two times, 2 is coming two times, but 4 is coming only one time. So that's why in the output is 4, because the question is saying find the single one which is appearing only one time. Question is clear to all? Question is clear to all? I think it's easy, na? Let's just see the how can we approach it. See, there are various methods to solve this. The first approach will come inside your mind. Let's try to traverse it. Suppose I am taking this particular example, that is 4 1 2 1 and then 2. Okay, suppose I am going to traverse, and the first approach will come that let's create a map. I hope everyone is thinking about the map, because I need to count the frequency of each number, right, of each element of the array. So suppose we have created a map. Here it is key and value, means here is element and how many times this particular current element is appearing, right? So the first element is 4. I will add into the map. Right now one time it is coming. Then 1 is not present into the map. I will keep it, I will put into the map. How many times? One time. Then 2 is not present into the map. I will put how many times it is coming? One time. Then again we are getting 1 is already there. So again we are getting, so I will update the frequency. So now the count of 1 will be 2. Then next element is 2 is already there into the map. So 2 is coming again, so I will increase the frequency. Yeah, that's it. Then out of bound, so we will stop. If you see here, only this particular element, the frequency of this 4 is 1, right now. So in the output I will just print this, return this particular key, right, particular element. Got it? This is the simple approach, right everyone? Let's try to code it without doing any further delay. Let's try to code it till it's fine. If you have doubt, you can comment in the comment section. I am reading your chat as well, okay, in between. Let's do it. Let me remove all these. Okay, so what we need to take? We need to take an input array. So I'm not going to take from the user input. I'm just directly defining int. If you see here, integer nums array we need to take. So int nums array, and you can pass your values directly 2 comma 2 comma 1. Okay, so the approach is like this. First we will create a map, has map, and hash map is storing key and value pair. So what is the type? What is the type? Integer. I hope everyone knows how to create map. Okay, so I'm giving map. This is the name of the map. Here you can give anything, xyz, whatever you want. The new hash map. Fine. Okay, let's traverse over the nums array. Int I is equal to 0, I less than n. What is n? N is nothing but nums dot length. Okay, let's define it also, this one also. So int n is equal to nums dot length. Fine. So we need to put into the map dot put. I hope everyone knows how to add the element into the map. So map dot put the current number, that is nums of I. Then map dot getter default method we will use. I hope everyone knows about it. If you have doubt, you can ask. Why we are using get or default method? Because we need to increase the frequency if it is appearing again, right now. So nums of I, initially it is 0. If it is coming, then I will increase the corresponding count. Okay, that's why comma 0 plus 1 every time if it is coming again. Fine, that's it. Then after, so we have put all the elements and their corresponding frequencies into the map. Then after that we will just traverse over the map. Just listen carefully. We will traverse over the map, not like just we will check whether the, like, what is the value of each element. Here value is 2 for this one, here value is 2 for this 2, but value is 1 for this 4. This is nothing but these are the elements of the nums array na? So here I will traverse over the nums array and will check the corresponding frequency, right? So let's traverse over the nums array. Int I is equal to 0, I less than n, then I plus plus. Here I am going to check if map dot get of this particular number, that is nums of I, that particular number corresponding frequency, what is the value of that particular number. If it is 1, means we got the single element. Yes, if it is 1, then I will store into the result variable. Suppose result we have defined, let's define it, and this particular number, current number, and we will simply break the loop, right? And in the last we will just simply print system dot out dot println what, this result, right? But before, here I need to define here result. Let's define it. Int result, let's initialize with 0. Let's try to run it. Okay, yeah, we are getting 1. That is correct, because here 1 is appearing only one time. Let's check for the other input. 41212. So 4 comma 1 comma 2 comma 1 comma 2. So let's run it again. Yes, now we are getting 4 as output. That is correct, because 4 is appearing only one time. Got it, everyone? This is simple. What is the time complexity? Please do let me know in the chat section. Correct. What is the time complexity? See, I know everyone knows about the jar. I will explain that one also. But suppose this particular problem is coming like in front of you the first time, then the first approach will come inside your mind using map. That's why I am explaining this. But this is not the optimal. That's why I'm asking, what is the time complexity? What is the time complexity? So if you see, any guesses? Any guesses? This is very simple since we are traversing each and every element of the nums array. So the time complexity is, let me Yes, time complexity is order of n, and space complexity is also order of n, because we are using map, right now. This is method 1, using map. Got it, everyone? Correct, order of n. Now, but the question is explicitly saying you must implement solution with a linear runtime complexity and use only constant extra space. But here we are using order of n extra space, right? So this solution is not optimal right now. So let's add one more page. Let's try to think about the optimal solution, that is optimal solution, that is without using the extra space. So the one question, like how you are able to think about the jar operation, like with the jar operation solution is the optimal. How do you memorize, like have you memorized the solution? That's why you are saying jar operation will be the optimal solution using jar. So let me tell you, for your understanding, I have attached one slide. If you see jar concept, I hope everyone knows. Just say this: if we have 0 a value and b value, and we are doing the jar operation in between two, jar means nothing but exclusive or. Exclusive or, here I have attached jar, we represent like this. Okay, the jar stands for exclusive or. Exclusive or, okay. If both are equal, just so see this, jar gives 1 only if the bits are different, otherwise it gives 0. So here bits are same, that's why we are getting 0, right? You just see this here, 1 and 1 both are same, that's why we are getting 0. This is the important thing. If bits are same, then we are getting 0. If bits are different, 0 1 or 1 0, then in this case we are getting 1. Okay, fine everyone. So here, from here we can conclude, if two elements are same, means we are getting 0, right? So the same approach we are going to apply in our question. So let's discuss the optimal solution using jar. Okay, sir, only this class video pattern is enough for TCS exam? Obviously no, not. You need to work hard, you need to watch the previous lectures also. Okay, so I'm just like working hard to cover all the patterns for you. Okay, let's see, using jar, how can we do it? So let's create our array, whatever we have, 2 2 2 1. Okay, the output is, for this input nums array, the output is, we already know output is 1 na? Because 1 is appearing only one time. Just see, we already know the jar operation. If 0 0, then we are getting 0, that is this, 0 1 1 0 and 1 1. If both are same, then we are getting 0. If bits are different, we are getting 1. We already know, this is the concept, right now? Just now I explained. Just see, we are going to traverse over the nums array. Okay, and we are going to take the jar operation in each every element. Just see, the first element is 2, so let's define one jar variable. So this is jar variable initialized with 0. Okay, so now we have jar is 0. So in bit format, in 4-bit I am writing like this, 0 0 0. This is also 0, right? Okay, then the first element is 2 na. So 2 means what? 1 0 in the binary. So I am writing like this, and we are going to perform jar operation in between 2. So 0 0 both are same, 0, both are different, we are getting 1, both are same, 0, both are same, 0. So this is nothing but again 2. So whatever the result we are getting, we are going to update our jar variable with this newly updated value. Got it? Let's move to the next element, that is 2 again. I'm going to do the same thing, 0, 0, 1, 0. Let's do the jar operation again. Both are same, then again 0. I'm applying these rules only. Both bits are same, so 0, 0, 0. So here we got 0, right? So here I am going to update the jar variable. The next element is 1. So 1 is nothing but like this. So 0, 0 in 4 bit I am writing. Let's do the jar in between 2. So 0, 1, that is 1 because both are different. If bits are same, then it will give 1, 0, right? Okay, so this is again jar because we are updating. So basically what we are doing like this, jar is equal to jar with num, whatever the number, nums of I, right? So this operation we are performing simply in the loop for int num. I'm traversing over the nums array, that's it. Okay, and the last we will simply print. So this is nothing but 1 na? So this is our result. So in the last we will simply print this jar value. Got it? This is all about the code. See this? This is very simple. Only 2-3 lines of code. Got it, everyone? Correct, correct. Same number, jar with same number, it will give 0. Right now? Okay. So got it, everyone? Let's try to code it. Meanwhile, if you have any doubt, you can ask in the chat section. Okay. So let's code it. So the first thing, let's define the variable int jar is initialized with 0 and simply traverse over the nums array int nums, and we are going to update jar, taking the jar each and every element, that is jar is equal to jar with each element, that is num, right? Those who are facing buffer issue, just do let me know in the chat section. Now it's fine to everyone, visible. Because of the light, I was just facing the internet issue. Now it's fine, just do let me know. I hope so. Someone is asking, can we use frequency array with order of 1 space complexity? Frequency array. Yes, you can think, I think. But here in this particular solution also, we are not using any extra space. So the order of 1 will be the space complexity for this as well, I think. Right now? Got it? Just do let me know in the chat section if everything is fine. Now audible and connected, no buffer. If yes, then we will move ahead. Right? Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next. So in this solution, we are getting order of n time complexity, right now? The time complexity is order of n, and also the space complexity is order of 1, because we are not Yes, your solution gives only one answer. Correct, correct. The next problem, minimum bit flips to convert number. Okay, let's read out. A bit flip of a number x is choosing a bit in the binary representation of x and flipping it from either 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. So what does it mean? So basically we need to find out the minimum number of bit flip to convert into a number. So let's take example. For example, x is equal to 7. Okay, x is equal to, so in this case the binary representation is 111. We already know 1 1. Right, first bit from the right to get 110. So from the right, if I will flip this, then we will get 110. Right? If flip the second bit from the right to get 101, second bit means this one, so we will get 101. Right now, this particular 7. Okay, flip the fifth bit from the right. Okay, so 111, this is 7. Where is the fifth bit? So this is first, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is the fifth. This one is the fifth. So let's flip it. Then we will get it 1 here instead of 0. Then remainings are same. Right now? So that's why we are getting 10111. Right? So like this we need to flip. So what is our main task? Given two integers, start and goal. Fine. Return the minimum number of bit flips to convert start to goal. So basically in the input we have two things, start and goal. Right? What we need to do? We need to convert the start value into the goal by just flipping the bit. Okay, and whatever the number of bit we are flipping, that minimum number of bit we need to return as a output. Got it, everyone? Someone is saying again lag. Any lagging again? Just let me check my internet connectivity. Now it's fine. Just do let me know in the chat section. It's fine. Any lagging is there still? Fine. Okay. Just see. Lag in between. Now it will work fine, I think, because I have connected my Wi-Fi. Right? Okay. Let's move. Let's try to solve it. Just see this example. We have 10. Right now. Start is 10. Yes. Start is 10. 10 is nothing but in binary 1 0 1 0, right now, and goal is again that is 7. So what is 7? That is 1 1 1. Okay, fine everyone, thanks for letting me know. Now it's working fine. Okay, okay, so 1 1 1. So our main target is to convert 10 into the 7. In the binary representation of these two numbers, we need to flip. So how can I get this 0 1 1 1? The first thing, I need to flip this 0 with 1. Then we are getting 1. Fine. This is matching. We are happy. This is not matching. Then again flip. This is not matching. Then again flip. So basically 3 times I did the flipping thing, right now. So that's why we are getting in the output as 3. Fine, everyone? Okay, 3 times, fine. But how can we solve? If you just see, let me add, start is 10. Let's do it 1 0 1 0, that is binary representation. Then goal is 7, that is 0 1 1 1. If we are going to take the jar operation in between two elements, two number, then what will happen? Just see. 0 1 both are different, so means 1 we are getting. Here both bits are same, 1 1, then means we are getting 0. Then 0 1 both are different, so 1, both are different, no 1. So suppose I have stored this particular result into the variable n. Okay, so we are getting n is equal to this. After doing the jar operation, after taking the jar operation between these two, start and goal, if we see number of ones here, here 1 and here, how many number of ones present in this binary representation? 3. So that's why we can say the output is 3. So after taking the jar operation between the given two start and goal elements, goal numbers, we will check what is the number of ones present into this result. I will count and I will return that. Got it, everyone? This logic is very simple using jar. Fine, everyone? Let's try to code it. But the one more thing, how can we count? How can we count the number of ones present in the binary representation? There is inbuilt function. There is one inbuilt function, integer dot bit count. Bit. So basically I need to count the bit, bit count in the n value. So it will return the number of ones present in the n. Okay. And apart from this, suppose this particular inbuilt method is not applicable, is not allowed to use, then how can we do it? So that approach we also need to think. We should know, right now. So basically, to count the number of ones present in the binary representation is called as count set bit. Listen carefully, count set bit. Set bit means 1, number of 1 that is present into the binary representation of any number. So how to count set bit? There is approach. Whatever the number you have, and I will do -1 in that number. So let's take, what is this n? After taking this 1101 means 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 1, then 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 3. So 8, 4, 12, 13. So basically this n is nothing but 13. So here n is 13. So let's write it here 13. So in binary 1, 1, 0, 1, right? So let's do n minus 1, that is 12. So this approach I am telling you to count the number of ones present in the binary representation of any number. How to count set bit, how to count 1. So what is 12? I hope everyone knows 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay. So let's do AND operation in between two. So we already know what is AND operation. So 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 1 1 1. If both bits are same, then we will be able to get the 1. Both are same, getting 1. Okay. So whatever the n I have, I will do n minus 1, then I will take the AND operation. So I will update the result with n. Then again I am going to do. So right now n is 1 1 1 1 1 0 0. This is nothing but 12. Right? So that is 1 1 0 0. I will do n minus 1 again, that is 1 1. So that is 11 in the binary representation, 1 0 1 1. Okay. So I will do the AND operation in between again. So 0 0 0 both are same, then I will get 1. So right now n is 1 0 0 0. This is nothing but 8, I think. Yes, to the power 0. Yeah, this is nothing but 8. So n is equal to 8, we are getting 1,000,000. Then again I will follow the same approach, that is n minus 1, that is 7. So 7 is nothing but 111, right now. So let's do the same thing and operation in between. So 0 0 0 0, because both are not same. So when we are getting n value is 0, then we will stop doing this n into n minus 1, this thing, that is n is equal to n and operation between n minus 1. This thing I am doing this step while n is not equal to 0, right everyone? And every time we are increasing the count. Just see this, the first time we got this, so count plus plus, that is 1 time, then again 2 times, then again 3 times. So basically we perform 3 times, so means 3 ones are present in the n value. Just see this, 3 times. Got it? So this is the logic to count the number of set bit in the n value. Got it everyone? I hope got it. Let's try to code it directly. Okay. So we need to take two things now. If you see, two things means two values, that is start and goal. Let's take scanner sc is equal to new scanner int start sc dot next int. If you found any difficulty, just do let me know in the chat section, I will try to help. Someone is saying I need more session, this session is useful, also please teach in DSA book in your platform. Okay, thank you if you are finding this useful, session useful. The one more thing, after live session just please comment and do like the session, it will motivate, then I will bring more session. Okay, fine. Okay, the two things we need to take, int start and int what was goal, right? So goal sc dot next int. Fine everyone, till here is fine. Then after that, what the approach is that side right now I told. First I will do the end of jar operation in between start and goal, and whatever the n will come, I will count the set bit with the help of this logic, right now, this particular block of code, right everyone? Or what you can do is if you're not willing to do this, you can directly use integer dot bit count. I will write, no need to worry. So let's define n variable and do the jar operation, start and goal. Fine. Then after that, count the set bit. You can directly count system dot out dot print ln. There is a method like integer dot bit count, I think. Yes, let's try to run it. So basically this particular inbuilt method will give you the number of ones present in the n value. Let's try to run it. Here I need to give the start value and goal value. What was 10 and 7? Na? So 10, then 7. See, here we are getting 3 as output. That is correct. Got it everyone? Right? Suppose this particular inbuilt method is not working. Suppose the question is saying it is not allowed to use this particular inbuilt method. Then we need to use that particular approach, n and n minus 1 approach. So just now I told na, the first thing we will define a count variable, int count is equal to 0. Then We will simply run a loop while n is not equal to 0. Then we will perform the same operation and end with n minus 1. Got it? And every time we are doing the AND operation, we will increase our count because we need to count now. And in the last, whatever the count variable will store, that is our result. So system dot out dot println, that is count. Got it? Let's try to run it again and give the values. What was the values? 10 and 7, na? Yes, 10, then 7. Yes, again we are getting 3 as output. That is correct. Got it, everyone? Any doubt? Is there inbuilt function in Python? I hope you can check it over the Google. You can Google it. These kind of questions you can Google it over the, like, whatever the doubts you have. Just Google it. I think yes. Okay, fine, everyone. Any doubt till here? I hope so. No. Should I move to the next problem? Let me tell you again. Don't think TCS will ask only the array and string based problem, because in the previous year they asked graph problem as well, tree problem, linked list problem, right? So we need to cover all the problems, all kind of problems, right, everyone? Fine, everyone, just do let me in the chat section like everything is fine, you got the code. Should I move to the next? Okay, I'm moving. Okay, fine. So now I have taken tree traversal because this is also important. If you know the tree traversal technique, importantly like in order traversal, pre-order traversal, post-order traversal, then you will be able to solve a lot of problems based on the tree traversal technique. Okay, so let's quickly understand all these patterns on these traversal technique. So the first in a traversal technique is in order. Please like the session. If you want more like these sessions, then I will bring more sessions like this. Hope you are enjoying it, right? Okay, someone is saying, sir, again show the code. See, this is the code. Okay, you can take the screenshot or you can try it by yourself. Fine, let's move to the next tree traversal revision. The first technique that we are going to learn is in order traversal. So basically in order traversal, first we traverse the left subtree, then we will traverse the root, then we will traverse the right subtree. This is the rule. So as the name itself suggesting, in order. Whenever we are finding in order means root will come in between left subtree and right subtree. Okay, so root will come in between L and R whenever we are getting in order. Got it? So basically in the in order traversal method, the left subtree is visited first, then root node, and then finally the right subtree. Let's take the example like this for your understanding. Suppose this is our tree, binary tree, right? So if you see, this is root. I hope everyone knows. The left side will be considered as left subtree, and this right side will considered as right subtree. So according to the in order traversal, first we will traverse the left subtree, means this part, then root node means this part, and then finally the right subtree means this part. Got it? So the algorithm step by step is very simple. We are going to use recursion. Traverse the left subtree recursively. How recursively? So means we will call the same method. Suppose there is a method in order, we are going to call the same method again recursively for the left subtree. How can I pass the left subtree? Root dot left. Simple. This is root dot left means left subtree. Okay, and then widget process the root node means print the value, the root value. So here we will print system.out.print, that is root value. Okay, then traverse the right subtree recursively. Suppose there is the same method that is in order, we are going to call the same method, but here we are passing the right subtree. So how can I pass? Root, this is root dot right. So here I will write root dot right subtree. That's it. This is the code also. This is very easy. Got it? Fine, everyone? Let's see the example. How, let's suppose it is given a binary tree. We need to find out the in order traversal. In order traversal. Just now I explained. The rule is left, root, and then right. Got it now? So we are going to follow the same rule. Just see. This is root. Okay, and this is left. This is left subtree, and this is right subtree. So what should I write in the in order? Can anyone guess? Just try to write the in order traversal for this. So this is root node, and this is left, this is right. Right now? So if you see, you can consider it. So this is left subtree, but you can consider it as a new a tree. So in this, again, this is root for this left subtree, and this will be the left, this will be the right. Right now? So what I need to write? First left. So what is left? That is 2. Then root. What is root? That is 5. Then right. What is right? That is 8. Right after root. So we processed left subtree. Right now this part is done. Then after root. So this is root. That is 10. Then after right subtree. So this is right subtree. You can consider it as a new tree. Okay. So this will be the root node. Here will be the left subtree, and here will be the right subtree. So here left is null. So here I will not write anything. Then root. So root is 15. Then right. So right is 20. So that's it. 2, 5, 8, 10, 15, 20. Yes, correct. Correct. I got the response as well. Great. Just make the class interactive. Please like the session. This will motivate me. And also please comment after the session. Okay. If you need the next part before the exam. Okay. And if you need some recorded session also, I will bring more like these. Okay. Just comment in the comment section. Fine. And please like. Okay. So yeah, that's it. I hope everyone got this right now. So for your like, you can take it as exercise, that is homework. Okay. Please comment the solution of this in order traversal. I am not going to write. Okay. Don't think it's critical, it's complex. No, this is not complex. Okay. Just try to think and write the in order traversal for this tree. Okay. And post your answer in the comment section. I will check. Okay. After the live session, or you can also comment in the live session as well. Got it, everyone? Let's move to the next. Okay, fine. So after the in order traversal, we are going to revise the pre-order traversal. So just see this. Pre means pehle. So means whenever we are finding the pre-order, which means root will come first, then left, then right. This is the rule that we need to keep in our mind. So in the in order, what was there? In the in order, it was left, then root, then right. So basically root was coming in between. But here in the pre-order, root will come first, then left, then right. Just keep in mind, left subtree will always come first before the right subtree. Got it? So we process the current node. Current node means that is root 1 it is talking about before visiting its child. Right now? So first we will print root, then we will process the left subtree, then right subtree. Got it? So the algorithm is also very simple. Widget process the root node means we will be going to print the value immediately, whatever the value, right? Then we will traverse the left subtree recursively. So means the first thing we will print system.out.print root value. Got it? Then also suppose there is a method pre-order. Okay, suppose, and we are going to call the same method again, and but here we are passing the root dot left, that is the left subtree. Got it? And then we are going to call the same method again pre-order by passing root dot right subtree. Got it, everyone? Yeah, this is all about this code, right? First we will print the root node, then left subtree recursively, then right subtree recursively. That's it. Got it, everyone? Just let's write the code also on the platform, lead code platform, and try to compile and run also. Yes, the first thing, binary tree in order traversal. Just now explain now, in order. Listen carefully, in order, not pre-order. So for in order, what we need to write? So basically if you see here, I need to return as a list of integer. So we need to create an array list. Why? To store the result. Okay, integer. Suppose list name is list, then new array list. Got it, everyone? Fine. What I told just now, this is very simple. In the in order, just a minute. Yes, in the in order, first we will traverse the left subtree. So we are going to call the same method again, that is in order traversal. Control C, Control V, and we are passing the root dot left. Root dot left. Fine. Then after left, we need to print the root value. So here we are not going to print. Instead of printing, we are going to add into the list. Why? Because we need to return as a list of integer. So here instead of printing, we are adding into the list. Okay, list dot add, that is root value. Got it? Then after that, so left part is done, root value is done, then right. So going to call the same method in order traversal and passing the root dot right. Fine. And in the last we will simply return our list. Got it? But apart from this, we can also add one base condition. If root is null, then what will happen? Can anyone tell? If root is null means there is no node in the tree. So in that case, our list will be empty. So that's why we will simply return the list. That will be the empty, right? In that case. Got it? Let's try to run it. I hope it should work. Yes, accepted. Right now, let's try to submit it as well. This is the code for in order, not pre-order. I will write the pre-order code also. Yeah, accepted. Right, everyone? Let's try to write the pre-order also. The same thing. See, if I already written, okay. I'm just explaining. Array list we have created, right? The base condition I have attached, that is if root is null, then we will simply return the list. Got it? Okay. And this is pre-order na. So pre-order means the first thing we will print or we can add into the list, that is root value. Then left subtree, then right subtree. That's it. And in the last we are returning the list. Got it? The same code I am writing. Instead of printing, we are adding into the list. That's it. In pre-order, root, left subtree, then right subtree. That's it. Got it, everyone? Can anyone tell what will be the output for this? For your example, I am taking. Let me write it. Then I will give you the one homework. So the pre-order we need to write now. Pre-order. So this is sorry. Yeah. This is root. Yeah. This is root. The pre-order says first print the root, then left, then right. So this is the rule for pre-order. So this is root. So I will add 10. Then this is the left. This is the right. So for the left, you can consider it as again a new tree. So this will be the root. Then this is left. Then this is right. So after root, left, right. So 2, 8. 2, 8. So left part is done. Root is done. And left part is also done. Then right part. So you can consider the right subtree also as a new tree. So this will be the root. So I will write root according to the rule, that is 15. Then left, so left is null, so I will not write. Then right, that is 20. That's it. This is our output. 10, 5, 2, 8, 15, 20. Correct. Correct, George. Yeah, correct answer. Got it, everyone? So similarly, I have attached here one more problem. This is your homework problem. Please comment the answer for this. Okay? Fine, everyone? I will check your answer as well. This is the pre-order traversal I am asking. Got it? Let's move to the next. Post-order traversal. Post-order traversal. Now, as the name itself suggesting, post. Post means baad mein, after. So root will come in the last. Got it? So the first thing we will explore the left subtree, then right subtree, and then in the last we will process the visit the root node. Got it? So rule is simple: left, right, and then root. Simple, na? So we visit the children first. Children first means left, then right. Always just keep in mind, first left, then right. And the parent root in the last. That's it. So the algorithm is also very simple. Traverse the left subtree recursively. So means suppose we have a method post order. So we are going to pass root dot left subtree. Okay. Then traverse the right subtree recursively. Suppose there is a method post order, same method we are calling, but here we are passing root dot right. Got it? Then widget process the root node, means print the value. So here we can print system.out.println the root value, root dot val. Got it? This is the simple code, recursive code, right? Here you can add the base condition, just now I explained. Right, everyone? So let's write the code for this also. For the post order, I think I have already written, I think, yes, the same thing. I think you got it. Okay, no need to write again. Here we have created list, then added the base condition. If root is null, then we will simply return the list. Then we are calling the post order traversal, the same method. We are passing the root dot left subtree, right? Then calling the same method, passing the root dot right subtree. Then in the last we are printing. Instead of printing, we are adding into the list that we have created, because the return type is here list of integer. Got it? And simply in the last we are returning the list. Got it? This is also easy. Fine, everyone? Got it? Easy, na? So we learn all the three techniques: in order, pre-order, post-order. So in the next lecture, I will be taking the problem based on these traversal technique. At that time, I will not explain again. Okay? Till it's fine, na? So I have one more question. No need to worry. If you like the session, if you are finding the session useful, just please like the session. please like and comment. See, apart from this, let me follow my duties. So there is one course also, crash course, you can join if you want. Okay, because actually in the course, this is TCS course, TCS NQT crash course, you can join. In the content section, you can go and check. We are following this particular TCS roadmap each and every week. Daily live classes is going on. DSA white book also we have launched. Okay, TCS NQT 2025 questions, asked questions we have solved. 2024 asked questions, recording videos you will find, and also the recording videos of old batches, recording videos of new batches you will get, practice set, test series, mock test, all those things you will get. Okay, fine everyone. If you are finding useful like this session, you can join our course if you want. There is no any force. Okay, fine everyone. Let's move our main thing. Okay. Okay, this is post order now. So I have attached example for this also, the post order. Let me write it. Then I will give you one example, like one exercise for your homework. So let me write it here, post order. Let's do it fast. Can anyone tell what will be the post order? Just see. In the post order, just now we learn left subtree, then right subtree, then in the last we will process the root value. Right now? So this is root, this will be the left, and this will be the right. So in the post order, left subtree we need to visit first. So explore the left. So this will consider a new. So this is the root, this root value, this is left, this is right. So we need to write left. So 2, then right, that is 8, then root, that is 5. So we explored left side all, right? Then right part. This is root, this is left, this is right. So left is null, I will not write. This is right, that is 20, and then root, that is 15. So right part is also done. Then in the last, root value, that is 10. So 2, 8, 5, 20, 15, 10. Let me check your answer. Aniket Singh is saying 5 to 8. 5 to 8. No. Okay, so you deleted. Fine. George is saying thank you, sir, but don't do in lead code platform. Okay. So actually, those 3 problems were similar. That's why I used lead code platform. I know the TCS in the TCS compiler you have to write from the scratch. I know. Okay, fine. So this will be your homework. Please comment your answer in the comment section. The post order traversal for this. Okay? Like the session and comment your answer for this homework, right? Let's move to the next problem. See, this is very important problem, let me tell you. Even this is also easy. If you solve this problem, let me tell you, if you solve this problem based on this, you will be able to solve two more number of problems, I think. Okay, this is very important problem. If you got the logic to solve this particular problem, then definitely you will get the other problems, other variation of this problem. Slightly changes will be there. Okay, fine everyone. Let's read out the problem statement. Before starting this, just let me know in the chat section. Till here, everything is fine. Fine na? Okay. Let's read out the problem statement. You are given row into column grid representing a map where grid ij is equal to 1 represents a land. Okay, so basically we have a row into column, that is matrix, right? So we have matrix like this. Okay, R into C, that is number of row into column. This is all. And the question is saying grid. This is grid. Okay, grid. So the question is saying grid Ij is 1 if, then it will represent a land. Okay, if grid Ij is 1, which represents the land, and grid Ij is 0, which represents the water. Just keep in mind, if grid Ij is 1, means this is land. If grid Ij is 0, which represents the water. Till it's fine? Okay. So grid cells, so basically this grid will contain either 0 as 1, 0 or 1. So grid cells are connected horizontally, vertically, not diagonally. Just keep in mind. Horizontally means like this, in this direction, in this direction, that is left side, right side, that is horizontally, and vertically, that is upward, upside, downside. Right? Not diagonally. Fine. The grid is completely surrounded by the water. Okay, and there is exactly one island. The question is saying there is exactly one island, exactly one. So we need not to worry about that. If I will get the multiple island in our grid, then what will happen? So the question is explicitly saying exactly one island will be there. That is one or more connected land cells. So island is nothing but connected one. So basically this is grid. It will contain either 0 or 1, right now. So 0, 1, 0, suppose 1, 1, 0, 1, let's say 1, then 0. So this will be the one island from here to here, because grid Ij represents 1. If grid Ij is 1, which represents land, I need to find island, right now, island. So means we need to just think about the 1. So here we found 1, the connected with this one, connected with this one, connected with this one, connected with this one. So basically this is one island, and every grid, like in the given grid, there will be exactly one island. Got it? Now what we need to do? The island does not have lakes, meaning the water inside is not connected to the water around the island. One cell is a square with the side length 1. The grid is rectangular. Width, height, don't exceed 100, determine the perimeter. So just ignore this part. What we need to do? We need to determine the perimeter of the island. Just keep in mind, this is our main task. We need to calculate the perimeter. I hope everyone knows what is perimeter. Basically, in this case, we need to count the wall. Right? So if you just see here, this is our grid. This is our island, right? This is our island. So what is the number of wall we need to find out? That is the perimeter we need to define. We need to count. Got it, everyone? If you are not getting, no need to worry. Let's take the example. Then you will get it. Yes. So in the input, let me change the color. Yeah. In the input, we need to take the grid. Grid is nothing but it's a matrix, and matrix is nothing but it's a 2D array, right? Na? 2D array. Fine. So in the input, we need to take grid as an input. Fine. And here in the output, we are getting 16. How? Just see this. Just look at this particular grid. This is our grid. Na? So if you see, so basically the colorful one is 1, here 1, here 1. Just see this 0, 1, 0, 0. So basically 0, 1, 0, 0. Then 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0. Then 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. So 0, 1, 0, 0. Then 1, 1, 0, 0. So 1, 1, 0, 0. Got it? So this is our given grid. And the output we are getting 16. Just now I told we need to count the perimeter. We need to determine the perimeter of island. But the first thing we need to recognize where is the island in our grid. So this is island. This part, orange part you can say. orange part is island. Only one island is there. Okay. So from here to here. Fine. So how we are getting 16 as output? Just see this. Let me add the color. Yeah, red color. So yellow part, this I'm just coloring with the red. So this wall, 1, 2, this wall 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then 12, then 13, 15, 16, 17. How? 17. We did any mistake? How 16? Just 1 second. The 0, 1, 0, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I counted wrong. 16, right now? So that's why we are getting 16. Got it, everyone? But the question is, how can we solve it? How can we solve it? Just say this. Okay, any comment? Yes, 16. Correct, correct. Just let me create the new table, like a grid for your understanding. Or instead of creating, let me erase this. Okay, let me add the elements. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, then 1, 1, 1, 0, then 0, 1, 0, 0, then 1, 1, 0. Right. So what we can do is, first we will start traversing over the grid. Just listen my words. First we will hash map. No, hash map we can't use. Someone is saying, can you check my chat? Okay, sir, I have buy your course, but in the course they have not teaching these questions. So can give me the topics name. So seriously? Okay, okay. So you are talking about the Java or Python or C++? Yes, DFS. Anil. The correct. Anil is saying DFS. Yes, we need to use here DFS. Also, you can use BFS. Okay, just see this. And Vijay is saying, sir, can you give me the topic's name so I will solve the problems related to this topic? Sure, I will provide. Okay. No need to worry. We will be bringing more sessions, Vijay. No need to worry. Okay, just let's focus on this. This is our grid. We are going to traverse here. Whenever we are getting 1, listen carefully. Whenever we are getting 1, so where we are getting 1? Let me write it here. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. Then 0, 1, 2, 3. Vijay, one more thing. These kind of previous problems we already solved in our courses. Okay, you can check in the old batches, you can check in the recording sessions. Okay, Vijay? Fine, because in the live class I can't take like the same question and again. Okay, these questions already has been solved. We have already solved in the previous live classes. You can check it out. Fine, let's traverse over the grid. Whenever we are getting 1, where we are getting 1? 0, 1. So this is the 0 comma 1. This is the position we are getting 1. Why we are focusing on 1? Because I need to first identify where is the island. So we need to find out the perimeter of that island, na? So that's why here we are getting 1 island. That is 1. Hitan is saying, what is the question? Just now I explained, first we need to recognize where is the island, then we need to find out the perimeter of the island. That is the boundary. If you count yellow part, you will get the 16 as a output. Okay. So that boundary we need to count. So the first we are traversing, we are finding out where we are getting the 1. So 0, 1 is the position. So according to question, we can explore in the left, right, upside and downside, not the diagonally. So let's try to explore in the, so here we are getting 1 na? Upside. So upside, if we are going to explore, means we are going out of the bound, out of bound. So in the upside, that is 0, 1, 0, 1. Sorry, not 0, 1. The minus 1 here will be. So here instead of 0, it will minus 1. Minus 1, 1. Right? This is out of bound. Correct na? So if you are exploring the downside, then this part, that is this one, that is nothing but 1, 1 block. Here we are getting again 1. Fine. We are just looking at this particular 1, 0, 1, and we are exploring all the 4 direction. Upside, downside we saw, then left side. If you see at the left, we are getting 0. That is nothing but what? That is water. So we can write 0, 0. This is nothing but 0, 0. That is water. Fine. And in the right direction, 0, 2. Again we are getting in the right direction, that is 0. This is also water. If you see, for this one, we are getting 1 boundary. Right now? So if the out of bound, we are getting 1 as a parameter, 1 boundary. Then in the water section, in the left direction, if you are getting water, then again we are getting 1 wall boundary. Right now? This part. Then in the, if we are looking at the right direction, then again we are getting 0, that is water. Means we got 1 wall again, this part. So again 1. So 3 wall we counted till now. But what about 1, this one? Again we need to explore this left side, right side, downside and upside. One more thing, if you are going to traverse, if you are going to explore the upside, again we are getting 1. So we will indulge, we will indulge with the infinite loop, because whatever the block we traverse, visited, just mark it -1. Got it? Just mark it -1, which means we already traversed this one. Got it, everyone? Right now? So we are going to traverse this block, that is the 1, 1. Okay, so let me write it here, 1, 1, 1, 1. So again we are going to traverse upside. Upside is -1, that is 0, 1, -1. This is -1. So we can't visit again because we already visited. So I am just writing cross. Then left side, again 1. Left side, that is 1, 0. Right now 1, 0. And what about the right side? 1, 2. And what about the downside? We are just focusing on this. What about the downside? Again 1. So that is 2, 1. Right now? So if you see, again we need to explore. If you are moving, if you are just looking at the left side for this one, see, we are visiting this. So let me write -1, because whatever the block with 1 cell with 1 I have visited, just mark it -1. So let's see that at the left side. Yes, code with Abhay. Sir, is this recursion problem? Can we use DFS? Yes. We are marking it visited. So for this here, 1, 0 for this. So for this, just looking at this, for this, again we need to traverse the upward, downside, left side, and the right side, right now. So if you are traversing the upside, again we are getting water. So if you are getting water, means we got one boundary. So one perimeter, one wall we need to count. And if we are traversing at the left side, that is, this is out of bound, this is out of bound, again we are getting one wall. And suppose we are traversing, like we are exploring on the downside, we are getting water, so again we are getting one wall. Okay. And suppose we are looking at the uh, right side, but right side already -1 means that particular block we already visited, so we will not visit. So for this one we got three wall, this, got it. Okay, let's see 1 comma 2, means 1 comma 2 for this, but here mark it -1 because I already visited now, so mark it -1. Now we are going to see this part because this is connected. So for this again we have four choices, this side, this side, this side, and this side. So this side, that is -1, this is -1 means already visited, so I will not do anything. What about the upside? Yes, we are getting one more. Upside we are getting one wall. So one wall. Why? Because in the upside we are getting water na. So in case of water, in case of out of bound, we are getting wall. That's it. That's a simple thing. And what about this side? Again we are getting water, so again one wall we are getting. And the downside again we are getting water, so again one wall we are getting. But what about this side? This part is already visited, so no need to look at this. Okay, for this again three wall we got. Similarly we will think about this 2 comma 1. So 2 comma 1. So for this, so let me visit this -1. Okay, so 2 comma 1, 2 comma 1, this mark it visited. Again in four direction, this one, above and down. So 2 comma 1, downside will be this part 1, that is 3 comma 1, right now. So for this 2 comma 1, if you see, this part I getting water, this part also I am getting water. So let me write, if you are getting water, one wall, if you are getting water, one wall for this side. And what about above? Already visited. But what about downside? Again one, so we need to explore again. So for this, so let me visit this, yeah, -1. So visit this. Again we have four choices, upside, left side, right side, left side, and downside. So upside we will not go because already visited. This left side means again wall, so this part we already did. So again this is water na, so again one wall. In the downside we are getting out of bound, so in case of out of bound we also again one more wall. What about left side? In the left side again we are getting one, so we need to visit this in the left side, that is 3 comma 0. Fine. So if you see carefully, for this again we have four choices, this, but this one is already visited, so we will not do. But in the upside again we are getting water, so one wall we are getting, right. In the left side out of bound, so in case of out of bound also we are getting one wall, so one wall again. And in the downside again we are getting one wall because out of bound, right. And what about the this direction? This direction means we already visited this, so we will stop. Okay, I think we covered all the ones, right. One island, if you count all the red ones, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16. So 16 is our correct answer. That's why we were getting 16 as output. Logic is clear to all? Till here it's fine. Should I write the code? Should I write the code? Everything is fine till here. Any doubt? Just do let me in the chat section, because I gave my fully 100% to explain this, how we are getting 16. Right now, when I write the code, definitely you will get it. Okay. So should I write the code or any doubt you have? Okay. Anil is saying great explanation. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I cleared your doubts. Right. So let's try to write the code. Okay. So whenever, let's listen carefully. Whenever we are getting one, then we are going to explore in the all four direction. Right now, like, means if you see, whenever we here we are getting one, then we are trying to explore its neighbor, that is dfs. Dfs means depth. Just go on depth, right? Go into the depth. Whenever we are getting one, so we are going into the depth to check whether it is one. Then again we will do the same thing, exploring all the neighbors into the depth, right? So let's write the code. If you find any doubt, you can ask again. Okay. So I am taking the input right now. So int the 2D array I have to take. I hope everyone knows how to take 2D array. I am just directly taking the input. What was the element? Zero, comma, and again comma. Okay. In the first row, it was 0, 1. Okay. In the second row, 111, 0. Okay. In the third row, 0, comma. Okay. In the fourth, 1100. So 1 comma 1 comma 0 comma 0. Okay. Then after the first thing, what we need to do? What we need to do? We need to define one perimeter variable to count. But let's, before that, let's define int row, that is grid size, grid dot length. Here I need to write grid. So grid dot length. Okay. Int n is equal to grid of 0 dot length. So basically this is number of rows and number of columns, right now? Okay, Janvi is saying great explanation with sir, very useful session. Thank you. See, whatever the homework problem I have given, please comment. Okay, after the session, live session, please comment. And if you need more session, please comment. And also like the video, so it will motivate. Okay, fine. Okay, so after doing this, just traverse over the. So, but before that, see, let me tell you this problem already. I think this problem is present over the lead code platform also. Yes, lead code platform also. Okay. So suppose I am going to define this particular method. Right now, this is the same method I am just adding instead of writing. Okay. So no, not like this. Control is island perimeter. Is island perimeter. Okay, and we are passing the our grid. That is grid. Okay, fine. So we need to define this particular method. So let's remove this. Let's define the same method. Let me copy. Okay, so let's write the int m, that is grid size, grid dot length, then n for grid of 0 dot length, right? The same thing we are going to do. What? The same approach that I have discussed. Traverse over the grid, int I is equal to 0, I less than m, then I plus plus, and then for int j is equal to 0, j less than m, not mn, then j plus plus. Okay, so we have to check whether if grid of ij is 1, then we need to call the DFS, right? Now DFS, because we need to explore the depth of that particular one. So DFS. So DFS means we are going to pass the what? Grid and the I and j value, right? And if we are getting grid of 1, then in the each call of DFS, we need to check the boundary, like we need to add, we need to increase the perimeter. Na? So perimeter, suppose there is a variable perimeter and we are increasing that value. Not increasing, here we need to return. Increasing, when we need to increase? In this particular method, when we are going to provide the DFS method, then we need to return. Here not increase. So here we, whatever the value it will return, that we need to return this DFS. Got it? But here I need to define perimeter variable also. So let me define it here. Perimeter, int perimeter is 0, right? And after this, since it will return in integer, so let me return as a -1, any value. Okay, whatever it will return, otherwise it will return our result as a parameter. The main task is we need to just implement the DFS. Okay, so if you have any doubt, you can comment. Someone is saying, sir, I am scared, these are hard questions. No, this is easy. So basically this is on the lead code platform, this particular question is marked as medium, but this is easy, just now explained. Na? See this, till it's fine. Now we have to define the DFS. So let's provide public void DFS, and we need to pass the grid int grid, then int I comma int j. Fine. What I told, when I need to count, when I need to increase the perimeter, two conditions, like if it is out of bound, then we need to increase perimeter plus plus, and if it is water, then we need to increase the perimeter, that by doing the perimeter plus plus. So that condition I am going to write, if I is less than 0, that is out of bound, I is greater or equal to m. Getting my point? Less than 0, out of bound, greater or equal to m, that is also out of bound for the row. And similarly for j is less than 0 or j is greater or equal to n, then also there will be the out of bound condition. So in this case we need to increase perimeter. But also one more case, if we are finding that is water, then grid of Ij, if it is water, that is 0, then also we need to increase the perimeter, just now explained. If you see the explanation part, just see it here. If it is out of bound part, if it is water part, then we are getting the wall, right now. So that's why I have added these conditions. So here I need to write perimeter plus plus. After increasing, then we will return. Got it till it's fine? Then we need to visit that particular block. So if I am visited, then what we need to do? We need to update with -1. So here I will write grid of ij value, we need to mark at -1, right? But before marking it, we need to check if it is already visited or not. If it is already visited, then we need to return. Just see this part. Whenever we are getting this, whenever we are getting for this, when we were traversing upside, when we were exploring the upside, here we already visited because we are able to see -1. So we are returning back. We are not going to explore again, right now. So whenever we are getting here, we need to write if grid of ij is -1, means already visited. So we need to return, right? And if it is not visited, then we need to mark it visited. So basically this line is responsible for mark visited. Getting my point till it's fine, right? And what about if it is not -1, if it is not index out of bound, if it is not water, then we are going to explore again, right? Now when we were getting 1, every time we were exploring in the all four direction. So means we need to call the method, we need to call the dfs again, but in which direction? For all the four direction. So here I will write dfs, we are going to call the same method dfs, calling the same method and passing the grid, but in the all the direction, upward, downward, left side, right side. So here I will write I plus 1 comma j, right? And dfs, passing the grid, then I minus 1 comma j. Hope you are getting this line. I plus 1, I minus 1, what does it mean? So in all direction we are writing I plus 1 means the downside, I minus 1 means the left side. So if you are writing dfs and passing the grade and then same I and then j plus 1. So j plus 1 means in this direction, right? Now this direction is right direction. And similarly calling the same method, passing the grade and I and j minus 1 means, j minus 1 means this, that is the left side, I think, right? So all the four direction we have called the dfs again. Got it? I think we covered. Yeah, that's it. So basically this method will return the perimeter value. Here it will come the perimeter, then it will return again in the integer format, right? And here we are calling is island parameter. So let me write it here, otherwise it will show mistake. Okay, yeah. And whatever it will return, here I will print int result is equal to this. Let's print it. System dot out dot println, that is result. Got it? So let's try to run it. Let's see whether it will work or not. Oh, a lot of issue. What is land parameter? Is land parameter, what is the issue? Static context. Okay, so let me write it here, public static, and also cannot find symbol and okay. So here I need to define again, because we haven't defined as globally, na? That's why here, because in this method it's not able to recognize, so that's why here I have to define. Let's try to run it again. Let's see. Okay, again, what is the issue? Reference from static block. I think, let me write, let me remove this static or int stat. let's try to run it again. DFS, public static. Let's run it again. See, this is the way to solve the errors, because I haven't memorized the solution. I haven't all those keywords. So whatever the error I'm getting, I'm just resolving, right? See this, we got our desired output, that is 16. Got it, everyone? Any doubt? Just do let me know in the chat section if you have. So how was the session? Just do let me know in the chat section. George is saying, really bro, it's hard to me also. So this is medium level. Not medium, I think this is a easy level. Let me see. Yeah, this is easy. Just look at this problem. This is easy. So based on this pattern, you will be able to solve the medium level problem. Let me show you one more thing. If you see the similar question, then definitely you will be able to solve this one. Max area island, and also one more problem, number of island. Those problems definitely you will be able to solve this based on this pattern. Got it? Any doubt, anyone? Any doubt? Just do let me know in the chat section. So one request, please like the session and please comment after the session, okay? Because this will definitely motivate us. Fine, everyone? And also just now explain the TCS NQT crash course. If you want, if you find the session useful, you can join this course as well, because you can get the old previous batches recording as well, the live class recording as well, and also you will be getting the daily live class practice sets, whatever, everything, right? And also you can practice the DSA whitebook problem as well. Got it, everyone? Yeah, that's it for the today. Okay, Anil is saying, sir, why you are writing static? Okay, if you see, if you're not writing static, then you will get the error. Just now we saw, na? So basically the static variable will called in the static block. So basically, let's try to run this without static first. See this, we are getting non-static variable. See, actually what we are doing here, this is non-static, and we are updating this perimeter variable that is non-static in the static method, right now. So that's why we need to mark it as static. And also in the main method is also static. So here I have passing, here we are calling the method that is static. So static variable will call with the help of static method inside the static block, basically. Got it? So this is the Java logic. Yeah, that's all. I hope you found it. If you run it again, then definitely you will get the correct answer. Okay, fine, everyone. This is all about the today's session. I hope you enjoyed it. If you really enjoyed it, do like the session and comment it for the next part. Okay, then we will bring it more for you. Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to end the session. Bye bye. If you need any suggestion, one more thing, if you need any kind of suggestion, do let me know in the chat section, in the comment section. We will improve. Okay, thank you. So the first question is, let's read out the problem statement. So basically this is also a previous year problem. Okay, so let's read out the problem statement. So given a string as input consisting of star and hash. So basically in the input section there will be a string and it is containing only star and hash only. The length of the string is variable. So the length of the string can be vary, like it can be of the size 2, 3, 4, whatever the depending upon this input string size. The task is to find the minimum number of star or hash to make it a valid string. Now the question is, what is valid string? So in the next line, the question itself saying the string is considered valid if the number of star and hash are equal. Okay, so valid string is nothing but if we are going to count, let's see, first we will be counting the number of star, then number of hash. If both counts are same, then we can say the given string is valid. Got it? And the star and hash can be at any position in the string. Obviously, it can be present at any index of the string. Note, the output will be a positive or negative integer based on the number of star and hash in the input string. So, what we need to print in the output? Just see. So, the output will be either the positive value or negative value. It can be 0 as well. Okay. So, here it is given some condition, in which case we will be getting the positive integer as our output, and in which case we will be getting the negative integer as an output, and in which case we will be getting 0 as an output. So if you see, if the count of star is greater than count of hash, so in that case we will be getting the positive integer. And if the number of hash, count the number of hash and number of star. So basically in this case, number of hash if it is greater and the number of star is lesser than the hash, then in that case negative integer as an output. And if both the counts of the star and hash both are equal, then we will be getting 0 as an output. Got it? It's pretty simple, right? So just keep in mind, when we are getting positive integer, if we are going to count the number of star and also we are going to count the number of hash, if counting of star is greater, then we are getting positive, then definitely we are going to subtract these two things. First we will write star, counting of star and the counting of hash, minus counting of hash, right? Now why I am subtracting from star to hash? Clear na? Because according to this, if the count of star is greater than count of hash, then we will be getting positive number. Then definitely we need to subtract count hash from the count star. Got it? And if it is count hash is greater than count star, then we will be getting the negative. And if both are same, then we will be getting 0. Question is clear, na? So how can we approach this? Let me tell you. Simply, we will be traversing over the string. Suppose string whatever we have. I think I have attached. Let me show you the example. Yeah. To see the example, in input, this is a string basically in the double quote. So if you count how many number of star? Number of star. First we will, you can count first star as has depending upon your choice. Okay, if you see 1, 2, 3, and if you see the number of star is 3 also, and if you subtract number of star minus number of hash, then definitely 3 minus 3 will give you 0. So if I am getting 0, what does it mean? It means number of star and hash are equal, right? So in the output section we need to print the subtracted value. We need not to print any condition whether the given string is valid or not. Don't think about that. Just subtract and count the number of star minus count the number of hash. That's it. And the second example, just count number of hash is 2 and number of star is 3, right? So if you subtract it, so 3 minus 2, right now? Why? This is the star minus hash we are doing. If we are doing like this, then we will be getting 1, that is positive number. If we are getting positive, what does it mean? Mean more number of star we have, obviously, right? And in the third example, you can easily see the number of hash is 4 and number of star is only 1. This is hash and this is 1. If you subtract, we are subtracting star minus hash, na? So 1 minus 4. So in this case we will be getting minus 3. So means negative integer as an output we are getting. What does it mean? If we are getting negative integer, which means we have more number of hash, or you can say we have less number of star. That's it. Got it? So what will be the logic? First we will be traverse over the given string, got it, and then we will be counting the, let's say suppose we have defined any variable count star and count has. Okay, each and every character will be checking whether it is star or has. If it is star, then we will increase this particular variable. If it is has, then we will be increasing this count has variable. That's it. And after counting, we will subtract it. And whatever the value we will be getting after subtraction, we can print. Right? Let's try to code it. Okay, so first define the scanner class. Scanner s is equal to new scanner system.in, right? So let's take input string as is equal to sc dot next. You can add line as well if there is some space or something, right? Fine, it's your choice. Both are fine. But if in the input string, if it is space, then we need to add the line as well, right? To read whole the string. That's why. So let's define two variable int count star initialize with 0. Similarly, int count has initialize with 0. Then after, let's traverse over the string char ch s dot 2 character array. I hope everyone knows 2 char array. So there is also another method. If you are trying to access each and every character of the given string, like with the help of index, you can also do that. Okay, 2 char array. Then after that, just simply check if the current ch, that is character, if it is star, then we will increase the count of star, count star, right? Otherwise, and also you can add the condition like else if the character is has, then we will increase the count has, right now. So here I have added else if condition again, because might be string consisting of some other character, right? Might be, and it can also consist of maybe some space. That's why here we are explicitly adding the checks. Got it? Till it's fine. And then after, what we need to do, just see this. We need to where it is, we need our task is find the minimum number of star and or has, minimum number of star or has. To count the minimum number of star and has, what will we be doing? Just simply subtract. Let's define a variable result, and let's see star count minus star count. I think count star, yes, count star minus count has, right? And then simply print it, system dot out dot println what, this particular result. That's it. Let's try to run it. Okay, so we are getting some error. What is error? Actually we need to import. Okay, so import java dot util dot asterisk. Now let's run it again. Let's give some input. Has star star star. Press enter. Now it is giving 0. That's correct, because the number of has and number of star both are equal. You can run it again for the different input. Let's see, let's try it out. Let's check this has and star. Let's give 4 has and then star. Now we are getting -3. That is our correct output. And you can check whether, like, whatever you are willing to give the input. I hope it's clear. Can anyone tell what will be the time complexity for this code? Any guesses? See, this is very simple, right? What will be the time complexity? Just pause the video and try to answer, and you can comment in the comment section as well. So since what we are doing here exactly, we are traversing each and every character of the given string only once time, only once. So we can say the time complexity, so the time complexity will be the order of n. And what is n? Here n is representing the number of, you can say the length of the string, right now? That's it. And what will be the space complexity? Any guesses? So if you see the code, here we are not using any extra space, right? If you are ignoring these variables count star and count has, apart from this, then we are not using any kind of space, right? So the space complexity will be order of 1. Got it, everyone? I hope. If you have any doubt, you can comment in the comment section. I will try to help you out. Okay? Now let's move to the next problem. Fine. Let's read out the problem statement. See, this is, I think, this is important problem. Let me mark it important. Most important problem. Why I am saying? Since in this time TCS is going to hire for what? Prime and digital role. Prime and digital role. So don't expect the problem easy level, to be honest. Okay, because there is no ninja role. So that's why I'm saying they are hiring for the prime and digital role. So you can't expect the problem only easy level. So basically this is previous year question. And this is DP problem. Let me tell you, this is DP, dynamic programming. Right? Okay. So let's read out the problem statement. Okay. So you are tasked with the organizing a game, okay, for employees in a company. So basically there is a company in which there are multiple employees, and they're like our task is to organize a game for the employees in that company, and each employee can either participate individually or pair up with exactly one other employee to form a team. Listen carefully. So basically every employee has two choices. Either that particular employee participate individually, that is may stay like remain single individually, or pair up. That particular employee can form a pair with whom? With exactly one other employee to form a pair. Got it? Fine. So there are certain rules to follow. Let's read out the rules as well. So an employee can be part of only one pair. Okay? An employee can be part of only one pair. Fine. The next condition is, next rule is, if the total number of employees, listen carefully, this is important. If the total number of employees is odd in the company, then forming pair is not possible, and all the employees must participate individually. Just keep in mind, this is important condition. If the given number of employees, that is total number of employees, is odd, so in that case all the employee will participate in the game individually, alone, you can say, right? They are not allowed to form a pair. Like all employee must participate individually, that's it. And forming pair is not possible. Just keep in mind if the employees count is odd. So we will add a check for this. Just keep in mind. If the number of employees is even, then what will happen? Employees can either remain single or form pairs in a different combinations. See, this point maybe you are not getting. No need to worry. I will take example and I will try to explain you again with the help of, like, we will do in the dry run as well. So just keep in mind, if the number of employees is even, then every employee has two choices. What can either remain single or form a pair in different combination, right? That is, first employee can form a pair with second employee, or first employee can form a pair with third employee. That is also another combination. That is also possible. Fine. Okay, we will take example, no need to worry. So your goal is to determine the total number of different ways in which employees can participate in the game by staying single or forming pairs. So now, how I am able to think about the problem, that is DP problem. So if you see, every employee has some choices, right? Either that particular employee can stay single or remain single, that means can participate individually, or that particular employee can pair up with the other employee, right now. So we every employee has some choices, two choices. That's why I'm thinking about the DP. Got it? Just see the example then. Yeah. So given an integer n, okay, so in the input section the user will provide n. What is n? Representing the total number of employees in the company. Got it? So we need to take the input n value from the user. Find the number of distinct ways employees can either compete individually or form pairs following the rules mentioned above. The rule that we read just now, right? Okay. So what we need to do? We need to find out the number of distinct ways in which employees can either participate individually or form a pair. That's it. So in the input section, a single integer and the number of employees, fine. And in the output, what will be the output? An integer representing the total number of valid arrangements. Just see the example. This was the input and output format. What about this? N is equal to 3 means user has entered n value is 3. What does it mean? This n is nothing but number of employee in that company, right? So just now we saw that there is a rule that is, if the total number of employees is odd, then what will happen? If odd, then pairing is not possible, right? Pairing is not possible, right now. So if the pairing is not possible, what does it mean? It implies that each and every employee will participate individually, right now. So means there is only one way. What does it, like, which way? The way is every employee will participate individually. That's it. So n is equal to 3 means you can assume like this: first employee, second employee, then third employee. And this is odd, which means every employee will participate alone. So this is only one way. That's why we are printing in the output 1. Got it? So for your explanation, I have added this. Since the number of employees is odd, pairing is not possible, and all employees must participate individually. So there is only one valid arrangement. That's it. Got it? Let's see the second example. That is something interesting. If n is equal to 4, so here it is not odd, it is even, right? And we are getting the output 10. How? If you see the explanation, when there are 4 employees, that is even, they can either stay single, fine, or form pairs in multiple different combinations. So the total number of such valid arrangement is 10. Still we are confused now. How we are getting 10? Let's see this. So n is equal to 4, right? So n is equal to 4 means, so we have first employee, second employee, third employee, fourth employee. So which means we have 4 number of employees, right? And this is even. So what will be the cases? So this is even. So each and every employee has 2 choices. Either that particular employee participate individually or form a pair. So let's discuss the cases. Case number 1. If all single, okay, they can also form a pair, I know, but first case I am taking if single, all employees are single, like participating individually. So what will be the number of ways? Number of ways. So if you see, we have these numbers: first employee, second employee, third employee, fourth employee. So like this, the first employee will participate individually, then second, then third, then fourth, right? So this is you can say this is only one way, right? Now all the employees are participating individually, that's it. And if suppose we are going to form one pair in between these 4 employees, then what will be the possible combinations? If you see, the first employee is going to pair with second employee, that can also possible, that is possible. And then what about the third and fourth? So maybe they are like participating individually, right? Similarly, suppose first employee is participating with third, then second and fourth are participating individually, then first with 4, then 2 and 3 are individually, and any cases 1 with 2, 3, 4, I think 2 with 3 also possible. So this is the case of one pair. Don't think 3 with 4. Yes, that is also possible, let me tell you. So here this is the case when we are forming only one pair. So 2, 3, then 1 and 4, right? Similarly, then 2 with 4, then 1 will be individual, and then 3, right? And then 3 with 4, 1 will participate individually and 2 as well. Got it? Any other possibility if you find like anything? I think no. So let's count it: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in this case, when we are forming only one pair, let me erase and write clearly: one pair only. If you are like forming only one pair, then in this case we are getting 6 possible combinations, right? Let's discuss the other. Suppose we are going to form 2 pair. 3 pair is not possible, just think about it. 2 pair, like what will happen? 1 with 2 and 3 with 4. And any other? Yes, 1 with 2, then 1 with 3, 2 comma 4. And any other? 1 with 4, then 2 with 3, right? So 3 pairing is not possible. Why? The question itself was saying, if you see it here, if the number of where it is rules, if the number of employees is even, remain single or form a pair with the different conditions. Yes, this one. Exactly one other employee to form a team, right? Each employee can either participate individually or pair up with exactly one other employee to form a pair, right? And if you see this rule, an employee can be a part of only one pair, right? So these things we need to keep in mind. Okay, I think till it's fine. Now if you count these conditions like combinations, 1, 2, 3, yeah, if you add all these, then we will be getting 6 plus 1, 7 plus 3, that is 10, the different ways, right? So that's why in the output we were getting 10. Just see this. Now till here it's fine, everyone, I hope. Now the question is, how can we solve this problem? How can we solve this problem? Let me add one more page. Let's try to think how can we solve with the help of DP. So let me tell you how can we think the core idea. Core idea or core thinking. So first thing, DP. First, suppose we are going to create a DP array of n plus 1 size. In the DP problem, n plus 1 size we are going to create. So suppose what will it will represent? Suppose DP of n. Suppose we have created a DP array like this. Okay. Suppose n is equal to 4. N is 4. There are 4 employees. Then we will create a DP array of the size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N plus 1 size, right? So indexing will be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. So what each box will represent? Each box, what it will represent? So basically, each box will represent your answer. For which case? Let me write it. Every box will represent total number of pairing, or you can say total number of ways in which an employee, here value of n, okay, so an employee can stay single, stay or remain, whatever, stay single or form a pair, right? Because this we need to find, na? Got it? So every box will represent an answer. So here if it is 0, which means, what does it mean? If n is equal to 0 means there are no employees. In that case, what will be the answer? If there is only one employee, then what will be the answer? If there is only there are 2 employees, then what will be the answer? Like this, each box will represent. Fine? Okay. How can we think? Just think about the last employee. Think about the last employee. Then you will be able to get the logic very easily. So let us consider number of employees n. Okay. So number of employees. See, I am able to write the code directly, but I am explaining how. See, there will be a DP recurrence relation then that I can write directly, but I want to explain. That's why I am writing like this. So number of employees is n. Suppose. So number of employees n, which means first employee, second employee, third employee, fourth employee, like this till n, right? And we already know each employee, we need to think about the last employee. Just think about the last employee, only nth employee. So each employee, we already know, has 2 choices, right? Na? Has 2 choices. So then obviously nth employee, that is the last one, nth employee will have also 2 choices, right? 2 choices. Got it? Which one? Let's discuss one by one. Case number 1. Case 1. If nth employee, see what is the choices? What are the choices? The first is that particular employee can stay single, right? If we are thinking about the last, that's why I am writing nth employee. If nth employee stays single, then in this case what will happen? Then what about the remaining employee? Remaining employees, see, the last employee is fixed. That last employee will participate individually, right? So what about the remaining employee? So remaining employee will be like this now: first employee, second employee, third employee, dot dot dot, n minus 1th employee. Simple, right? Right? Okay. So the number of ways, what will be the number of ways for the remaining employees? So the number of ways for the remaining employees, is dp of n minus 1, right? Just now I defined the dp of n here. So this will give you the result for the n employee, right? Na? Either that can be single or form a pair, right? But here the remaining employees are n minus 1, so the dp of n minus 1 will be the number of ways. right now. So therefore, let me write the green. So in this case, total number of ways is dp of n minus 1. Got it? Let me box it, otherwise it will fall. Okay, now let's discuss the second case. Case number 2. Just think, what will be the case number 2? The last employee, since we are thinking about the last employee, just focus on that. If the nth last employee, that is, if that particular employee wants to form a pair, then what will happen? Let me write, if nth employee forms a pair. So what will be the possible pairings? There will be multiple combinations, right? Now, just now I explained possible pairing are, what will be the possible pairing? So will be like this. First employee will go with the last employee, right? Since we are thinking about the last employee, just focus on that. So the last employee can pair up with first, last employee can pair up with second employee, last employee can pair up with third employee, like this. So I am just writing second employee can pair with and then third, like this, right? Similarly, we can go like this, and let me drag, yeah. Similarly, we can write for the second last with the last employee. So means n minus 1 employee will form a pair with n. So what are the total number of choices just to form a pair? Total choices here are, just count it, 1 2 3 4 5, like this, total n minus 1, right? So what is this? This is total choices. This is total choices to form a pair, possible pairing, right? But actual pairing will be any one of these, right? Suppose we form a pair, listen carefully. Suppose we form a pair. So means what will happen after forming a pair? What will happen? Suppose maybe this pairing will, they can pair with this combination or this one, maybe anyone, right? So whatever they choose, and then what will happen after forming a pair? Two employee will be fixed, right? Pair means what? Two employee will be there, and if they form a pair, which means two employees will be fixed. So here I can write two employee will be fixed, right now? Two employees are fixed now. Which one? Obviously the last one, nth employee, because we are thinking about the last employee, and any other employee, that is either it can be first or it can be second or it can be third one, like this. So I am writing one chosen employee. Got it? Fine. So after forming a pair, two employees are fixed. What about the remaining employee? So let me write. Can anyone tell what will be the remaining employee, number of remaining employee? Because two employees are fixed, because we form a pair. So remaining employees will be n minus 2, because total number of employee was n. So two employees will get into the forming a pair, right? So remaining are n minus 2. So therefore we can write, let me scroll up, yeah. So therefore, let me use the green, number of ways for the remaining employee, I am telling, for the remaining employees, what can anyone guess? dp of n minus 2. Got it now? Right? So in the second case, therefore in the second case, what will be the total ways? Can anyone guess? So this is for the remaining employees after forming a pair, but also we have number of choices, na? N minus 1 total choices to form a pair. So that's why here I am writing n minus 1 choices I have dp of n minus 2 for the remaining. Got it? This part is clear. Why I am multiplying with this? Because the total number of choices is n minus 1 and dp of n minus 2, what does it mean? It means the total number of ways for the remaining employees, right? Either they can stay single or forming a pair. If they are forming a pair, so what about that 2 employees that we are going to participate to form a pair? There will be n minus 1 choices. That's why we need to multiply. Got it? So these two, if you just see, this total number of ways in case of forming a pair, and this is if they are staying single. Got it? So we are going to add these two conditions because every employee, why I am going to add? Because every employee definitely, like whatever the employee we have, an employee either can stay single, like either stay single or form a pair, or form a pair. So if you just think, just carefully see, here we are getting OR condition. So if you are getting OR condition, which means we need to add these two cases, right now? Clear why I am adding? Because we are getting OR condition. If you are getting AND condition, then in that case we will be doing multiplication in the both cases. So the formula will come of dp of n will be dp of n minus 1. The first case, hope you remember, just look at this, where it is, yes, dp of n minus 1, and the second is n minus 1, we are adding n minus 1 into dp of n minus 2. Got it? What is this? So basically this is dp recurrence relation. So I can directly use this without explaining all these things. Then definitely you will find some difficulty to understand. That's why I have explained all the cases, both the cases, and how we are finding out the calculating the dp recurrence relation. I showed to you, right? Till it's fine, everyone. Let's try to verify whether this is correct or not for n is equal to 4. Let's try it. Okay, just for your understanding I am taking it. Suppose n is equal to 4, we already know the output will be 10 na? Okay, let's try to verify it. N is 4. Let's try to put the values. dp of n value is 4 is equal to dp of n value is 4 minus 1, that is 3, plus n minus 1, that is 4 minus 1, that will be 3, into dp of n is 4 minus 2 is 2. Got it? Right? Okay, fine. So we need to find out first dp of 3 and then dp of 2. Then we will be able to find out the dp of 4 value. How can we do? So here let's try to find out first dp of 2. So dp of 2, which means we have employees, the first employee, second employee, right? What are the possible ways? Can anyone guess? Possible ways. Either they can participate single, right? Like this. This is one way, if both are single, or they can form a pair. So this is another case. So how many cases? 1, 2, only 2. So dp of 2 is 2. Got it? And what about dp of 3? Just see. dp of 3. So the employees are first employee, second employee, third employee, because there is 3. So what is happen? Like what can happen if all are single? What are the possible ways? If all are single, participating single. If they are trying to form a one pair, this is the case for all single, right now. Suppose they are trying to try to form a pair, then that is one pair. So it can possible with 1 with 2, then 3 will remain single, or 1 with 3, then 2 will be single, then 2 with 3, and then 1 will be single. Any other possibility? No. So means 1, 2, 3, 4. So therefore dp of 3 is 4. Got it? So let's put these two values, this one and this one, in this. So hence dp of 4 is equal to, dp of 4 is equal to, dp of 3 value is 4 plus 3 into dp of 2 is 2, right? So 2 3 is 6, 6 plus 4, that is 10. Yeah, we are getting the correct result. Got it, everyone? Got it, no? Now let's try to code it. See, we are going to directly use this particular dp recurrence relation. Okay, so let's try to code it. Okay, let me remove these. Okay. So the first thing, we need to take the input from the user, that is n. So scanner RC is equal to new scanner system.n. Got it? Then int n is equal to sc.nextInt. Right? And then we are going to store into the result. So long result is equal to, suppose there is a method to calculate the number of ways for an employee. So suppose count ways, and here we are passing the total number of employees, and then we are going to print. Now one more question will arise in your mind, why I am defined this result variable as a long, right now? So to avoid the integer overflow, I have defined this result variable as a long data type. Got it? It can, like, maybe integer overflow occur, that's why. So here I am just printing result. Fine, let's try to define this. Count ways, public static long count ways, and here we are passing the n value, right? So the first condition, if, hope you remember, if the given number of employees is odd, then what will happen? If number of employees is odd, we already know how to check. If it is not equal to 0, which means n is odd, so in this case we will return 1 only, because number of employees odd, so which means all the employee will participate individually. That is only one way. Got it? Okay, now let's define a dp. Long dp is equal to new long n plus 1 size, right? Okay, now we have to think, just see it here. So we have defined this dp of n plus 1, that is n is 4 now, suppose. So of the 5 size, 1 2 3 4 5. So this is 0 1 2 3 4. So now what will be the value of this and this? Can anyone tell? Any guesses? N is equal to 0, which means there is no employee, so means only one way. So means only one way, that is we can't do that participation thing, we can't play individually. So means there is only one way, that is we can't do. So here we will write dp of 0 will filled with 1. Got it? Maybe someone will get confused, why dp of 0 is 1. Okay, so dp of 0 means there is no employee, so there is only one way. What one way? Like they can't do, they can't participate, they can't form pair, that's it. What about dp of 1, which means there is only single employee, then obviously there is only one choice, that can play single only, right? This is also fine. Okay, now so this part is done. Here we have filled with 1, here we have filled with 1. What about 2? If there is 2 employee, then what will happen? So for that I am going to iterate just here, from here to here, just see this, from here to here we are going to iterate, and this will be our answer now for n is equal to 4, right now, for n. Getting my point? Okay. So let's starting traversing from I is equal to 2, I less than n plus 1, then I plus plus, right? So dp of I will be what? The same dp recurrence relation I am going to write, dp of I minus 1, hope you remember the case number 1, then I minus 1 into dp of I minus 2. Yeah, that's it. And in the last box element, that is, if you see, that is the fourth one, this box I will return, that is our answer, that is nothing but n, right? So here I will return dp of n. Got it? Now let's try to run this. Let's give a value of n, let's suppose 3, because since this is the n value that is odd, it should print 1. Yeah, it is printing 1. Let's try to run it for the even number of employees. Suppose n is 4, so we already know output should be 10. Let's press enter. Yeah, we are getting 10 as an output. Got it, everyone? Got it? So I hope you enjoyed the class. So this is all about this today's class. I hope you find the session useful. If you find the session useful, you can comment, and if you want more session, just comment it down. Okay, we will try to bring more sessions. Fine. Okay, so we will meet in the next session. Till then, bye bye, take care.